Hi, TT. How are you doing this morning? Hi, I'm just me. You just that got me. Hi, Pam. Um, Let me see. Hang on one second. I'm glad you're here, TT. I might need you. If you have to leave, just let me know, okay? And I'll start paying more attention to the chat. Because once I get started, you guys know how I am. I'm sorry I don't pay attention to chat like I should. Um, Still new to all of this, and I get the butterflies, and like right now I feel apprehensive, and it's just nervousness, and um, didn't get much sleep last night, not feeling well, and as you can tell by my voice, I apologize. And so might get a little crabby as I go along in this live, and so I really want everybody in chat to be nice to one another. Hi, Liplock. Hi, Wandering, Inquisitive, Bushi. My rules are everybody has to be nice. If Jody Sue comes in my live and tries to disrupt it, make me aware of it, put it in capital letters, scream it out to me, because I'm not going to allow it. She will be blocked. She has the right to make an opinion. She does not have the right to disrupt my chat. Nobody does. And that's just a given. I don't care who you are. If you come in today and you disrupt my chat, I will put you in the box, as Jody Sue says. I may remove you afterwards, but I'm not going to tolerate it. Today, I told you I'm not in a good mood, so I don't feel well, and I probably really shouldn't be doing this live right now. But in order to do this live, I have to feel the way I feel right now. So because I'm actually a nice person, it's not easy for me to go in the direction I'm probably going to go with this and say the things that I really, really think. So I really want to, just let it all hang out today. I'm going to be reading some things off of some notes that I made on a live, right, that Andy did too. And I'm going to be discussing the live that Jody Sue did last night with Cam. I knew that Jody Sue was going to play Cam. We all knew it. We all knew it. Hi, Kitty. Hi, Martha. Um, and the sad thing is Cam is a nice guy, and he wants everybody to believe him when he says that he's done nothing wrong and that he does have Summer at heart. Jody Sue knows how to play Cam, okay? She knows to put him on the defensive. There's a reason why Jody Sue picks certain men to speak to and certain men she won't speak to, and how she shies away from women, okay? Because she knows. She knows which men she can play cat and mouse with. And that's what she did. She played cat and mouse with Cam. She didn't want to help Summer. Not at all. Because had she wanted to help Summer, she would have immediately went into what she was supposedly reaching out to him for. Instead, she bullshitted and sat there and talked shit to him about all the things that she has on her long list of complaints towards Cam. Not a damn thing towards helping Summer. Not one single thing concerning the tracks or anything that had to do with helping Summer. Allie asked her straight up, what was your question that you needed to reach out to us for at 4:00 in the damn morning? Jody Sue couldn't say it because that wasn't what Jody Sue was after. Jody Sue was after information from Cam, and that was it. Now, why in the hell would anybody want to give a suspect information? I want to know that. I want to know why a suspect is so interested in all the information coming from locals and people who had anything to do with the wells, the PIs, the law, anyone. Why is that suspect wanting all this information, questioning, giving no information out because she doesn't have to? She doesn't have to answer any YouTube person, but she goes to every YouTube person trying to get all the information. What do suspects want? Information. Information to cover their ass. Okay? That's exactly what Jody Sue did last night with Cam. She sat there and pulled information while she sat on her channel acting like some badass, whatever the hell you want to call it. But it was pitiful because to me looking at her, I saw a suspect. I saw a suspect pulling information. What did the PIs tell you? What did this happen? What did that happen? That's exactly what the hell that suspect did last night to Cam. While Cam tried to talk to her. Don't overtalk me, Cam. Don't overtalk me. You know, we need to take turns. But every time Cam started speaking, she talked over him. She controlled the situation again. She abused him like she abuses all men. She has a serious problem with men. Serious problem. She can't communicate with his wife. She entices him back in every single time. Allie really is the one that needs to be speaking with Jody Sue at all times, because Jody Sue is going to play these games, the card games that Don Wells talks about all the time. The Jezebel shit, you know, that the women card games that women pull on men. That's exactly what Jody Sue's doing. And he accused her of it in his live with PG. That last one that I just aired. This is exactly what Don Wells was talking about women doing. She's done it to Andy. She just did it to Cam. She's going to play, oh my God, I'm being terrorized by these people. But as soon as I start to speak to them on live, then I'm going to be abusive and not act like a terrorized person at all. She is not terrorized, you guys. She does not behave like a terrorized person in any shape, form, or fashion. And she's not terrorized by her daughter. And I don't believe her daughter is terrorized either. I believe her daughter's working side by side with her and has been from the very start. And I'm tired of stepping on eggshells about that situation. She has exploited her child from day one. From day one, she has exploited that kid for clicks, likes, and views and money. And it's sick. It is sick. You see her child come to her and give her information all the time. Let's stop ignoring it. Let's stop ignoring what she's doing to the child that she claims to be terrorized by YouTube creators. While she sits on YouTube collecting fucking money while she's terrorizing her child. I am sick of it. I've had 16 months of watching that woman play games in Summerwell's case. And I am sorry for yelling, but I'm pissed if you can't tell. I am pissed. I am not going to hold back anymore. That's it. I'm done. Jody Sue, game on, bitch. You want to talk badass? Bring it. Bring it. You won't even mention my name. And you know why? Because you're chicken shit. You're chicken shit because you know I can back up every fucking thing I say about you. You know it. Keep fucking with Cam and I'm going to show you what it's all about. Online, honey. I'm going to do it. I am done. I'm going to make sure that Don Wells knows every single thing you've said about him, his children, and Summer since he's been in jail. And now I'm going to calm down because I do have a bad heart, unlike you and your fake bullshit. I'm going to take a second so that I can calm down because I told y'all I was going to lose it. And I just did. But Jody Sue is done now. You're not going to manipulate me into anger like that again. I said what I just had to say. And I said enough. But you're not going to sit there and claim that that people are terrorizing your child while you use your child every single night. You've used your son and then sat and turned around and go, oh my God, my poor son. Your son is an adult. Stop pussy whipping your kid. If you didn't want him out there, you should have kept his ass at home when you did the interview. Don't play that somebody else outed you in your family. We all know. We were there in the Facebook groups early on. How the hell do you think everybody found out about you? You made sure of it. You went on Lawson's page, blah, blah, blah. You bitched from the very start when Churchill Rescue wrote things on, posted their videos. As soon as Summer went missing, you were out there. You made your own Facebook pages, posts, lives, whatever you want to call it, and you put it all out there. You went to freaking Taco Bell and sat in the drive-through, honey, doing a live, talking to the freaking employee to make sure that everybody at Taco Bell knew all about Miss Jody Sue Brown. Don't play that shit with me. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of you. I am sick to death of you making money off of Summer Wells while you sit there and say that you weren't going to do it, honey. I'm the only one not doing it. You are. So don't you put me in your fucking group of, oh, everybody is, playing off of Summer's back. I don't give a shit about clicks, likes, views if I lose every subscriber, because it's not important to me. It's important to me to show your inconsistencies in the Summer Wells case. That's what's important to me. And let's just make that fucking clear right now. I have sat there and watched you so fucking high on your damn live, you couldn't even move your mouth with your child right there. I'm surprised they haven't drug tested your child at this point, to be honest. I told you that I looked for people that exploit their children, and I report them. What the hell do you think I've been here for all this time? My health, like you say? No, honey, I have bad health. I don't have the time to sit on live all the time smoking 1,000 fucking cigarettes, screaming I'm being terrorized, while you sit there and abuse every fucking buddy in the Summer Wells case. Now, let me begin. Just so me and you, Jody Sue, are on the same page. You know where I stand now, honey. I'm done. I'm done with your shit. I'm going to call you out every single time I find anything that you say that is incorrect. Every single time. I don't care if it's about Andy, because I was going to stay out of Andy's case. I don't care about your personal bullshit. I think you came to YouTube simply to beat up on Andy and air your personal dirty laundry. And that was it. And you used Summer and climbed all over a missing child to do so. And I think you're a sick bitch. So I'm going to get involved now, and I'm going to state my opinion on Andy and your situation, because I am a survivor of DV, and I have never thought about going online and airing all my shit publicly, because it's not everybody's business, and it wasn't anyone's business for you to do so on Summer Wells. Now, I'm going to talk about Andy's perspective of June 15th. That was a lie. Okay. Andy, at one point, now these were some questions that I was going to do on another live. And I was just going to talk about Andy until I saw last night's live. Okay. I have a copy of that entire live. So if she takes it down, it's fine. It's not going to bother me a bit. I don't care about her playing music. I don't make money on my channel. Okay? It's not going to affect me at all. So, in that live, we're going to be speaking about Dobbs for a second. And he's replying to a comment that was, made about Dobbs. And he says, it would honestly had to be the day before, honestly. And he's talking about when Fred said that he had seen Andy on Ben Hill around 3:30, right, on the 15th of June. And Andy's trying to say, and I'm not saying that Andy's lying. Please don't put words in my mouth. I don't know Andy. Okay. I'm not about to take up for anyone in a suspect that's considered a suspect, like I did you, Jody Sue, in the beginning. I'm not making that mistake again. But I will call out your bullshit where bullshit is concerned with Andy. Okay. So anyway, he's talking, Fred's talking, he's talking about that. Andy replies to the comment, it would honestly had to be the day before, honestly. I mean, it had the day before, the day or two after or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand what his MO is. I don't. I mean, me and him had words a day or two before that or a day or two after that because I was sitting in the road swapping vehicles because the Kia wouldn't go up the hill and he came on in and about took the door off the Kia. And I told him he needed to slow the hell down. Piper speaks up at that point and says, and he was saying that is what he was explaining, like I thought anyway. He was passing you or that he saw you on the side of the road or something, but you're saying it was completely different day. And Andy replied, yeah. And Piper replied, okay. Andy continued saying, I mean, because I'm pretty sure I was off for like a day or two after Summer went missing. So I can't really. Okay. So now I'm going to discuss something on that there. How is he so sure it had to be a day or two before or a day or two after? Now, he would only be sure if he was absolutely at work the entire day on the 15th, correct? We don't have any proof of that. We do have where a phone call was made to his boss, but I've already stated my opinion on that. It sounded much like Andy. It, it was almost like Andy was talking, but we know it wasn't Andy. But I'm saying, as far as him hauling around, kind of like Jody Sue, say one thing, the next sentence says another thing. That's exactly how I interpreted that conversation with his boss. Jody Sue has also said that his boss and coworkers at that place would lie, you know. So, you got to take that with a grain of salt. I don't know who's telling the truth. Don't know. But he mentions that, couldn't get the Kia up the driveway. Jody Sue, what? What did she tell you just recently? That she had no problem getting the Kia up the driveway. So if the Kia couldn't go up the driveway, that would mean the Kia was always parked at the bottom of the hill. Right, guys? Always. Always. So I have never come out and told anything other than the little bit of some things that I've spoken with Andy about. I've never come on and talked to you guys about what any local has told me, what information I have, what photos I have. Nothing. And I'm not going to, because they're suspects listening to everything everyone is saying. And we don't know what happened to Summer or who caused it. And that's why I'm not going to divulge the information that I have. But there's reasons why I say the things that I say. Because I always make sure that I am legally backed up with everything that I say. Always. So anyway, to go further, Scott asked Andy, you get home, it's still daylight. Law comes in behind you. What did you see when you pulled in? Was there people around? I mean, I'm just going to say this because this person puts herself at the place from our understanding. The boys, the Wells boys, not yours, the Wells boys, Jody Sue, Candace was around there hollering for Summer and searching. Did you notice that kind of activity when you came in? Andy replied, light out. Yeah, I seen the boys when I came in and stuff. I seen the boys and stuff when I came in and people out looking and hollering and stuff like that. That's when I was informed of Summer being missing. Okay, where was the boys? When Don came in, he said the boys were at the shed. Where's the shed? What road? Y'all answer the question. What road does that shed sit on? Okay. If he came down Ben Hill, how would he see the shed? I brought up that all in a live when I was on with Cam, but we kept talking about other things and Cam would speak up and I didn't get to that point, but I was trying to make that point. Jody Sue originally said that Candace was at Mount Carmel Church and that's where Andy got his information that Summer was missing by talking to Candace at Mount Carmel Church. This was very early on, and I do have those lives. Okay? I showed you guys where Mount Carmel Church is on Beach Creek. I showed you that if he came from work, he had to pass Ben Hill. He had to pass Lone Star. He had to pass Ben Hill. And he had to go to Mount Carmel on Beach Creek in order to see Candace if she was at Mount Carmel, according to Jody Sue. And right behind, I cannot talk today, I never can when I get angry, guys. Never. And that's just a fact. Right behind Mount Carmel is Fields Road. I also showed you the text messages that she wrote to Andy and Andy wrote to her where she said she was going to be an additional 25 minutes, right? After 6:02, she writes, I'll be down in 25. But she tells you that she went down at 6:09, right? Depending on the story. Because one story, she's still dressing. That's her first stories. She was still dressing when she sent in the cabin when she sent the 6:09. She was still changing clothes. And she was pissed off at him because he was going to be late. So she was going to make him wait. Now she's telling you that she walked out the door, got to the point where Wi-Fi was going to peter out, and then hit the message and sent the 6:09 message. But he also states in that he was going to pass his mom's. And then he was going to text her so that she wouldn't be standing out in the heat, which is a very nice thing for somebody that's so abusive to do. Cam brought out the fact that he would pass Lone Star on his way home, and that's where family lives. And it is very possible that that's what Andy was referring to in that message, Lone Star and not Fields Road. But it doesn't explain Jody Sue saying that Candace was at Mount Carmel. And Fields is just beyond that. Okay, so I have questions. And I'm going to have questions. Okay, let's continue. Oh, and remember, Andy came in first. So did Dawn, according to the many different versions that Jody Sue has said. She has, first time it was Dawn, then it was Andy. Then all the other times it was Andy first with Dawn right behind him. In one, she states that both Dawn, Andy, and Dawn were in the middle of the roadway together when they came in. So that puts them boom, boom. Okay. All right. So if Andy saw the boys when he came in, he would have seen them at the shed. That would put both Andy and Dawn at the shed on Beach Creek before coming into Ben Hill. Now let me continue. Scott said, okay, that's what I was driving at. That's when you found out. This is not an all order. Okay, guys, don't go in order. Scott said, okay, that's what I was driving at. That's what you found out Summer was gone when you got home from work that day. And Andy replied, yeah. And like I just said, boys were at the shed. Scott continued by saying, and the law piles in right behind you sometime. I'm sure when you got home, you seen everybody searching and you probably wasn't paying attention to your watch after that. What did you do? And Andy said, took my car and parked it and started looking, trying to figure out what might have happened, where she might have went, stuff like that. Okay. He wasn't asked where he parked his car. Did he get it up the hill? He wasn't asked those questions. Okay. Now you got law piling in. That's what Scott just asked him. The law's piling in, blah, blah, blah. Where did he park his car? I'm pretty sure, in my opinion, that he was able to park his car because I don't think that much in the way of law had made it there yet. I think it was still the 3 cops, as Jody Sue says, right? With her being the one to talk to the 3rd cop who drove the SUV, but now she's changed that too. And it was the 2nd or 3rd cop, maybe, who the hell knows? So anyway, if Andy piled in Ben Hill and parked, and he said, started searching. He didn't say where. Jody Sue had said that before the searchers got there, they had already searched their property. They, plural, like she's always accusing the Wells and Dawn of doing, and Grandis more recently using the word we, right? In plural form. Jody Sue does that shit all the time. Okay. So she said that they had already searched their property, got the trail cam SD cards out and given them to the police, right? When, this was early on. That's what she said. The other night, what did she say? She said the same thing. I want to know how in the world she was able to do all of this stuff within like 45 minutes. Search for Summer, search her property, get the camera, SD cards, and apparently hand them off to Andy, according to Andy. All right. Okay. Scott asked, did you see Dawn? Did you see Candace? Andy replied, I think I seen Candace. Now, this is around the time that he was avoiding who told him Summer was missing, where he was told Summer was missing, and he was really trying to avoid it. And I want to know why. And I don't believe it was because he can't remember. I'm sorry, Andy. I don't believe you on that. I don't believe it at all. And I don't know if you're covering for Candace, covering for yourself, because you put yourself, if you were at Mount Carmel, it puts you somewhere you really, I don't understand. What's the difference of saying if you did meet up with her at Mount Carmel, other than maybe trying to throw off the fact that you were in that area and so was Candace at a certain point in time? Now, searching went on in that area. Is it because law enforcement as well has noticed this? And that's why they're so suspicious of that particular area near Fields Road, Bell Road? All right, so he did not mention where he saw Candace. He says, I think I seen Candace. I think Don pulled in pretty much right after me. So, I mean, I just don't remember stuff like that. Okay. Now, he later did say that he saw Candace, but he was also talking to creators during all that time, and they were very helpful at the time. All right. So, Scott asked, how long did you all, like when the last time, I'm sorry, like when the law came in behind you, did you all stop searching? Or did you keep searching until all the search and rescue teams got there? Andy said, I was still looking around up at my house, and I think I made a loop up around the wells and back over towards the back side. Changes the subject and then starts talking about himself. And he says, I lived down there my whole life. So, I mean, when I was a kid, I wandered around everywhere down there. So, okay. Now he can tell you that he thinks he made a loop, but he thinks. He's saying he thinks. He's never once committed to a solid sentence. It's always probably, maybe, I think. When someone speaks in that manner, that is non-committing. That gives a person an out. Okay, these are the things that I look for because this is what I'm good at. Okay. And it screams to me every single time. I don't understand why these people can't just say a sentence. Jody Sue can't complete a freaking sentence. She gets out 3 words and it's, like we can read her fucking mind. You know? And I was like, oh, here, and well, and that's how she sounds when she talks. It doesn't make sense. And then she wonders why people assume and put words in her mouth, and her crap all sounds like crap. If she would learn to complete a sentence, speak coherently, she might not be in the predicament that she's in 16 months later, where she looks so utterly bad in a missing child's case. And Andy, if you're listening to me, you need to step up and stop doing that before you follow suit with Jody Sue. Because in 5 months from now, that's what's going to happen to you. I've told you, you need to stay quiet. If you can't answer, don't answer. Because you will incriminate yourself. There's a reason Jody Sue has been on this YouTube, all social medias, everywhere for 16 months. And it isn't just because of her health, like she said. There's a reason. And there's a reason everybody's watching her like a freaking hawk. Even her own chat. They're not there because they care about her. They're waiting for that moment that she might slip up. But there are a couple that are completely eyes glazed over. It's pitiful. She did chat last night. You look at her chat, and they don't even know the basics of her case, and they've sat there hour after hour after hour. And if anyone should know everything that Jody Sue has ever said verbatim, because she says it all the time over and over and over, and has for months, since February of this year, she's had a YouTube channel. They've sat on her channel listening to her. They should be the ones, not me, that should be able to go, wait a minute, Jody Sue, you didn't say it. You didn't say that. On this particular day, you said this and you said that. They can't. They can't. They can't even tell you the basics. It's recorded, chat line after chat line after chat line, and they look like they just entered the case on Summer Wells. And it's pitiful. But yet they're willing to say that everybody else on YouTube is freaking liars. I'm not a liar. Maybe you should come to my channel and watch it sometime instead of running your mouth about other people. But I do know that you come to my channel, so it's okay. Scott asked if Andy's land was searched, and Andy replied, yeah, pretty much. There you go. See, pretty much. It's not quite an answer, is it? Yeah, pretty much. They crossed that thing for about 5 days, every day for 5 days. I know for the first 3 days they was through there. Okay, well, he just did a Jody Sue. He gave you one answer and turned around and gave you a different answer. I'm going to repeat it. Andy replied, yeah, pretty much. They crossed that thing for about 5 days, every day for 5 days. I know for the first 3 days they was through there. I mean, it was just like a grid search. Okay. Now, the last time I spoke about Andy, I was accused of hammering down on Andy. And if speaking about inconsistencies about someone is hammering down, then I'm hammering down right now. Call it what you want. But I'm not going to sit there and pat someone on the back that isn't giving me a straightforward answer when they speak. Okay? I like Andy. I feel protective of Andy. I'm going to be straight up with y'all. Is he a suspect? Yes. Did I like Jody Sue in the beginning? Yes, very much so. It's very disappointed and sad when I was unable to like her anymore. Now my eyes roll every time I hear her voice. Every time. And what she's doing with her kids makes me sick. More so than anything else she has done from day one in this case. It makes me sick. Do I believe, and I'm going to go personal here because she's put her personal dirty history out there all the time, so she can't come at me for talking about her kid because I'm only speaking about things that she has spoken about. So here we go. I believe that her and her sidekick are working together. And of course, a teenager wouldn't want to be around a parent that would make them listen, make them go to bed, make them go to school. Do you think Jody Sue's really homeschooling her child? No, I don't. Do I really care? No, I don't, because I think all that's a lost cause anyway. My personal opinion, after all of this time. Watching her daughter bring a phone to her, showing her link after link after link, every comment that's made. And you see Jody Sue go to her computer, one of her devices, and then immediately start talking about what she was just shown by her daughter. And then sits there and says that, oh, it's because her daughter can't get on YouTube because of the algorithm. Bullshit. Your daughter is purposely looking it up, and it's at your request. And you should be ashamed of yourself, Jody Sue Brown. I'm not going to play. Oh, I'm not going to talk about it anymore because she's a minor. Bullshit. While you sit on your channel and use your child. No, not going to. I have not worked with Andy to keep your child away from him, or vice versa, excuse me. I have my personal opinions about all of that, but I'm not going to say it if I don't have to say it. But don't force me to say it, because I'll say it at this point. Regarding both parents, I heard the phone call that you don't want out there, Jody Sue Brown. I heard it. You got some serious problems, girl. Serious problems. You sit and talk last night about Cam doxing people. You are the biggest doxer on YouTube. You are the biggest person on YouTube humping for money. You've been the main source of misinformation in the Summer Wells case. You have said horrible things about children, everyone but your own too. You can't handle if anyone says anything about your kids, you lose your utter shit and start throwing shit like a freaking baboon. Your kids are not off limits when you sit and talk about them all the time. It's very rare that you ever do a live where you don't talk about them. Now, let me continue. I got all day, honey. All damn day. So, we talked about Andy saying it was like a grid search. Jody Sue said it was hardly searched. Okay. Then she said that the search dog was placed in the front of their door, plopped the dog in, basically. So you get this mental picture of a dog just being, sat inside and the dog just stood there and then they took the dog back out. Okay. She also talked about a trash pile that Andy's then girlfriend, now wife, would be so crazed when she found out what was underneath the trash pile. So what's underneath the trash pile, Jody Sue? You're talking about people digging up your freaking dogs? Does anybody believe that? No. Scott said, and we know from Don and Candace that they searched them pretty good several times. How far back did they go? You said a grid search. Did they go on back down on like Simpson Road and on down Ben Hill Road, like down past Fred's mom's and Fred's and the Gorleys and all them? And yes, Jody Sue, I just mentioned someone's name. Get over it. You've done a lot of that. You ain't taking up for no one in Beach Creek when you come on with your righteous attitude, honey. We all see through you. So let me repeat that. And we know from Don and Candace that they searched them pretty good several times. How far back did they go? You said a grid search. Did they go on back down like Simpson Road and on down Ben Hill Road, like down past Fred's mom's and Fred's and the Gorleys and all them? And Andy replied, see, I don't know how far back they went back that way because I didn't go back that way. So I know they was in and out quite a while, bringing people in and out back through there searching, and then coming back and going through there searching. I mean, like they pretty much covered quite a few rough acres down there. I've been down in there and in the ridges and slid off. It's not fun. All right, right there, I believe that Andy didn't know how far back the searches went because everybody said that Andy was standing for the first few days. Don said it, Fred said it, that Jody Sue and Andy and the two kids stood at the command center or in the middle of the road all the time. And that they were surprised that Jody Sue says that she was so sick, but yet she was able to stand out there in the hot summer, middle of June month for hours and hours and hours and hours for days. But that wasn't nothing new because Jody Sue said that she had been doing that for days, weeks, prior to Summer's disappearance, that she sat at the bottom of her hill for all that time, right up to the 15th, looking for what? Anyone that might come through wanting to buy the land and to watch the tree trimmers to make sure that they were doing their jobs right. Suddenly, on the 15th, she wasn't down there. Hi, Carrie, love. How are you doing? Hi, Crystal. Hi, Donna. Let me look at my chat real quick, guys. Hi, spiritual being. Cotton Candy 65. Connie. Angela. Kitty Cat. Jackson County Anonymous, exposing the truth. Hi, Andy. Aurora. Amy Lou. Leona. Crystal. Candely. Donna. Hi, Mama Bear. All right, so I'm going to skip past that, y'all. Thank you guys for taking care of the chat for me, all right? Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Annie. I needed a moment to cool myself down. All right, here we go. The old ticker, you know. And my throat, my goodness. All right, so I believe that Andy didn't know what all went on, but Jody Sue said early on that she watched all the searches, all of them, every single one of them. She made sure to say every single one of them for days, weeks, months. And I love that she uses that term all the time. Days, weeks, months. Said it again last night that what? Searches went on far longer than the public was aware of. And according to Jody Sue, she was front and center in all of them. But then in others, she says she was inside her cabin doing what they told her to do, and that was to stay in the cabin. Okay. Andy said that for about 5 days after Summer disappeared, nobody was able to go in or out down there. If you didn't have an address in there, you had to have an ID to get in. He's pretty sure. And you see how that just ended? He's pretty sure. He gives you a statement and then a way out. Scott said, Fred does say that you took about 3 days off and you and Jody Sue sat down at the bottom of y'all's driveway and just, goes on, what I guess, watching and just paying attention to the searchers. Probably the same thing I would do. But then Fred says that you took up and left and was gone for like 3 weeks. Is there any? And then Andy interrupted and said, no, wait, hold up. Okay, she got gone on June 15th. And he says that it's a few days after that I was gone for a few weeks and came back. Okay, so I don't really remember taking and running off about that time. That could have been about the time that I was trying to leave. Let me read that again. I'm just going to read the part where Andy talks. No, wait, hold up. Okay, she got gone on June 15th. And he says a few days after that, I was gone for a few weeks and came back. Okay, he's saying for a few days. And then Andy says he was gone for a few weeks, right? He's talking about, or the way I interpreted that, he's talking about what Fred said, right? That he was down there at the command center. This is why I'm saying Andy needs to be careful, because if you read that sentence and didn't know everything, you would read that sentence as in, you know, he did leave, you know, and that what Fred was saying is indeed true. But what I interpret it to be is that he's repeating what Fred was supposedly had said concerning Andy, and that was that Fred said Andy was down there for a couple days and then he took off, right? So anyway, he goes, no, wait, hold up. Okay, she got gone on June 15th. He says a few days after that, I was gone for a few weeks and came back. Okay, so I don't really remember taking and running off about that time. That could have been about the time that I was trying to leave. So right there, my opinion, he's saying he can't remember, but it could have been about that time because he was trying to leave. Now, does it make a difference if he left, if he stayed? Only makes a difference to Jody Sue because she wants to beat up Becca and make Becca feel like there was some kind of nefarious shit still going on between Andy and Jody Sue. Because that's why Jody Sue's out here, to try to mess up that relationship. Okay? Do I personally care if Andy took off or when Andy took off? No, unless it related to Summer in some way. I personally don't give a shit about their personal life, other than I feel sorry for everyone because it's been 16 months and this woman's been going strong, hardcore. Okay, Scott asked if Andy went somewhere and stay somewhere else for a while where you wouldn't be seen on the holler. And Andy said, yeah, well, I wasn't staying in the holler because that is where she was staying at. I didn't stay in the holler. I never returned to the holler after I left. And when I left, I didn't go back until after like September the 6th when the order of protection went in. So he basically says, yes, he left. Okay. It's not our business where he left and went to. It's not our business if he was seeing Becca before he left Jody Sue. That only matters to Jody Sue. Okay? Doesn't matter to me. Scott asked if Andy remembered what day it was when he left, and Andy replied, no, not to be honest. I don't exactly remember because I'd left either a few weeks before Summer got gone, or I can't remember if I left after that. So right there, he went both ways. Not to be honest, I don't exactly remember because I'd left either a few weeks before Summer got gone, or I can't remember if I left after that. So if he left a few weeks before Summer got gone, then was he only coming back to make sure the kids were fed? But if you leave, right? So what exactly? And if that would have been me speaking to Andy, I would have immediately asked. I mean, like I said, it's really easy to sit there and hindsight someone else's interview, okay? Because it does go fast and you are under stress when you're interviewing someone. But I wish the question had been asked. If you left, why were you returning? Now, I'd like to think he was returning to make sure his kids got food because according to Jody Sue, she couldn't leave her box, whether she had permission or not. Right? Because she says that it was 75% boxed and 25% her boxing herself. And she likes to have other people do her errands. Right? Personally, I don't think that Jody Sue knew that she was going to be left. I've said that 100 times. If she had, she wouldn't have fought so hard against that land sale of Jackie Dobbs, because that made her look really bad. And I'm so surprised that she did not remove those videos prior to speaking out on any platform anywhere, and then accuse everybody of stealing her private videos that she had publicly broadcasted and kept public. Anyone that doesn't want their information out there has the manner to lock it down. The only thing that you cannot lock down on Facebook is your profile and cover picture and tags. If someone tags you, you can remove the tag, but the name still remains. Other than that, everything that she's saying is BS. Okay? She was warned many times to lock it down. She was warned in Facebook groups and elsewhere. But she refused to have her voice taken away from her, which doubles down to, I want the attention and I don't give a shit how I get it. Well, here you are, Jody Sue, 16 months later, still a suspect in a missing child's case. And law enforcement isn't clearing you for a reason. Is it because of all the things that you've said and done on social media? Makes one wonder. Okay. Where did I leave off here? Scott asked if Andy remembered what day it was when he left, and Andy replied, no, not to be honest. I don't exactly remember because I'd left either a few weeks before Summer got gone. I can't remember if I left after that. There's bits and pieces blocked out that I can't explain. I mean, I was trying to leave for a while there. So I might have been gone. I might not have. He might not have just seen me because I really don't talk to Fred. He's family, but not that family. Now, before I go any further, I'm going to say something that I said in Tiffany Marie's, I believe it was Tiffany Marie's, might have been Benny's chat yesterday. And I've been saying this part, the front part, for a long time, that Jody Sue has worked very hard, in my opinion, to get Fred and Andy into a fight, and she's blamed YouTubers. Okay? She's said that, they were going to unalive each other. She even said that it would happen at Summer's vigil. Okay? But it wasn't YouTubers. It was Jody Sue that was doing all the running off of the mouth between these two people. Okay? So, was Jody Sue trying to get these two people to unalive one another so that Andy would cease to exist? Her custody and all of that would cease. She would get Social Security for her daughter instead of child support. She would be innocent, but relieved of her problem. So now she's talking about Dawn, right? One minute it's Dawn this, Dawn that, then the next minute it's Andy this, Andy that, kind of throwing them both underneath the bridge there. Is she trying to do the same here so that when Dawn gets out, he goes after Andy or Fred? Makes me wonder. Okay. Scott asked, what Andy's relationship was with Don and Candace. Were they drinking buddies, working buddies, hang out on the weekends and grill out? And Andy replied, no, they called me and harassed me over a couple of grams of pot every now and then. That's it. Andy went on to say that when he had been offered to work with Don, but he had heard stories about how he had done people with pay, and so he didn't. And Scott asked him what he meant. And Andy said, well, I mean, if you run off and smoke crack, I don't necessarily want nothing to do with you. And Scott asked if Andy had seen that happen. And Andy replied, what, him disappear for a week or a day or a month or 6 months? Or, I mean, yeah, it's happened. And Scott asked, how often did it happen? And Andy said, not every weekend, no. And I don't know how often it happened. I just know I wasn't friends with them. I didn't go over there and hang out, so I don't know. I know sporadically, I can't speak, he would message and say, hey, can you pick up this? No, she would message, sorry, and say, can you pick up this at the store? Can you get cigarettes? Can you liquor? Can you this? Bring it over here. So that was the only thing I have to do with them people. And he then told a story about the two older boys fighting over a bowl of uh, soup. So right there, to me, he's saying that it didn't happen often. Okay. Didn't happen often. But when Andy told Scott, what did he do? He went through hours, days, weeks, months, 6 months that Don would be gone. Okay. Now, the 6-month time frame is the Utah time frame that I believe that Andy's referring to. Does it mean anything? Does it mean that he was off doing crack or coke, which was his choice, his drug of choice? Doesn't mean he was doing anything nefarious. Now, we do know that Candace has said that Don did go do some things, that he did have uh, moments where he would take off and do those kind of things. Andy refers to himself as taking off and running off. So, one could question if Andy did that kind of thing as well, right? Jody Sue does say that Andy had patterns at certain times of the year. Do I care? Do I care if either men did any of that? No. Does it help Summer's case at this point in time? No. If Don had not behaved in that manner, could something have stopped Summer from disappearing? No. Because if she was abducted and he was innocent, he wouldn't know. No matter if he sat home every day, no matter if he was a preacher, no matter if he was a doctor, no matter if he was a lawyer, no matter if he was a judge, it wouldn't have mattered. So it has no bearing in the case to me. So then we talked about the chicken soup thing, okay, and that was, really sad. And Jody Sue had first brought that to everyone's attention. Andy claims that he saw that happen. So, you got two people there backing each other up. Andy makes it clear that he didn't mean that he and Fred do not get along. They are family, but didn't hang out enough to get along. Fred is his cousin. They probably hung out as kids, but as they got older, they didn't hang out. Okay. And I wish people would stop trying to pull in more family drama between these two men. Okay. It doesn't help Summer's case. The only thing that matters is Fred said what he said about June 15th. And Andy said what he said about June 15th concerning Andy being on Ben Hill before Summer disappeared. That's the only thing that matters, in my opinion. Andy went on to say that he felt if Summer had wandered off, they would have found something by now. He feels that someone had to take her or something happened, and then panic ensued. And somebody had to know something that they didn't want, and they didn't want to go to jail. Okay, so he's basically giving you two theories there. He's saying that somebody had to take her. He's not saying who he suspects. He just says somebody had to take her. And then his second theory is that something happened, everyone panicked, and they didn't want to go to jail. That second one really comes out to me because that is what I talk about in the Amber Moon video where Jody Sue was driving and couldn't see, which ties in to the same time frame that Candace was supposed to have the video chat with Jody Sue that allegedly she didn't record like she records everything else, right? And Candace was allegedly asking Jody Sue to change the timeline. And then it changed again. And it was Candace was supposed to be saying, don't say that Dawn was in the shower with Summer. And Jody Sue rages on that car diary video for hours. Okay. And gives you information about why she was driving and she couldn't see. And it was unneeded information at that time. And that screams at me. It has screamed at me since the beginning. Andy denied selling or giving pills to the Wells and said he didn't even give the kids weed, that he wouldn't sell to underage people. Last night not before, in Rap's chat, Rap's panel, Jody Sue was up there talking about her and Candace, sending the boys back and forth. And she says, exchanging toilet paper, cigarettes, and Rap questioned her, cigarettes? You give the boys cigarettes to, carry back and forth? And she tried to clean it up. Do I believe she did? It came out of her mouth. When Dawn went to Utah, Candace asked if they wanted to buy 110, but then backed out. He said he did want that property and would have done his best to buy it. Speaking about Andy here, he would like to buy up the property and put a gate up. And he went on to explain that Jody Sue, this is me now, not Andy. Jody Sue fought so hard. Okay. So I believe that Andy did have conversations concerning his dreams of putting up, a gated community and nobody'd be around and they would have, and this is probably stuff that he had talked about for years, which would cause Jody Sue to complain about the noise, this, that, and the other, hoping that she could entice the family to buy the property, outbid everybody, so she could get what she wanted. And that was no neighbors to see anything. And she would have solitude that she desperately required, in my opinion, and according to her messages. So at this point, chat began to get upset because questions about Jody Sue and the kids were being deleted. And I was a mod at that time. Okay. And I was the only mod at that time, I believe. I'm not sure if that was that live. And the other mod was busy at work. I'd have to go back and see. But I've already explained why those comments about Jody Sue and her daughter were deleted. And that was because he had a protection order. And what he said on his live and what questions he answered was up to him, but he couldn't control the chat. But once he said that it was a shit show and questions could be asked, whatever, didn't matter, I stopped modding. I believe I still hold a wrench for Andy. And I will still do the right thing for Andy because that is who I am. I am capable of putting things to the side and doing the right thing at the right moment. So I'm going to make that clear. If he decides to continue to hand me a wrench and I see something go down that really shouldn't be there, and it would have to be extremely bad because he has said, it's a shit show and anything goes. So it would have to be something extremely, extremely bad for me to even delete it at this point. If he takes the wrench, I don't care. I did ask to have my wrench taken away from other channels because it kept me from being able to ask questions I wanted to ask. Okay? But I always offer, if someone needs a mod, I will mod. I've said it to Lip Block before when she was in her chat. Lip Block, if you need me, I'm here. I'll do it for you. And you can take it back when I'm done. So I just want to get that clear before she goes there, talking about me holding a wrench for Andy and accusing me of working for Andy. Uh, Now, there was mention about the red truck recently, and Polly's message was on Facebook. And I'd have to go back and look to make sure exactly what that date was that message was posted. But when Polly speaks about it, she's speaking that Andy found the truck. Okay? That it was Andy that found the truck. The truck. Well, now it's Polly talking, so you don't really know which fucking the truck everybody's talking about. Jody Sue, refers to it as the red truck as if she knows which the red truck it is. Okay? Nobody knows. If they knew, it would be cleared or not. Okay? So nobody knows. But Polly did put out that her son, wife, and children didn't mention Jody Sue by name. So when Jody Sue says that the ex-pseudo mother-in-law outed her, you can't out somebody that says wife when you're not a wife, number one. Number two, she didn't mention names. And only the people that was following her would have been aware of those messages at that time. We have Jody Sue in August chatting it up on Lawson's page on Facebook about the red truck. Okay? We have Jody Sue in Facebook groups, multiple Facebook groups, where she was getting all kinds of pats on the back and attention and I'm so sorry for you and your cancer and your DV, Jody Sue. Oh my gosh, Jody Sue. Jody Sue knows everything, everybody. And if you said anything against Jody Sue at that point, you got attacked by rabid dogs. My, how things have changed over time. So again, On round 2 video, Andy said that he did not know that Summer was missing until he got home on June 15th, 2021, and there wasn't any messages sent to him that told him so. That was always in my mind. Did Jody Sue write messages and delete certain parts of those messages? I'm not even positive at this point if Andy's agreed fully that those June 15th messages went to him. Now, I could be wrong on that. He's made comments about, she had the ability to do that kind of stuff, that she was over on his Facebook later on, posting lives, that, he couldn't even remove because, passwords and all that had been changed and she was in control of all that. And she admitted that herself in a Facebook Live, right? She has said numerous times about how text messages can be manipulated and faked. So it always concerned me about that timeline, her timeline that isn't a timeline, that everybody has used as a timeline, but it's not a timeline, y'all. It's always concerned me how there was parts missing or appeared to be missing that you would expect to be there. But here he said that he didn't get any message at that time concerning Summer. Jody Sue makes a point constantly. She dropped that purse. That was the first thing she did. She dropped that purse at the bottom of the driveway. Didn't have anything in her hands. First video, she got in the creek and waited a little bit. Waded, W-A-D-E-D. A little bit in the creek before hearing some Candace come down the drive, and she got out, climbed the bank, and met her in the road. Now she's trying to tell everybody that she didn't even get in the creek at that point, didn't even climb down inside that bank. But there's multiple videos that beg to differ. Scott asked about cameras, and Andy replied that there was some around the house and a trail camera at the bottom on 125 driveway, but it didn't look over that way, meaning the wells. It was pointed at the coming around the corner there. He believes that they didn't get it until after or about the same time that the property thing was. He doesn't remember when that was got, he said. And that kind of changes too, depending on which live. Okay. And we have multiple lives where Jody Sue's conversations concerning the cameras have changed. Jody Sue said at one point that Dobbs cut the lines to the camera. It was later said it was battery operated. Andy says it was electrical lines that was cut to her decorative lights. Jody Sue also said that she couldn't install a camera because the lines had been cut and she hadn't had time to replace that and run it to the electricity in the house. And he said that the camera used a reader that would, basically go into a computer. So that would mean that even if someone stole, according to Jody Sue, the bag of SD cards, Isn't that funny that it just would, she's going to go to court, she's going to use all these things, and then they just magically disappear. All this magical stuff going on here and there. But had she used it and downloaded it, it would be copies on her computer and her device, as well as the card. Had she given it to law enforcement and there was anything on it, they wouldn't have returned it. Period. It would be in evidence. Do I believe her about any of that? No. I believe that 90% of everything on her SD cards is conversations she's purposely had with her ex to try to set him up throughout the years in case he ever left her. Just like she did other people she knew. I can't count the people who have accused her of blackmail. So when she tells you that she doesn't have a copy of the, quote, video chat between her and Candace, I call bullshit. Now, Andy said that he thought he last saw Summer the Sunday before the 15th. That would make it the 13th of June. He then said Sunday or Monday, somewhere around there. That would make it either the 13th or 14th. He was asked where he saw her, and he said, I think she was standing in the doorway up at their house. He was asked if he had ever seen Dawn and Summer in a shower together, and he said, why would I be in their house to watch the two of them take a shower together? He was asked if he could see that from the driveway, and he said, I heard from Candace one night that she said, come out and said that they was in the shower. I never seen that. No, I was told that. So if you go back to the Amber Moon card diary video, what's Jody Sue saying? She's placing Andy in the vehicle. She's placing herself. She's placing the eldest Wells boy. And she's placing Candace. And she's saying that Candace was pissed off at both Jody Sue and the eldest Wells boy because they were discussing what? That the dogs were the key. The dogs were the key. And the eldest boy was agreeing with Jody Sue that the dogs were the key, and she was right. And guess what was happening at the same time that that conversation was occurring? Summer was standing in a doorway, naked, being a brat, yelling for a towel. And Jody Sue wasn't even sure it was Summer because, her hair, and she couldn't see well. And then she goes on to tell you that she was driving and she couldn't see well that night, and then starts stuttering all over the place, placing people where they were sitting in the car. And who was actually driving? Now, Andy just told you that he was told that. He didn't see it. Andy said that he had not known of Summer going missing before. He said the youngest one went missing, speaking about the boy, one time, and they found him up in a mountain. He thought, he didn't know. He wasn't living there at the time, but somebody told him that the youngest boy got up in the mountain or wandered off at one time. Okay, the youngest boy. If Andy wasn't living there at the time, he would have to be speaking about the eldest boy, right? Because the youngest boy wouldn't put him at the same age time frame because they were supposed to be living there, what, 11 years, something like that? I'm not sure exact years because I get it confused with Candace and Dawn. But the youngest Wells boy would have been around the time, according to Jody Sue, they were still living in that cabin at 125. And Andy's saying that he wasn't living there at the time that the boy went missing. So I don't know if he's confused and he meant to say eldest, middle, but that doesn't fit. But anyway, it was said before by Jody Sue that the youngest, no, sorry, one of the Wells boys went missing. She has said that the youngest Wells boy had a problem speaking, communicating. Okay. Jody Sue later said that no child went missing in Beach Creek. Jody Sue later said that there was a child being sold, a little girl, for meth up on a mountain, and then later denied that too. Okay. He was asked if the boys came over and got stuff out of the freezer when they wanted, and he said no. They did share, Andy did share chips and stuff with the Wells, and then he went on to explain, how he got the chips and that they would carry them over. Jody Sue said that she saw the boys' feet from underneath the curtain while she was sick, so sick that she couldn't get out of bed. But that she saw their little feet go underneath the curtain, past underneath the curtain, would hear the, refrigerator door open, they'd leave milk on the floor and walk out, making them sound like they were just uncivilized kids, completely and utterly. She also said that she put food on a freezer outside. Well, most people wouldn't do that if you didn't know the child was coming over right away, because that would attract wild animals, right? People that live in the country know better than do that kind of thing. Especially if you leave your front door open all the time, like Jody Sue said she did 24/7. Andy was asked by chat if he remembered what vehicle he was driving when Summer went missing, and he replied, "I really don't remember what I came into, driving that day, because I had the Jeep, I had the truck, I had the car. I'm pretty sure I was in the car that day, to be honest, though." Okay. But now the first one, he wasn't sure. Jody Sue has said all along he had her car being the Kia. Jody Sue said that she was boxed in that day because the truck's transmission was out, was messing up, and Andy had told her that, and that, he did that and took the car in order to keep her at home so that she couldn't find out what he was doing with Becca. Because according to Jody Sue, she was going back and forth at lunchtime to Andy's job. So evidently she was afraid of what he was doing during the moments that he wouldn't be working. So she was making damn sure she was there at that time, probably every day that she could. He was asked if he ever saw the red truck, and he said he saw a red truck, but he didn't see the red truck down there. And I want to know how anybody knows what the red truck is. How can you distinguish one red truck from the other in being the freaking red truck? All of that is bullshit, in my opinion. Andy mentioned that the walk Brandon and JLR walked, if they had gone another way, they would have knocked 1.5 miles off their walk, turned back around, and went back the short way. So Andy did pay attention to that walk, and he knew a shorter way. I wish he would go into more detail about that. Hi, Appy. Hi, lady. Hi, Michelle. I'm going to take a break here in a minute, guys. I told you this live's going to be long, so a lot of you are going to probably want to tap out and come back and, as we go through. So Andy told us recently that 2005 was when the car wreck happened. And that's when Andy stopped hanging around with people in the area. He says he got in trouble for 5 plants that was in a grow room in the basement, 1.5 grams of pot in the dwelling. And the dwelling was his only felony, and the gun charge was dismissed. Now, while we're speaking about the gun, I want to talk again about the 15th. Or Jody Sue mentions that Boog is going to want a gun, and to make sure that that asshole knew about things. I want to know who the asshole is she's referring to. Is it Polly? Because she's saying, make sure to get with your dad, because Boog wants that gun so that he can go hunting there. Hunting where? And why would Jody Sue, at the time on the 15th, when she had no knowledge that her relationship was over with this man of 26 years, that she accuses of being so bad that he's going to go out and kill people in the public, that he would kill her and the children someday, and that he wasn't supposed to have guns, but that the monster birth parents of Andy kept pushing guns at him during this crazy time of his, when his drug usage had increased? Why would she ask for a son to get a gun and bring that into the dwelling that they were living in, if she was so terrorized and afraid of this man that she was living with? Why did Jody Sue need a gun on the 15th of June? Just let that sink in for a minute, guys. Why on the 15th was she asking for a gun? Was it because she was fearful of what went on with Dobbs the day before? Was there some other reason that she needed a gun for protection? Possible protection. Was it because she was afraid that, there was a kidnapper running around loose and she might have to protect her family? Was it because she's a suspect? I don't know. But I'm curious why she would bring a gun into her household while living with a, quote, violent man who is capable of doing public shootings and so on. Hi, Andy B. I'd invite you up, Andy, but I'm almost done talking about you, just letting you know. And if I invite you up, it's going to go that direction where we continue to talk about you, and I don't want to do that. But you're always, always, always welcome on my channel. And you're always welcome to defend yourself in my chat for anything I say Okay, love? Want you to know that. Or anything that I say concerning your children or anything. Okay. All right. So they talked about the tile tunnel and that it used to be 4 feet tile, big around, and that the Simpsons side is bigger. Now, Cam can discuss that much better than I can because I've not been down there. I don't know anything about it. All I know is that Jody Sue has done a lot of talking about round metal things that clank. Okay. Round metal things that have lids that clank. Round metal things in the grass that clank. Some of those round metal things were off in a distance, because the sound traveled, according to Jody Sue. And it was at the same time that she was speaking about the cow. That was at some distance that she could hear. And she marveled over that, and was using it to talk about how she could hear things over at the Wells house because she could hear things from that. When she was speaking about the scream recently, she was making it sound as if that scream was not right there, that the scream was coming from some distance. That's the way I hear it when I listen to what she has said in the last 2 days concerning the scream. Fred said that she wanted and got up with him, reached out to him because she wanted him to go look at something in the creek right after Summer disappeared. And he felt that she was setting him up. Why is she been so fixated with Fred? She said that Fred had mental issues. Everybody's schizophrenic around there, according to Jody Sue. Everyone. Everyone is schizophrenic. Okay? Why would she reach out to someone who she alleges is schizophrenic and try to get them involved in stuff? I really wish that we knew more about that. And he felt that she was setting him up. And again, like I said, she has pushed towards Andy and Fred getting into it. And I honestly feel that she's doing the same towards Andy and Don now. Didn't work with Andy and Fred. Now she's going to push Andy and Fred against one another. And I hope to God that Don comes and listens to every single one of the videos on my channel before he even goes on Facebook or YouTube. And I hope that he and Andy don't get into it because I think there's an underlying method to her madness, in my opinion. Now, we were talking about, well, I wasn't talking, they were talking about, the pill, right? Now, I'm going to start watching my chat right now for a few minutes, Andy, okay? But I can't watch chat and talk. I can't do it. So if you speak to me, I probably will miss it, honey. I'm new to all of this live thing, and I just can't do it yet. I'm trying, but I can't. I'm not one to do a lot of chit chat. I just like to get the stuff out, and then I'm done. You guys were talking about the free will and pill and the purse kind of thing when you got arrested. And there was, a pill that was just rolling around somewhere. And, she got the charge of not keeping prescription records. You know what I mean, basically? That happens if your pills are not in a bottle. Okay. They can be dismissed if you prove at a later time when you go to court that you did have a prescription for that medication at any time. Doesn't have to be that month, could have been 6 years ago. But as long as you have a prescription listed in a pharmacy somewhere that you can get a printout, you can have that charge dismissed. Jody Sue said that all of the charges were changed at a certain point, that she went and looked and saw that, they were broken up. That's not how it works. That is how websites do it, but that's not how county governmental issues are done where charges are concerned. Multiple charges are made because they want to make charges stick. So they wouldn't have just done one thing and lumped it all together and then later on broke it all down, make her look bad. Okay? So when she hands that out, it's BS. They can't go back and change your charges at a later time. It's illegal. And if they've done so, then you have a case in court against the county. Okay, I think I've done about that. Oh, let me go take a cigarette break for a minute. It's only going to take me about 5 minutes. And like I said, we're going to be on here for a while, guys. And so if anybody needs to use the bathroom, go get you a drink, go have you a cigarette, light up a bowl, whatever you need to do. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. It's going to take me a few minutes to get down my stairs into my garage because that's where I smoke at. But y'all seen my times that I'm gone. I huff and puff and hot box like Jody Sue, and then I get breathless coming back up the stairs and can't breathe. And that's what happens when you smoke like a fiend for years. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Hi, Fizzle. Can y'all keep an eye on my chat? Andy, you can talk about anything you want, honey. Like I said, Jody Sue comes in. She has the right to speak as long as she's polite. She comes in, starts trying to cause problems. Don't even bother timing her out. No, time her out. Time her out 3 times. If it continues, then she's gone. Okay? And I will take her back out of her appropriate box when I come back and the live is done. And I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, you guys. While I'm gone, I don't want questions asked of Andy. This isn't live where Andy gets tons of questions. He's had his own channels where he has had and answered, asked and answered many questions. I don't want that happening here. Okay? Unless Andy's on my panel, then he's to be treated with the same respect as everyone else. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Hi, guys, I'm back. You talk about hitting a cigarette man so fast and then running up 15 steps. Well, I didn't run. I don't run anymore. But it was like being 13 years old, hotboxing a cigarette in the school bathroom and then walking off with that cigarette oxygen deprived brain buzz. That's what I've got going on right now. I don't know how in the hell Jody Sue smokes a cigarette the way she does. That was one of the things that used to fascinate me when I first started watching her, and I found myself staring at her mouth, and I would have to back up and listen to what she had to say because I wasn't paying attention. I was watching to see how long she held her smoke in because it amazed me. I was like, who taught you how to smoke a cigarette? That's how you smoke weed, not cigarettes. And oh my God, girl, you talk about COPD with emphysema, you're on your way. Keep holding that smoke in. It's you know, I've had cancer. I'm an idiot. I still smoke. It's the one addiction that I've been no, I can't even say that because if you really want to quit something, you quit it. That's just it. I don't believe in once an addict, always an addict. That's bullshit people put in your head so you stay an addict. Because if you really want to do something, you do it. And if I really wanted to quit, I would have quit. So I can't even go there. But I'm going to tell you all, please quit. If you're smoking and you're younger, stop. Because we all have the same excuses. I'm going to quit someday. I'm not going to get like that. I'll quit before I get like that. You're going to get like that. Guaranteed. And it sucks to not be able to breathe. All right. Let me see if I can get some oxygen in so I can run my mouth some more. Okie dokie. Is everybody being good? I hope so. Vaping is bad too, love. It really is. But a lot of people have quit that way. I've got one in my house right now that's quit cigarettes and vaping, and another one that's in the process that's trying to quit by using a vape. I cannot inhale a vape. As soon as I do, it chokes me up. I end up like in a spasm cough fit. No matter how tiny of a hit I try to take, I can't. So, and if we want to talk about weed, I live where it's not legal. By the time they legalize it, I won't be able to smoke it anymore. And so I'm looking forward to the day when it's legal and I can do edibles. So just to say, just put that out there because I used to love it. Anyway, while we're on the subject of drugs, we're going to talk about pain management. She's talked about, her cancer doctor test her for drugs. There's a lot of people that follow Jody Sue, that follow me, that have had cancer or actively have cancer. And I'd like for anyone that's in my chat that's had it personally, not somebody you knew, personally, that's had it or has it, that's ever had to sign a document at your cancer doctor's office stating that you don't take any drugs. That would mean street and prescribed. And if you have not had to sign a document such, put a 1 in the chat. I don't even need to go the other direction, guys, because I've never had to sign any such document. 9 times out of 10, if you've got cancer, you're on pain medication. It's either going to be prescribed by your doctor, your family doctor, your cancer doctor, or pain management. The only place that would make you sign a contract, and that's what it's called, are the doctors that's prescribing pain drugs. That's it. You go to your doctor, if it's a family doctor, in order to cover their ass with the DEA, you have to sign a document. They can send you a prescription here and there every once in a while. You go in, oh, I pulled my back, and they give you a couple of days worth. But if they're going to be pumping that medication to you every month, you're going on a pain management contract. That's going to go to your pharmacy. Pharmacies are connected with one another. It can be seen by every doctor. When you go in your doctor's office, there's a reason. The computer screens are facing away from you, usually, so that they can pull up your pharmacy and see when and what you're on. So when you sit and lie to your doctor and say, oh, I'm taking this particular drug, but you're really not because you didn't get it refilled for the last 3 months, they know. They know. So she or anyone could take drugs, any kind of drug, and depending on the life of that drug in the system, you can do certain drugs. Say you went to a doctor today and you had to do a urine test, right? Depends on the place that you go. If you go to a doctor, pain management, some will test for warmth of your urine. Some will test for levels of particular drugs. So they know that you took a particular drug and they know how much level of that particular drug is in your system. Others are quite lax and they only do a little litmus test and it's like, yeah, no. They don't concern themselves with all of the, warmth and temperature and da-da-da-da-da. They just want to know if you're on it. Those that test for levels and people that do drugs and seek out places to get drugs when they don't need drugs, who cause people who need drugs to have a hard time to get drugs, they know the system. They know how to work it. They know when they can take pills, shoot up, smoke it, whatever, how long it lasts in their system before they're clean again enough to take a test and pass. There's some that go to doctors and they never take their pills all month because they're selling them and they only take a few pills right before they go in, a day or two before they go in, so they have enough in their system to test positive for that particular drug. And then they sell the rest. Okay? So there are ways of getting around it. There's ways of getting around particular drugs and the system. But when we were speaking about the pill rolling around, that was not accounted for and the charge that she got, like I said, if you guys, okay, like some of us will put, those little pill things that you can put pills in, like say you get up that morning. Birdie was talking about separating her pills earlier this morning here in the chat, right? If you put that little container in your purse and you drive off down the road, you get in an accident, or you get pulled, you're at a stop, whatever, and they find that little pack, guess what you're getting ready to get charged with? Because you have no proof. There's no label on a bottle. So to a cop, you're just toting dope down the road. You see what I mean? You're going to get a charge. So anyone, while I'm on that subject, save one of your older bottles, because there's a lot of elderly people that follow me according to my stats. Save one of your older bottles, You know, if you're smart, you lock your stuff up in a lockbox at home. Just saying, be smart about it. Um, but if you're going to go somewhere and you need to take a dose, later in the day or whatever, and you're worried about, because once you've been on this medicine for a while, buddy, you don't even need to look at your clock to tell when you need to take that next dose, because your body is going to tell you. It's going to wake you up, and you will look at the clock and it will be on the freaking dot. Okay? So put some of your pills in an old bottle, like a month before, because they don't care when the date was written. They don't care about any of that. They just want to make sure that pill matches what that label says. You can lock up the rest of yours, and if you don't have to lock them up, you got people in your household that you trust or whatever, leave the rest of it at home. But don't carry around loose pills in your purse, just so that you can protect yourself. Put it in an older bottle, a month before bottle, so that you're safe. And you don't have to go waste your time going downtown, signing yourself out or getting bailed out, and then going to court to prove that, yes, you did indeed have a prescription for said medication. Okay? But anyway, I wanted to talk about that, because we've seen Jody Sue on lives that she really looks really out there. And I'm not the only one that says that. It's not just my opinion. It's many people's opinion. We see her in that condition when her child is present. We've seen her in that condition when her child has spoken in the background. And that concerns me. And it concerns many people, that there might be a night that we see something really terrible happen, and there's nothing none of us can do about it. Nothing. Nothing. And I know that I don't watch her hoping for anything like that to happen. Not at all. When you're on pain medication, you build a tolerance to it. If you're looking for a buzz, you're going to have to keep taking more and more and more in order to get a buzz. People who have had previous addictions but no longer have that mindset of, like I said earlier, once an addict, always an addict, they're capable of taking their pain medicines afterwards and taking it only on time, never running out early, never asking doctors for more or increased dosages. They're capable of doing that. But people with the mindset of once an addict, always an addict, will always seek the buzz. You're going to stop feeling a buzz at some point, but that medicine still works. But let me tell you a little secret about pain pills if you're seeking it for pain management. Pain pills cause pain. Why do you think your body tells you when your next dose is coming? You start having cramps, you start aching. And I don't mean like active withdrawal. I'm talking about just, oh man, I feel like crap. My back is hurting. God dang. And then you look at the clock. Yeah, because they increase pain. People don't realize that. Okay. If you're seeking a buzz, you're going to start taking more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And that's how people freaking die. Okay. Once you start progressing yourself to smoking it, shooting it up, you got a serious problem. And the higher your dosage, the more wicked your withdrawal is going to be. Just so y'all know that. Now, I don't know if that's what's going on with her. I don't know. She also has a thyroid issue and says that she plays around with that kind of medicine. I don't know. But I do know that she accused Andy of messing around with her and causing her to take pills that messed up her brain, made her, want to unalive herself, and so on. And she's on video talking about carrying around stuff in her purse, that could take herself out at any time. Her kid's in the car. So she's carrying around something in her purse that, could take, any other kid out if they got in her purse. If that's even true or just a bunch of BS for attention. I believe it's BS for attention. But if she was sitting there and she's taken multiple things for whatever reason, because she's not always like that. There's moments that you see her and she is full clarity, right on top of her game. Her eyes are open, her mouth is moving, her tongue is lips. And, if you have to deal with someone that has a speech impediment, as I do with my grandson, you pay attention to mouths. And that's what I'm saying. I know what I'm looking at, in my opinion. There has been times that it looked like she handed off cigarettes to her kid. There's been times that it looks like somebody has made up something for her to take part of, and it is already ready for her. She stops speaking, turns her head, leans over, finger goes to the nose. You hear tapping, you hear crushing. You see her sprinkle something in her cup. These are all different multiple times. Can you come right out and say that's what's happening? No, I cannot. But I worry. Will it stop her? My worrying for her? No. No. Do I think she knows how to play the system? Absolutely. Do I think that she hands out a bunch of BS to everyone? Absolutely. There's a reason why she won't talk to you about her medical issues, because she knows she'll be called out on it. It's the reason why she gets angry anytime. Now she's got her chat doing it for her so that she doesn't even have to respond to people. Her chat takes up for her that way. Now, let me talk about the time that she said that she was in the shed for 3 months? Because she had a radiation pill for cancer. She has said she's never had chemo. She has said she's only had radiation once. Suddenly, that changes. Well, she was a little bit out of sorts, so to speak, when she said she'd only had radiation once. Okay. Again, like I was talking about earlier, about how people can communicate where they're basically telling the truth but not telling the truth, kind of thing, so that if they get caught, they can go, well, I meant this. I'm sorry about the way you understood what I was saying. Okay. She's told us that she stayed in a box away from her children, her dogs, and only person that was allowed around her was Andy. Okay. While she was recuperating from radiation pill. Talks about having a lot of scans, and the radiation from that. But when she says it, she makes it sound like it's humongous radiation. It's not. It's not. Now, if they're using radiation to get rid of something like skin cancer or something of that degree, you can develop cancers from that in the future. Okay? So you have to understand how radiation works. You don't need to be away from your family members for months because you had a radiation pill. But what did she tell you occurred right before Summer went missing? That she had radiation and radiation scans. I don't believe she had radiation second time. I believe it was radiation scans. In other words, she went and had a scan done, possibly even just a regular x-ray. That's my personal opinion. You want to know why that's my personal opinion? Why did she have her kid in the car? Why didn't she ever separate herself from her kid who she's so worried about her reproductive organs that she didn't remove herself from that child. Well, she's telling you that she was recuperating from radiation and was so sick on the 15th of June, 2021. I call bullshit. Now, she can go sit in a waiting room and take a picture of a waiting room and never see a doctor. And I mean, y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but I know people who've done this kind of stuff. I had a family member who played this kind of game. Okay. She can go have blood work, come home and tell anything she wants to tell. And if she's been stringing her family along by saying that she's sicker than she is, then that's the most horrible thing anyone could ever do. Because once you tell somebody that you've got cancer, your family finds it hard to even disagree with you at that point because they're terrified. They're terrified that you're going to die and they got to live with the shit they've said to you and done to you. So they won't do it. They won't say anything unless they're very stressed out. And that's manipulation. That's control. That's abuse, in my opinion. She has shown paperwork that shows that, she went to this clinic. It doesn't say what happened in that clinic. She says it's nobody's business. She appears to be on a liquid diet. She's lost lots of weight, but look at the amount of liquid she drinks per 20 minutes. It's a wonder she hasn't overdosed her body purely on liquid, which can happen. Your cells can only take in so much fluid in a certain amount of time. It can cause heart problems. There is a thing that I screenshot that talks about how opiates causes levels of thyroid to go wonky. And the higher the dosage, the more wonky the levels. So, a lot of people have perfectly good organs removed all the time. I had a gallbladder removed that didn't have stones, but it relieved my pain. But there's proof out there that it can cause you to be sicker simply from being on opiates. And the amount, and we're talking excessive levels of them for a long period of time. And I'll get that up soon, show y'all. You can Google it. It's out there, as well as several studies talking about the thyroid and opiates. She was talking about Andy messing with her with the beta blockers, because first it was just pills, and then she told a story about her and her friend, her bestie, right, made empty capsules so that she would be taking these empty capsules and he would leave her alone about it because he kept asking her, was she taking her pills? Well, if she's acting crazy and everything, wouldn't you be asking your family member, hey, did you take your medicine every single day? I would be. Okay. So she goes on talking about how she had these empty capsules. Then later on, it was heart medicine. Then later on, it was beta blockers. Beta blockers can cause depression. Okay. There is one or two things out there that talks about, and I know lip lock, you're going to go with it. Please don't. I already know it all. Hallucinations and all of that. Okay. We're talking excessive amount of beta blockers to get to that point. The average person is started on very low dosages of beta blockers and worked up. And 9 times out of 10, you got to be awfully freaking sick to be dosed out on beta blockers. The most common complaint is depression. Do I think she is? Yes. Do I think she is whether she's taking it or not taking it? Yes. Do I think she needs medication for a lot of things? Yes. Will she take it? Doubt it. But when we're talking about beta blockers, even the studies that speak about depression war with one another. They're not in agreement. And certain beta blockers have more potential than others. Is she an alarmist, an extremist, a crisis seeker? In my opinion, now she was talking about changing clothes on several lives, right? We discussed it earlier about, she said in the very first ones that, when she sent those texts to Andy that she was going to take her time because she was pissed off at Andy because she figured he was doing something nefarious at the time, and that's why he was late. And why she didn't respond to him when he asked her what's going on throughout the day, right? That she was punishing him, so to speak. Well, she was talking about changing clothes and she was talking about changing the shirt, right? Right before she's supposed to leave her cabin and go down to search for Summer. She's made several mentions of, dressing, right? She spoke about having a shit ton of perfume on within the last 2 days. That on June 15th, she wore a shit ton of perfume and that she got in the creek because of that shit ton of perfume. Well, unless that shit ton of perfume was underneath your feet, sprayed on the bottom of your shoes, and you stepped in every single step that Summer would have taken, it would have had no effect whatsoever on a search dog. No matter how badly you want to make that search dog to be not well trained, it wouldn't have any effect. You would literally have to step in every single step that child took everywhere in order to have any effect. And if you had stepped in the creek, you would have reduced some of that effect. Now, when she was talking about, oh God, that she was walking down the hill and she hears them, she never says who, them calling out for Summer, right? And that it wasn't a panic scream or anything like that, but it increased in intensity. And because it increased in intensity, she automatically knew something was wrong, put it together with the scream and went searching, planning for search dogs and all kinds of that, right? But they only called for Summer a couple times, she said. And usually she goes on and says, usually when a parent calls out for the kid and they get to about the third time, the kid responds, comes out from wherever they were hiding or whatever they were doing, right? And she makes it sound like, Summer didn't come out, right? And then she tells you in a live the other night that Summer, because she said Summer never ran away before. She said that multiple times, right? She did beat the hell out of Jose for it. 72 hours worth, exactly. She beat that man up and even beat him up after he passed away. And she calls everybody else tragedy pimps. She said that Summer never ran away, wandered away, and that everybody was a liar. Didn't know what they were talking about. Then she suddenly says, just recently, that Summer did it one time and that turned out she was hiding behind something. And that, they called out for her about, 10 times or so, and then she came out from hiding behind something. This is all said in the same sentence where she's talking about how many times she heard Summer's name on June 15th and figured she needed to search for Summer versus the 10 times that her name was called out and she came out from behind something the time before, allegedly, according to Jody Sue. Make that make sense. Because I have never agreed with Jody Sue's statement concerning that Summer was never searched for before Jody Sue made it to the bottom of that driveway. In the video with Rap, it almost, when he asked who notified you that Summer was missing, he had to ask her twice. When he asked her the second time, she sounds to me like she almost slipped up and said, she's talking about being in the cabin, and she almost slipped up and it sounded like she says, and I heard them, her and Colin, sounded like she was going to say that, caught herself and was like, oh, it was fucked up right there. It's really hard to continue to carry on things that are untruthful for months. It's very hard. It's not an easy thing to do. I mean, you got to really stay on top of your game to talk as much as she talks and do that sort of thing. And the more you talk, the more apt you're going to get caught. And why people keep talking over the top of these people they are interviewing is beyond me. Ask a damn question and then shut up. Don't explain the question. Don't ask the question and then give them 5 or 10 examples of why you asked the question. Just ask the question and hush. Let them talk. Because you're not going to learn anything if you're the one talking. Okay? We're all famous for wanting to hear ourselves talk, but you're not going to learn anything by doing that. And there's so many times that things are being said at the same time someone else is saying something and you can't make it out. And there's a lot of good interviewers out there, but there's always room for improvement. So make sure going forward, if you're interviewing someone on your panel, you give them time to talk. Make sure they have completed the answer to your specifications before moving on to the next question. Don't circle around. Don't let them change subjects. Bring them back to it until whether they get pissed. All they're going to do is get off your panel. If they get off their panel, then they look a certain way, don't they? Odds are they would want to stay on. Now, I have to commend Andy for taking the questions he's taken. Jody Sue would never do that. She has never been able to. She can't answer anybody's questions that even slightly go in the direction that she doesn't want to be in. She can't. She's too impulsive. She gets too angry. That's why she only talks to people that she knows she can control the situation until she can't, and then she hops off. Okay? Prime example, what the shit she did last night at camp. She's always talking about Candace leaving the hill twice. Okay? So what? So TBI said that Candace left the hill twice. Jody Sue has made a whole freaking timeline over the fact that she found out, she added stuff to her timeline once she found out that it was said that Candace left twice. Suddenly, this car magically pops around 5:30, went up the driveway, didn't come back down, didn't go all the way. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, so let's just say that TBI said, well, we know, Candace, you left twice. Yeah, you left that morning, came home, left again, went looking for Summer. Where'd you go looking for Summer at? You need to do something with that timeline, Candace. Where'd you go looking? What did you do? Jody Sue saw that, heard that, and she went, man, I'm going to talk about this now, and I've got me some more stuff to keep these people hanging on to my every word. Bullshit. There's nothing that says Candace left twice that day after the morning, because if it was 3 times, it would be 3 freaking times that Candace left that day, right? In the morning, and 2 times later. It's 3, not 2. But we know that Jody Sue can't tell math, because when she tells her child's age, it's what? 13, 14, possibly 13, 13, possibly 14, going on 14. You know, she's going to be in college in 4 or 5 years. She can't tell time. She can't do math. She purposely throws people off, even concerning her children's ages. Why? What difference does it make? Other than the fact that she tried to make her son sound younger than he was, that's a whole different story. She got Cam on her channel last night, right? She's been after him forever. She was really pissed off about this local thing, right? She has an issue about any local, anyone that's anywhere near that area that considers themselves a local. We can sit here and name them all, but I'm not going to do it. She has issue with every single one of them, like, some kind of freaking betrayal. They're right by her house all the time. I have spoken to many locals who will say that they're so pissed off at Jody Sue and what she's done, they can't even drive down the road to go visit family and friends without her acting the fool in the yard, staring at people. That people come to visit them and they're like, who is that woman? What is her problem? There's been videos of her in a gas station where she talks perfectly fine, like those pre-June 15th videos. Nothing like what we're hearing now when she goes live. Like the lady that sat in the car talking about real estate people. Where she was talking to the gas station people and filmed. She thinks people are following her. She has brought her own attention to herself. And according to the way everybody speaks, she walks in places expecting it. The way she carries herself. And according to what I seen in a video, damn sure looked like it to me too. But she got Cam all bent for a long time because she was making accusations against him. And Cam, and everyone knows it, is very sensitive to what people think about him and his wife. And she looks for anything that's a weakness. She says everybody does it to her, that if they know she's not feeling well, everybody rushes in and attacks her and la, 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 and it's all BS. Nobody changes from day to day with how they treat Jody Sue at this point. But she does. She looks for people. She has said that Ernie was schizophrenic. Talk shit about Ernie walking down the street and how mental he was, but then she goes and gets on a live with the man, talking about things that if he has mental issues, she has no business talking to him and agitating him. But it's a weakness. And it's wrong. She sat and beat up Cam for all this time. She accused him one time of being the one to take pictures of her while she was standing out there to do the interview, that he and his wife. That the first time she ever saw them was when she was standing out there doing that interview and they were snapping pictures of her. What she did last night was pulled every bit of information she could get out of Cam. She did it. She didn't answer a fucking thing. Not one question. She never said what she was trying to get them to talk about 4 o'clock in the freaking morning. Nothing. That was so pertinent that she would have to reach out to them at 4 and 7 o'clock in the morning to discuss so that they could put their heads together and find Summer. As soon as she got him, she was berating the hell out of him. That's an abuser, in my opinion. That is somebody that hates men. That, in my opinion. That is also, in my opinion, somebody who's quite used to speaking to men in that manner. Now, I could go there with men quickly. I could shut them down just as fast as I can shut a woman down. But I don't. Because there's a difference. I don't hate men. And I don't hate women. And I don't have an agenda. And I'm not a suspect in a missing child's case. There is a difference. She has spent years treating someone that way. Who those someones are, I don't know. But you don't just learn to speak that way. You don't just learn to behave that way. That is a long time. And she says she learned it from living around monsters all of her life. Well, damn, Jody Sue. You've learned very well. Because it's very plain to me that you're a monster. And what you did to Cam last night was abuse. He very well should have shut down and stopped talking to you because you're going to turn it around and play that card just like Dawn said that you do. That you play that shit and that you've played it, that you've accused people of peeping in on your house, that you play that woman card and that you're crazy. He's not the only one in that area that has accused you of such. Before Summer disappeared, You were talking about people thinking you were crazy, according to you. Afterwards, you're sitting in a car talking about your ex-family, which is the Bernards. They were your family, honey. You spent 26 years with them. No matter what you want to call it, when you say it's Andy's family, it was your family too. He should have just shut down because you would have twisted it no matter what direction that went. You would have said he was abusive, he was talking to you down like you did Dobbs, you know, using his man card, talking to your boobs because you got boobs on your chest. That's what you said about Dobbs. The Dobbs treated you like shit because you got boobs on your chest. You're fixated with your boobs. You accuse everybody of being boob fixated about your boobs. Nobody cares about your damn boobs, chick. You let them all hang out for all we give a damn. Every time Allie spoke last night, you enticed Cam back because you didn't want to talk to Allie. Why? Because you're chicken shit, in my opinion. You chicken shit, girl. Because what happened when Allie got on? What was the first question she asked you? Not playing along with your bullshit shit. She asked you, what was your fucking question? She didn't use the word fuck, though. I'm asking it. What was your fucking question that you needed so badly? You had to contact these people in the middle of the night because you're a fucking vampire that expects everybody to jump out their ass every time you snap your damn fingers. You can't answer a fucking question anybody ever asks of you. You want to know everything, everything anyone else knows. Because why, Jody Sue? Why do you need to know everything that everybody else knows? From PIs, what the PIs said to other people, what Don and Candace said to other people, what Andy says to other people. You sit on your Facebook and on every social media platform searching your name day after day, hour after hour. You got your child doing it so that you can make sure that nobody says anything about you so that you can jump on it, put that cart before the horse in your impulsive manner and try to dominate the fucking situation. And you've done it since day one. And I want to know why. I'm not going to be kind about it no more. I want to know fucking why. Just like Candace said. What the fuck is wrong with you, Jody Sue? Now, I need to go have another damn cigarette. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Miss Christine. We have talked about the tree cutters. We've talked about the tree cutters many, many, many times. Um, that is an access to the shed that goes to Beach Creek, where Don said that he drove to right away when he came home that day. But we haven't had the tree cutters online for 16 months changing their stories. We haven't had the tree cutters out talking all the talk like we have had Jody Sue. That's the thing. Had Jody Sue never spoken up about anything concerning Summer's case, none of this would be happening today. This live wouldn't even exist today. I probably would have never even gotten involved in Summer's case. Because, like I said, I search for people that exploit their children. And I first was searching Don and Candace. That's what I do. I'm not bullying Jody Sue. When I call Jody Sue out, I'm calling her out on the things that she has said and done and the manner that she behaves, just like she does other people. There is no reason why she gets a free ticket to give people nicknames and call them drug addicts and say that they're criminals with long, lengthy records and doxing people right and left and doing all of the things that she has done. But nobody's supposed to touch her. She's not been cleared for a reason. For a reason. Months back, Ernie had Candace on his live and he asked her, who is she suspicious of? She didn't want to say. He asked her again. She said first, and in this order, Jody Sue, Andy, and that guy Dobbs. Okay, well, where did she get the information about Dobbs? She got it from Jody Sue. It was Jody Sue that was going over to the Wells and antagonizing them with the Dobbs talk, the property talk, the people coming in and out. Fred Hill said that Jody Sue talking about a perfect storm on June 15th. On June 15th, the night that Summer went missing, she had already came up with her perfect storm story. It wasn't the first time that Candace talked shit about Jody Sue. She called it out on Nerdy Addict's interview that he had with her. But Candace is afraid. And Candace is easily manipulated. Now, I'm not saying Candace is innocent by any means. I have several working theories. Candace is in one of them. I've done it. It's on a commentary on my channel. I don't particularly want to discuss it again because it bothers me too much to even make my mind go there. But my mind goes there. My mind goes there that these two women work together for many reasons. I can go in several directions if I want to put the two of them together. Maybe they could have done it for, protecting children. Maybe one of the kids did something. Maybe it was an accident and they're covering for their kids, their mothers. Maybe all four, Andy, Don, Jody Sue, Candace. No. Maybe something happened in the presence of all four. I don't know. None of us do. But I'm not going to sit there and blame tree people because I don't have any proof that those tree people did anything. It's very possible, but it's not easy to, if somebody's going to kidnap a child, excuse me, and they're working, it would be a little bit more difficult to know exactly where that child's going to be at a certain time, unattended. The odds of all of those things happening that makes that work is very small. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's more apt that somebody is involved that knows the child, that the child would communicate with. Jody Sue has said numerous times that Summer was shy. That even she was shy around Jody Sue. That she would peek around back of Dawn and, you know, all of that. And she knew Jody Sue, allegedly, all those years. So it makes it really hard for me to believe, if you were to believe what Jody Sue says about Summer. And even when she speaks of Summer before, it was always with distaste, disdain, anger, even when she would say Summer's name. Often it proceeded with motherfucking or goddamn before she'd say Summer's name, or in between the two names. Now all of a sudden Dawn's getting out and it's, all glorified again. She speaks of Summer as if, she's this magical creature that's like Winnie the Pooh, that chases butterflies around the woods. And I always found that creepy as fuck. That she always referenced Summer's disappearance in that manner. That she didn't just walk off like Winnie the Pooh fucking chasing butterflies. No. She could have been carried with the pretense of looking for butterflies. She could have been walked with the pretense of looking for butterflies. However, but he did ask Candace that question, and the first name that came out of her mouth was Jody Sue. And you have to ask yourself why. This was a person that Jody Sue tells you that she reached out to Jody Sue all the time, would be one of the first people that Candace would reach out to at any event of anything that ever happened on 110, from snakes to boo-boos to nipples to whatever. Was always reaching out to the know-it-all across the road. But Jody Sue told you in the beginning that they were great people. And that she was pissed off at the comments that was being left on pages and stuff, concerning the wells. And then suddenly, around the Amber Moon video, she turns. She mentions money more than she mentions anything. Always about money. How much money the Wells was making. Did Dawn have, some YouTuber, she insinuates some YouTuber was brought in by Dawn to start this whole event, insinuates that a YouTuber kidnapped Summer so that they could do a reward and marathon and all of this so Dawn can make money. The marathon that she herself was involved in. Didn't donate to, of course. How often have you ever seen Jody Sue give anyone money? Anywhere. For anything. What other missing kids has Jody Sue donated to? She wants to insert herself into every missing child's case, every missing person's case. She talks about other YouTubers, causing problems in cases, but what has she done? She's already given out information on other missing children's cases. She said that she was going to come to YouTube to strike channels because of their usage of what she had on Facebook. Found out real quick. That don't work like that. Copyright protection doesn't work like that. She broke down her videos, just a couple of them, walked around YouTube talking like she only had 16 freaking videos when she had a shit ton over on Facebook that she kept removing. I called it deleting. But she insisted she just privated them and would bring them out and back and close them off, bring them back. It was just to piss off people. And that was before she came to YouTube. And she wasn't even claiming that YouTubers were doing it. She was claiming and bitching about the people over on Facebook at that time. So then she went on Facebook and said that she was going to make a YouTube channel so that she could strike those channels that was using it. And the only one that was doing it at the time, right, in the manner that she's speaking of, was Squall. And Squall wasn't even talking during that time frame. Squall had stopped. She left her videos up there, but she wasn't talking. She wasn't communicating. She wasn't going on other people's channels. She wasn't panel hopping like Jody Sue Brown was doing while she was accusing everybody. She accused Green Eyes of putting out, and Green Eyes did, a picture of her family, and she still didn't shut her Facebook page down. She still didn't make it so that her pictures couldn't be taken. She still didn't make it so that her videos wouldn't be taken. The only thing that she did do was make it that people couldn't comment, except for the selected few that she allowed on her Facebook videos. I know, because I was watching every damn one of them. I sure was. All along. Yep. So while she's sitting there putting it out that there was a YouTuber and she's talking about Squall, she should have been looking at me. Because the very first thing I did when Dawn and Candace and the whole Facebook groups came out, Find Summer Wells, la la la, and Amber Alerts and all that, was I looked up neighbors on the Tennessee Viewer map because I know how to do those things. And I started watching her. But like I said, I believed every stinking word she said. She had me snowblind for 2 months. 2 whole damn months. I sat and raged to my family about how badly this woman was being treated till I caught her and caught her and caught her and caught her. And then I was like, oh my God. And then my family is like, hey, I thought you were thinking. And I was like, well, listen to this. Tell me what you think. And I still got beat up on Facebook. I got beat up on YouTube for having a differing opinion about Jody Sue Brown than everybody else. But it wasn't that Squall, Jody Sue, was peeping on you prior to Summer's disappearance because she had plans to cause something and she was pissed off because of the marathon and all of that. I think you were pissed off that you weren't the one to come up with the marathon. That's what I think, Jody Sue. You're using Squall and trying to twist words that she said. You brought Squall's attention to yourself by asking to do an interview on her channel. Of course, the woman's going to go to your wall and look at everything. And of course, she would go past June 15th and look at the rest of your shit. And she did. So did everybody else, honey. That's what she meant when she said that she looked at stuff before Summer disappeared. You twisted the words, girl. And you've been running with it ever since. Just like you twist everyone's words all the time. You did it all night long last night to Cam. You're not dumb. You know what in the hell you're doing. And you know how to manipulate. And you know how to act that way. Because that's what you've been doing in that box of yours for years. Isn't it, Jody Sue? Huh? You said that you weren't involved in YouTube, but then you knew all about AB, Watchmen, and the other YouTube channels. You knew so much about YouTube that you knew and claimed to know how they manipulate people, how they work their chat, how they make their money and everything. And you hadn't even been in YouTube land but a freaking month when you started that talk. So how the fuck did you know all that shit if it's true? And you weren't hovering in YouTube true crime, looking up serial killers. You were communicating on Facebook. Some other creator proved it a long time ago about favorite serial killers. Remember? I'm sure Pepperidge Farm remembers Jody Sue Brown. You sat in that cabin, boxed, on your phone, on your tablet, learning. Didn't you, Jody Sue Brown? Didn't you? How much did you learn? Isn't it ironic that you're sitting there talking about children coming on your land when tow over and all that crap? I never went with the smothering baby bullshit. I knew exactly what you meant when you said that. I thought it was ridiculous when everybody else went there. No, I didn't think you were getting babies and inserting their freaking DNA and stem cells and all that for your cancer treatment either. But the rest of the crap that you said spoke loud, spoke real loud. And then to have a child go missing across the street, how ironic. Like you said, what are the odds of something like that happening? That you would speak that way and you live just across the street and a little child goes missing. What are the odds, too, Jody Sue, that it would happen to a family that already had a missing individual in their family? Wouldn't that be ironic, too? Easy target. You know, let's not even mention the Brits down the street, but I don't think you knew about that, did you, Jody Sue? And their missing family member. I don't think you knew about that. So we're going to play Jody Sue's tape from last night. And I'm going to talk about it. And I'm going to start that right now. I can remember how to do it. I think it's share screen. Not sure. See, she watched me that night when I was learning. That's how she learned how to do her little, oh, by the way, avatar that she talks shit about all the time, everybody using, but she uses, right? Now she's got an avatar. 90% of her chat has an avatar, fake names. It's okay for them to have it. They just want to dox everybody else. Let me know if you guys can see this, okay, guys? Let me scroll down here. And let me know if you can hear it. You can see it, Andy? Can y'all see the screen? Okay, thank you.
Yes, Cam.
Now, right here, I don't know if anybody watched Cam's other live, but, you know, he had a family member pass. He's had a lot of trauma in his life recently. She also knows that he has a history with drugs in the past, and she plays it like she wants him to crash and burn. And I think that's sick, in my opinion. It's like she's manipulating him, hoping to make him crash. Who does that? It's very obvious that Cam is very sensitive to what people think about him. He wouldn't explain himself so much. When you're coming around out of a lifestyle like that and you clean and sober, you tend to do that a lot, where you over explain, you want everybody to see you differently now because you are differently now. She knows that. She's using it as a fucking weapon, and it burns me up. Now, I want you to watch how she manipulates him. I want you to listen to her tone of voice. The tone of voice. It's all manipulative. Listen to her. Listen to how she speaks. The calm, cool, collected, you know, like she's talking to someone that, you know, she's got to talk down from a fucking roof from jumping. Now, just listen. She was the one who reached out to him at 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. Okay? Because she had information that had nothing to do with YouTube, and she wanted to talk to him to help Summer. But let's see how she helps Summer, okay?
The other night, the second time I called, because I've only called you twice. I called you.
Already she started. Second time I called, I only called you twice. Okay? She's already started. She's already picking a freaking fight and disputing how many times she called. And let's watch.
Once on purpose around 7 o'clock in the morning the other day, and you made it out like it was 1,000 times, like I was ringing your phone off the.
There she goes. And you made it out. Now, this is a woman who's reached out to somebody because she allegedly, but according to her words, wants to work with someone to help Summer. But immediately she's already putting in trigger words. She hasn't even gotten several sentences out of her mouth. And she's triggering. This is not what abused women do. Okay? This is not what terrorized people do. This is not what people do when they've reached out to someone to ask for help.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what you're saying is.
See, now any other time she would have put that on speakerphone. She had to find out first where he was going or what he was going to say before she felt that she could do that. You see what I mean? But now look at the time that this is all occurring, because you can't communicate with Jody Sue during daylight hours. Everybody has said it. Even when they tried to rescue her from her camper when she said she was still being terrorized by everyone, including Andy, locals, everyone, way back in the day. And poor 2-3 Chase and Fizzle and everybody went and tried to help her. And I don't mean Fizzle in person. I'm saying everybody was trying to help. She still played that shit. Right?
So you're saying when you told everybody, so you're saying when you told the world that I'd bring the phone off the hook, that you were wrong. Is that what you're saying, Kim?
All that mattered to her at this fucking moment was getting out to the world that she didn't ring his fucking phone off the hook. How immature. How ridiculous. He should have hung the phone up at that moment. This is why she doesn't deal with women. Because we ain't going to play that crap. If she had continued, if she would sit and say that she had been terrorized by him because he's a man and he's beating her up and da 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 da, you know what I mean, terrorizing her. He probably should have put his wife on the phone, let his wife handle it so that she couldn't manipulate and use him in any sort of fashion either way. Either, you know, she's trying to make him look like he's chicken, can't talk to her, or he's terrorizing her. So either way, he would have went about it. That's what she would have played, that woman card that Dawn was talking about. She's going to do it all the way through here. All the way through here.
So you're saying when you told the whole world the other day that I had rang the phone off the hook repeatedly, that you were somehow mistaken.
I posted a video and showed when you called on Monday and then when you called on Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay.
So I showed.
Now watch your mouth, right? She's holding, listen to her sound, how she's, you know, she doesn't sound like she normally sounds. She doesn't at all. She's doing the same shit she did when she talked to Green Eyes. You know what I mean? When she put him on speakerphone. Same behavior. I'm smarter than you. You know, I'm waiting. I'm going to pounce at the right time, but I'm waiting. And I'm going to get everything I want from you first.
The proof of it. And I said to you just now, and I don't know if you would like me to, I'd make a video right now and say, sorry, when I said the phone rang off the hook, it actually rang forever like Messenger does. I have no problem with that. I was asleep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you did say that I called and I called and I called. Yeah.
That's the first thing. Now, if she was calling to speak about Summer, wouldn't that have been the first thing that you would bring up? Not, oh, you know, I can't handle the fact that you said that I called and called and called. Right? Right? Let's listen.
But you know as well as I do, when you put out misinformation, it spreads way further than
That's not
truth.
misinformation. That's called fucking BS.
Yeah, Jody Sue, we know all about misinformation. You've taught us quite well.
And here's the phone ring forever. That's bullshit. Now I called you to try to ask what you were trying to get in touch with us about. I'm trying to be an adult about it, not fight over this shit.
No, right there. He just asked her. He told her what his purpose for calling was. He's trying to find out why she was reaching out to him. I'll watch what she does.
I was being an adult when I called you at 7 in the morning off of YouTube the first time so you could help me, maybe help Summer. And you decided to do a live with it, buddy.
I'm not interested about anything else as much. Y'all like to believe me and Alec just want to help find that child.
Okay, well,
He said, I don't know if y'all are having trouble understanding Cam, but he said, me and Ellie just want to help you find the child. That's it. Okay. So right there is Olive Branch. Can y'all hear, can you hear Cam well, guys? No, she hasn't, Mama, too. She's not done one single thing to help find Summer. She has disputed, trashed, ridiculed every single person who has ever tried to help find Summer or who's ever had an opinion about Summer or anything concerning Summer. Thank you, BB Diamond.
Lying about my son not being the one on the property and then going to another panel and then
She goes right into her son because that's really what she fucking wanted to talk to Cam about. She got bored. She's been going on panels lately, and getting all this attention, got some new people from other channels to come over to hers so she can get her subscriber numbers up because she's losing out on money. She thinks nobody knows the game. She taught us the game. The woman who said she didn't know anything about YouTube told everybody the game. She taught me. And I'm not even the one making the money. She taught me. So she went over, hopped on a couple panels, got a whole bunch of new subscribers to come over there and kiss her butt, right? And got bored. She's like, well, I how many channels can I go on? Not everybody wants to have Jody Sue on their channel. Nobody. Except for these two people. It's been men and people that she can control the channel, the conversation. And when she couldn't, she popped off, just like she did on Ernie's. Right? She popped off. By the way, Ernie, you did a great job. I appreciate it. Now she'll be accusing me of working with you. We know that's not true. So anyway, if you call somebody and you're 30-something freaking years old and you're interested in putting your head together to find a child that's missing all these months later, and you're trying to not talk about shit that's going to cause problems, right? Like Cam just said, let's help find this little girl. She immediately, the next sentence, brings up her son, the kid that you don't want anybody talking about. Here he is out there again. This poor dude is off trying to start his own life, and she's still bringing it up over and over and over like a freaking dead horse, beating it and beating it and beating it. Because that's all she's got going in her life. Her life is so miserably dry that if it wasn't for YouTube, right, she'd have nothing going right now. And her poor kid would hear it all. The one left at home. The one that's been hearing it all along.
saying he was that helpful to Summer?
No, that's not what happened. I said the exact same thing on 15th. I did over there on Squall.
I was sitting on Cam. It's not.
And she's immediately got him on defensive. I sent him an email and told him, don't get on there. I knew what in the hell she's going to do. I know women like her. I can be a woman like her. Just saying. Can't bullshit a bullshitter. Jody Sue Brown. You can try. But I got some years on you, honey. Keep trying.
Early on by numerous people that your son was sighted. I did not say that it was 100% him.
Now, he's defending himself. He's also giving her information in the process. She doesn't give a shit that he's talking about her son. She doesn't care what was said about her son. She just needs this conversation to happen in public.
I said, we don't know for a fact. This was before I even talked to the witnesses. But when you flipped out that evening over that shit, then it made me want to go get the witnesses and say, so what really happened? Because it was concerning, JC.
It's not concerning, Cam. It's drama. It's trauma. It was.
So why the hell did you bring it up, Jody Sue Brown? If it's trauma and it's drama, why in the hell did you bring it up? It has nothing to do at this moment in trying to find Summer, did it? Did it have anything to do? Is that why you reached out to him at 4 and 7 o'clock in the morning? So that you could talk about your son? You could have fucking done that on your own live without even reaching out to anybody. So we know that's bullshit. But let's continue, Jody Sue Brown.
Wasn't concerning. And we all know, and you had proof by your own Facebook admission months prior that it was not my son. But even if it fucking had been, Cam, we live there, bro.
What do you mean?
I mean,
we live there, bro. You're a pitiful girl.
You know we lived there, right?
I know you lived there until September 6th.
Okay, Cam. So if we lived there.
Okay, Cam. Try again, Jody Sue.
How fucking weird would it be for anybody to be crossing anybody's fucking properties?
If we lived there. Notice how she changed it. Now, people that don't know wouldn't know, right? So that sentence would sound correct. But it's not.
It wouldn't be weird. We live there, Cam.
I understand that, but did you
No,
hear what the people said? I was.
Yeah, you weren't there. That's the thing.
Now watch her talk over everything he says. She makes it so difficult for him to speak. But watch how she manipulates him in a few minutes about speaking. Which she does.
And I'm well aware of which incidents were mixed up. And the night that you decided to push into the other one is when the fucking absolute tweakers helped put my ass in the back of a fucking ambulance.
Now, she did come out a long time ago and talk about tweakers and her going in an ambulance, tweakers trying to steal her phone, and all this other nonsense, okay? She never said it had anything to do with her son. She never said, she left all that out. Clearly, she knew all about it because clearly these people came down. If she had these tweakers coming down the end of the hill saying that her son was chased off of a hill and her son just magically shows up like Winnie the Pooh walking out of the woods chasing butterflies. Then it happened, didn't it, Jody Sue? Well, why else would you have got so upset that you needed an ambulance? Riddle me that. Why is it that every time anyone has caught you or something or someone else in your family in something, you have lost your mind and you become obsessed about these people and you can't leave it alone? The only person you've left alone was Crystal Crime Time. Everyone else, and look what she did to you. Everyone else, you have managed to ride nonstop for months. Okay? Squall, Chicken on a Stick, Cam, Allie, Allison, Hunter, Candace, Dawn. The list is so freaking long. Tiffany Marie, Benny Keys, Cher, Ziggy, Doug. You kiss up Josh because he had some nice words to say to you. You kissed up to Ryan because he had some nice words to say about you. Then he said some things about you, and then you trashed him, and now you're kind of circling around again. I don't really know what's going on with that. Don't really care. Chris McDonough, yeah, there's a whole lot going on with that in there, Jody Sue Brown. A whole lot you don't want to talk about. A whole lot Chris doesn't want to talk about too. But, you know, I was around for the Twitter days, Chris, so, you know, that's just all I'm going to say about that. I could do a whole live on that, but not that, but Chris. But I won't. But Jody Sue Brown, You tell me why you can't leave people alone, that you cannot get angry at somebody and move the fuck on, that you treat them exactly how you treated Andy and Andy's birth parent monsters, according to you. How you become obsessed with these people. And you go on day after day, long hour lives, saying the same shit, same tired old shit. Just like you did Andy. All you've done is add more names, and you continue every month. More names, more names, more nicknames you give people, more abuse you hand out to people, more accusations and lies and misinformation. Let's continue.
On being here.
This is not the same day, and that's what I was trying to tell you.
Either way, we all know the picture of the same day.
They said they saw it.
Yeah, okay. Well, we all know the picture that was put out in your stories changed 19 times on which day and this and that.
This woman wanted to get on Cam's live. You know, if you really skip all the way around all this bullshit, she wanted to do a live with Cam, but couldn't go on Cam's channel. Let's just skip it. I'm not going to skip playing her live, but I'm just going to skip to the chase. She just did 2 lives with 2 men. She wanted to do a live with Cam, couldn't go on his channel because she can't step foot on other people's channels. So how could she get him to hers? This is the manipulative bitch that she is.
It has. It has. It has, dude. You've put out different days, and every time I gave an explanation for it, then you changed the date. Look, I'm not going to listen to the word salad. Either way, the second phone call, I was on live.
I'm not giving you word salad. You're not going to sit and tell me what.
Jody Sue, from before she came to YouTube, was well versed in the terminology of malignant narcissism. Also, little unknown secret to most narcissistic people use narcissistic terms such as gaslighting, projection, all of that against other people. And you want to know why? Because that is their mode of operation in which to make normal people lose their minds. It's manipulation, all the words that she says, all the words. All you got to do is do a quick Google search. It'll all pop up. You know, Michelle After Dark spoke about dark triad. You're looking at it. You're looking at it, people, in my opinion. Back when she was talking about Andy and his parents on Facebook, before she came to YouTube and did the first panel, before she went on Squall's panel, after he left her, after he left her, she started in all the terminology, accusing him of being the narcissist, accusing accusing his family of being that, and so on. And then she joined up with Facebook, YouTube, and as she's gone down the line, everyone else is all those terms now, okay? She plays it every single day. I called out in one of my commentaries that, mark down how many times she said certain words in certain order, and she had a freaking order. You tell me this ain't a script writer? She's a script writer, people. She would say the words exact order, and she tells you that she don't watch our channels. The very next day she stopped, and she has not said them in that way anymore. That's when I knew that Jody Sue was watching me like a hawk. Well, actually, I knew it before that, because anything I said, she twisted and turned it, didn't call me out by name, but used my words, twisted it so that she had something to say about others. Because she doesn't have a single freaking thought of her own. She has lived off of everyone else's everythings. Right, Jody Sue?
Oh, the fuck I'm not where it concerns my son, Cam, and where you're putting out false narratives. I don't care what the fuck you're trying to tell me. There's proof you're a fucking liar, Cam. Repeatedly.
Yeah, there's a proof you're a fucking liar, Cam. Help me. Help me figure out something that I can't even get out of my mouth to ask you for the help for. You know, I got to abuse you, whip you, beat you up, terrorize you, manipulate you, destroy you before I can ask for help about a little missing child.
Well, I'm trying to be, listen to me for a second. I'm trying to tell you, I said exact same date as what they were told to us by the people that said they saw it. August 1st.
How do y'all do this? How do y'all do this shit with a straight face?
How the hell do you do it? Practice, right, Jody Sue? You said you lived around monsters all your life. Yeah? Well, malignant narcissists don't have any problem doing exactly what you're talking about, Jody Sue.
Not doing anything with a straight face.
Jesus Christ.
I did not witness it, Jody Sue. So the people that did came on the live and talked about it.
Okay, we're just going to stick a pin in this because I know you know that you're...
She's going to stick a pin in it. You know, that's her favorite thing here lately. You know, she's going to start a conversation, stop it, stick a pin in it. Yeah. Isn't it funny? You know. Why do you want to stick a pin in it, Jody Sue? Yeah. Now listen to what she says in the next sentence, because she knows.
Fucking lying. You've been lying about my son. You changed dates.
I'm going to stick a pin in it, but before I stick that pin in it, let me trash you some more because you're a fucking liar, Cam. It's exactly what she just did. In other words, I can say what the hell I want to say, and I'm ending the conversation, right? I can sit there and talk shit to you, but you can't defend it. And while you talk, I'm going to talk over you the entire time so that I can't allow anyone else to hear what you say.
This ain't adulting, so we're just going to put a pin in it, okay? Anyway, the point is, the second phone call I made you the other night, it was on live. It was on live. And it was an accident.
It was an accident. I don't believe Jody Sue has ever had a real accident in that manner. My finger hit the button, and I showed that on live.
That's what I said to you when you first called. I was told that one of them was an accident.
And he was nice, and he said that. Me, I wouldn't have believed a single word from her. I don't believe a single word she says anyway. So let's just continue.
Yeah. Okay. And anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Even that makes it sound like that's a freaking lie. He just admitted to it. Yes, he was told that it was an accident. Okay. She cannot even spare a second without coming off sounding like a 12-year-old child. I don't know if she has spent her entire life in a box with children and no adult interaction, but I have to wonder.
Anyway, further on, I mean, it's like, how wild do you think it is, Cam, that you also stood there? I mean, like, you're blocked out of chat, whatever, and then you send me all them fucking Cash Apps and the PayPals and shit, like.
All them fucking Cash Apps. She makes it sound like it's all of them. But she's worried about how many, how long he how long he made it sound that she let a phone ring. She's over there making it sound like, she got hundreds of fucking dollars.
Talking crazy shit about me. Stuff
What
about live.
Crazy about you? I kept talking. Your chat just wouldn't answer.
No.
I got
Cam was blocked in her chat. Jody Sue doesn't even understand how her own channel works. How sad is that? This is the woman that says she puts people in her box. And when she's referring to her box, for those that don't know, she's referring to being blocking people on her channel. When she blocks someone, she puts them in there in a box. Well, my personal opinion is once her numbers stop dropping because she put so many in the box, right? She lets them out of the box. So her numbers jump up. And I know that to be a fact because how in the hell can you have all these people suddenly join overnight? And I've kept track. Okay. As soon as she started talking about, because she made it sound like it was one of her mods was letting people in and out of the box. Okay. Well, people were like, mods don't have that control. They can put you in the box, but they can't take you back out of the box. Right? She goes on saying it over and over and over. The only other way that can happen, as far as I'm aware, is if you have a user added to your channel, kind of like how Benny and Fizzle do, where they can work together and operate things off of, the channel together. Unless she has added Doohickey or someone else as an authorized user on her channel, most likely it's the manager that lives with her, in my opinion. Because I have sat and watched Jody Sue put up cash apps, her little cash app name, stuff like that. Please give me some money things, right? And her hands right there in front of the camera, not moving. Not a single wrench shown in chat. No mods, no nothing. And then all of a sudden there goes her, PayPal account. There goes her Cash App account. Hell, the other day she made everybody wait an hour and a half, typed in her chat and said, I'm on my way. And then immediately gave her Cash App, or it was her PayPal, I can't remember. And then made them wait another 45 minutes. In other words, I'm on my way. I'm sorry. I made you sit here and stare at a screen for nothing. But here's my Cash App. Send me some money until I finally get my ass there.
Well, before I even come over.
Cam?
Is that not true?
Cam, no, it's not, because you were in my chat. You acted crazy, and then I blocked you from talking in chat. And then you started sending.
I never got a chance to speak over there.
And
he didn't act crazy. He asked a question, and like everyone else, she blocked him. She does it to everyone. It's nothing new.
then, Cam, I mean, there's proof of this shit along the way, Cam. You realize that, right?
Well, please show the proof of it.
I have.
And this tickles me too, because she talks about receipts all the time. She's got this shit. She had a freaking bag of stuff that suddenly got stolen, of proof. She's got all these receipts. Do I believe that she does keep a lot of stuff in case she ever has a need for it, if you catch my drift? Yeah, I do. But do I think that she has every single thing? No, I don't, because it's a credible amount of money to do so.
You think as much as y'all investigate, you've watched my fucking shit like a real.
Piece of proof of anything.
You mean like the fucking Cash Apps and PayPals you're sending me, fucking asshole?
Yes, I did send you a PayPal.
And Cash Apps, and they all led back to your account. They were the ones listed with your emails on your actual fucking account, Cam.
Yeah, I'm not denying it.
Why does she got to keep saying it? He's already said it several times that he did it because he couldn't communicate with her in her chat because she had blocked him. Right? And then she, in turn, because I saw it go down, showed the Cash App on her live and made a big to-do about it. Right?
As I sent you a picture, you have a PayPal.
Well, don't you think that was just a little abusive?
It was a little abusive. I don't know, Jody Sue. Do we need to start treating you with kid gloves, honey? I really need to know. So maybe I need to be a little bit more careful with you. Because if you think, because I thought you were badass, that's how you presented yourself all this time, that you're this big beach creek queen, go bust fucking kneecaps everywhere. Called in the middle of the night, go bust someone's kneecaps. But now sending you a Cash App is abusive? I don't know, Jody Sue. Am I talking to Jody Sue or someone else right now? Gotta wonder. And again, Jody Sue, that's the woman card that Dawn talks about. It makes me sick when women do it. So carry on.
Okay, but with the messages that you sent, I mean, don't you think that was a little extra and a little abusive and unnecessary?
A little extra, a little abusive and unnecessary.
Have I ever sent y'all a Cash App or PayPal?
No, you sent one to Benny's daughter. Huh. Yeah. Nobody's supposed to touch your kids. But you don't have any problem fucking with everyone else's, do you, Jody Sue Brown?
Abuse.
Okay, what do you want me to tell the truth about, Cam? That's the fucking question.
Every time anybody asks,
why not? You asked him to call you, to get up with you. So, well, I don't know that you asked him. I got to be careful because, you know, you like to fuck with people with what they say. So, point is, you wanted to talk to him to work on something about Summer, right? Made it sound like it had something to do with those footprints, right? Maybe because you did come into my chat. First time you went into anyone's chat and talked shit. And it was when me and Cam were talking about the footprints in your messages from June 15th, 2021, between you and Andy, right, Jody Sue? Then you got to go do all this panel hopping, jumping on people's chat, going in Prayer Garden's chat, running your mouth. So it didn't look like there was something that Cam and I was talking about that triggered the fuck out of you, right, honey? But we know. We know.
you a question that's conflicting about anything you say. You say that you don't have to answer.
Yeah, I don't have to answer it. Y'all aren't cops, law enforcement, or FBI, bro.
Yeah. And nobody has to answer your ass either, honey. Nobody. So if you ain't got nothing to answer, nobody, get your ass off of YouTube and out of the true crime community.
Nobody's claiming to be, but I think that if something is contradiction to what you said, I just wish that you could give it time of day to listen to it and maybe discuss it and say that, you know, because we all are, you know, able to be wrong about things.
Oh, not Jody Sue Cam. Sorry. She will never admit to being wrong about anything, honey. And if she ever has, please, by all means, everybody, show me a receipt of it. Okay? Because look at her face right now. Just look at her. Look at her face right now. He said, because I can admit to being wrong about something. Watch her.
I mean, that's my whole thing, Cam. Everybody can be wrong.
Everybody can be wrong, but her.
Wrong.
I don't say that I don't do any fucking wrong, but I'm not the one that.
I'm not the one.
That's why I can't go wrong.
Tiffany's a piece of shit, dude.
You are too, my dear.
But I mean, all of you seem to be getting along just fine. But
well, isn't that great? And it's sad that you're on the outside, Miss. I want to be a YouTube creator that don't want to be a creator that doesn't have any content but uses material.
That's beside the point, Cam. I mean, you literally go over there and roll around with a man that you know is a fucking abuser, and you can't tell me that you've not heard this from Candace's mouth.
There she goes. Not one single freaking thing can she talk about, including a missing child. She can't toss in Andy. And there's many people that take up for Andy just because she does this. Not necessarily that they think that he's an innocent person and they've stated it, but because she does this to a missing child's case. Who do you know, other than Jody Sue Brown, has inserted themselves into a missing child's case and aired their dirty laundry and said that they were innocent of anything, but continued to come out every day trashing everybody and every statement made by anyone, including the parents, and trashes her ex-lover the entire time, every single time. If you were to tell Jody Sue Brown, in my opinion, that she couldn't talk about Andy anymore, I think she would disappear off of YouTube. She would find a manner and a place that she could continue to do so. Now, this time I have to go to the bathroom, you guys, and it's going to be a few seconds longer than me when I run down and hotbox that cigarette. I shall be right back. Hi, I'm back, guys. I swear, talk about the floodgates. I don't know how people do lives where they talk and don't have to, go to the bathroom. But and it's a problem for me because I have a cat door in the bottom of my bedroom door so that my cats can go in and out, and I don't have to get up every 5 seconds because they can't figure out if they want to be in or out, right? And so it doesn't have like a little door on it. It's just an opening. So if I have the cats in here, then I'm not going to be able to even talk to y'all at all. I always have to lock up that door, and then they get on the other side of the door and start, it's me, lip lock. Okay, I see you, baby. Lip lock, name me off all your kittens, honey, and I'll give you a wrench. Carrie, is that lip lock for sure? Because I don't really know if I want to give you a wrench until I know for sure. Hurry up and give them to me. Give me your names, love. Names, it is for sure, Carrie. Okay. Okie dokie. You are now a moderator. All right, so I had something in my head when I was coming up those stairs, and it's gone now, y'all. So when it's gone, it's gone. So let's continue.
Rolling around with the man.
Okay, but I have seen your comments on Monster's page, dude, and you're like, oh, well, Jody Sue is probably fighting back.
So right there, now look at the two things she's already pumped him for. Okay, she's pumping him now to find out, because she needs to know who is in contact with Andy, because that's what's most important to her. That is the main reason why she reached out to him, I believe. No other reason, most likely. She needed to find out because, she's going to put in a lot of noise first and then try to hem-haw around to get to the main thing. And that's, what, if anything, do you know about Andy? What, if anything, has Andy said to you? And are you working with Andy? All right. I am sure that Jody Sue has saw where, Cam spoke about his interaction with Andy. And I'm not going to get into that. Okay, that's not my business. It didn't happen to me. I wasn't part of it, so I don't really care about it. But obviously, Jody Sue does, okay? And sadly, Cam feels the need to defend himself on it. And I have said it to Cam on my live when we did a live together. He shouldn't have to apologize to anyone for anything, in my opinion.
Andy he gets so triggered by me just typing a question.
Okay, well, Cam, from Candace and everybody else you've probably interviewed in that area that he very much is a fucking monster.
I think that Andy's
a fucking monster. She can't even say the name right. Monster. It's a monster every time.
full of shit. I'll be the first one to say that.
He absolutely is. And I can tell you he's lying to law enforcement. He's lying to everybody fucking else. And it's all to keep with the...
All right, Jody Sue, please do tell. Since you got the mouth from the South, honey, exactly how is Andy lying to law enforcement? You just said it. You just said it, honey. So how's he lying, darling? Come on and tell us. I'm on pins and needles, baby.
Remember what car they drove home?
I can tell you what car he drove home. He drove my goddamn Kia Soul back.
I can tell you what he did. I can tell you everything about everyone. He drove the Kia Soul, right? Right? Look at her eyes, guys. I wish to God I could do the magnifying thing right now. Just look at those eyes. Take a peek at those peepers. Look at the mouth. Look at the face. Does it have anything to do with Summer? No. Does it have anything to do other than the fact that he drove the Kia that day? She's speaking about a man. Look at her face. It tells you everything right there. She's looking exactly like she did when Andy went on live and she popped up on a live, and her facial expressions leaning towards the computer. That's what people do when they're very invested into what's being said. Okay? She's yelling at it, not yelling, but you know what I'm saying. She's right there, buddy. She's totally invested. And the reason why is not what Cam has to say, it's what's in her head.
He's claiming he don't remember.
He don't remember much, does he, Cam?
And I'm like, he's full of shit.
Can't wait to find somebody that might talk some shit about Andy with her. Now, when I mentioned earlier that someone said that, that I was me and Cam were hammering down on Andy, that was Gavel Geeks. And she said it on a live. And she said that, I don't know if Gavel was in the chat at the time, but I think she misunderstood what was going on at the time. Now, I hold no ill will towards what she said, but it was incorrect. Weren't hammering down on Andy. We were discussing Andy, just like I'm discussing Andy at times here, and like I've done before, and like I will do in the future, just like everybody should be doing. Jody Sue entered my chat. Many of you were here and watched it. And she tried to call Cam out by giving misinformation, saying misinformation. And the reason why I'm saying she was talking about Cam is because she said, "You're over here." And so I'm thinking that she was referring that statement to Cam. Gavel misunderstood and thought that Jody Sue wanted to come up and join us, right, in trashing Andy. Jody Sue was not invited on my panel at all that day and was told that she was not invited on my panel. Cam was ready for it. Cam was like, "Come on up." And I was like, not today. Not today, Satan. Because I'm not going to join your little freaking Andy bashing bandwagon. Look at her face. Look at that face. If I got something to say about Andy, it's going to be because it's what I want to say about Andy. Not because of you, Jody Sue Brown, or anything to do with you, Jody Sue Brown.
Yeah, he is.
That's why they all are angry with me talking about all of them over there, because they were all thinking that shit don't stink. And I said, no, something's very wrong.
Yeah, he's here to fucking abuse me and my children further, Cam. And it's
God, you're a broken record, love. Serious broken record. The man has hardly ever spoken anything about you. You were trashing him when he hadn't even said a word about you. You really need to stop reading chats, because it's the chats that talk about it, right? It wasn't Andy in the beginning. You flipped out, did your impulsive bullshit, and Andy hadn't even said anything. And you want to know why, girl? Because I was the one modding. So carry that bullshit on out of here.
what none of you understand, and I can't speak on fully in fucking public because half of what Tragedy Pimp Bills.
Oh, let's cry now. In the next sentence, I'll be totally fine. My voice will change, my whole persona, everything, because I've got that lie down of crying only for a split second. Still sucks. The acting sucks. Sucks. You tried it raps. You tried it on Ernie's. You trying it here. Let's continue and watch you the next sentence. Just watch your face too.
Was fucking doing to help.
No.
So if you, I mean, and it's the thing, it's like I hear investigators and police and everybody else.
Yeah, that next sentence, boy, she was right back to it, all hard ass. No tears, no emotion, nothing, because it's fake.
So you are the worst thing that ever happened to Summer's case, and they regret even speaking.
Look at the abuse. You pointing at her laptop. You are the worst thing that ever happened to Summer's case. This is what abusers do. They make you feel worthless. They want you to think that everyone dislikes you and everyone thinks bad things about you, because you know why? It comes from what they themselves feel inside. They themselves have those feelings, and they've got to project those feelings onto others because they are inadequate themselves. And this is what she's doing to Cam right here, and I'm calling it the fuck out, Jody Sue Brown. Enough of your abusive tactics on YouTube. We're going to call you out from now on, girl. All of us. Hear me? Your days are done. Every single time you attack somebody, you're getting called out from now on. From one of the nicest people on YouTube is saying it. So here we go, Jody Sue Brown.
Speaking to you or you coming around. And I have heard that from investigators' mouths. I've heard it from police.
The only time I've spoken to them is when I turned 423 Chase into them.
Now she's pumping him, right? Because she doesn't have to pump. She knows it. She knows what's important to him, and his honesty is what's important to him. That people believe in his honesty. That's what people are like when they are sober after a period of time of not being sober. She knows this. She's using that as a weakness, and she's abusing the fuck out of him.
And every time we have made attempts to get in touch with them, they never called us back. So I've never spoken to them.
Now she wants to know what he's talking to the law enforcement, what he's saying. Is TBI communicating with them? How did that turn out? Suspect Jody Sue Brown.
Which ones?
Yeah, which ones, bitch?
Oh, yeah, well.
Because the girl that had an Amber Alert, Lexi Dykes from Beach Street.
I know who Lexi is.
Our live with the active Amber Alert. We called out there to get them to do something. They said we don't bother. It was a Friday night. They said we don't bother.
I know, but yeah.
Tell me some more about everything else about law enforcement shit, though, Cam.
I know Lexi because she's part of Monsters Family. I know.
Oh, just dox the person again. He said the name, but you added further detail, right? Monsters Family. Well, bitch, you were Monsters Family too for 26 years, you nasty person.
But yeah. But I'm not saying Hawkins. Like, I mean, do you think that that's the only police are in here that know all of you all that have been down there and on the property?
She's not saying Hawkins, Cam, because there is no one. She ain't going to tell you no one because there is no one. No one in their right mind would talk to loudmouth Jody Sue Brown. Not from law enforcement, not from TBI, not from the news, not from no one that's got any freaking brains.
Pretty and the weird shit happening? Absolutely not.
Okay, I want you, what are you referring to, weird shit? We were not on that property budget. You think and everything.
Look at the face. This is typical female woman card face. We all know it. All of us females know. Isn't that what you're looking at right here? Isn't it? Eyes rolled up, head to the side, ready for that next sentence so you can trample it, right? You've all been there. Carry on, Jody Sue Brown.
Everybody else did. We were out with searching people's property that gave us permission.
Yeah.
You do not have to have Ronnie Lawson's permission to go when a property owner
approves it, but that's not even what we're talking about. I mean,
oh no, it's not what we're talking about, because you don't want anybody to know that a property owner would approve it. You've been spending all these months trying to make it sound like every fucking buddy down there don't want nobody looking for summer wells, nobody on their property. Everybody's abusing all the people that live down there. They can't even walk out their door without having drones buzzing their freaking heads and all your extreme bullshit that you've handed out. But right there, you admitted that no, they don't need your permission, Jody Sue Brown, and they don't need law enforcement's permission either. And I've been saying it for a long time, haven't I?
As long as the property owner approves it, that's fine.
But how many times have we been there, Elsa, and stumble like physically on that property?
Physically, not even 10 times.
Exact, maybe 10 times.
Maybe 10 times.
Side-eyeing, waiting, jaw pulled up, gritting them teeth. Carry on.
Most. And then a few of those were to be courteous, because Don and Kenneth was like, well, we'll cook dinner for. I was like, no, I'll buy pizza and I'll go home.
Waiting for whatever she can get out of Don and Candace. What Don and Candace tell you, Cam. What them PIs tell you, Cam. It's not because she's nosy. She should know all this stuff, all the shit she's told everybody about how much contact she had with Candace, right? She should know everything. She had us all believing that she knew everything, looking at her sitting on the edge of her seat, leaning towards her computer. She's waiting and hoping for information. She's desperate. She's desperate to know what everyone knows.
We were there to search for summer, not fucking hang out with Don and Candace.
Look at that mouth.
So, you know, I don't know what you're referring to rolling around with Don. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's an expression, Cam.
She had to stop and explain that it's an expression, rolling around. She had to stop his conversation and explain to the man as if he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. You know, that might work with your little kids, Jody Sue Brown, but he's a grown man. And he wouldn't have used the words if he didn't know what the fuck it meant. So shut up.
You're their side of the story.
Hell, I still, you hear, look, Cam, you can say that, but you can tell from the beginning, I've always tried to give the benefit of the fucking doubt, and I try not to name or target anyone.
That's total bullshit. You've never given anyone the benefit of the doubt. Nor have you ever tried to not give the name or anything. The only person you ever protected is Blue Roof Dawn, and I wonder why.
You never gave me a chance to even talk to you. Except
Is it because he's the one that was allegedly searching with you, Jody Sue Brown?
that one time on Texas Channel. Now, I will say this.
And then look what you did, bro. Look what you did to my son.
I'm trying to say something.
Look what you did, bro. Look what you did to my son. Well, let me keep bringing it up every chance I get, just so he don't have a life where people don't talk about it everywhere he fucking goes in life. He got out of that box and got freedom, but his mama can't shut up.
Did you mind appreciate if we have ever done anything to cause your family distress, then I will apologize.
Look at her.
Yeah, you have. And all of you just...
This is so reminiscent of the way she treated Crystal. Remember those messages she aired? The private communications between her and Crystal? Right? Now, that's none of my business. I wasn't involved in any of that. But look at how she kept beating up Crystal. Crystal kept telling her, you know, I'm sorry. And she just whipped shit next. Whip, 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 whip. You can't apologize to Jody Sue Brown because she doesn't know how to accept an apology. All she knows how to do is punish.
Just 3 weeks ago about killed another one of my fucking loved ones with your bullshit.
Listen to me. I'm trying to apologize. I never spoke about the daughter. It's behind. The only reason we spoke about your son is because he's an adult.
I don't give a fuck if he's an adult. He was
Right back to the son conversation. I'm still waiting, Jody Sue. When are you going to tell Cam what the hell you called him for? That would have helped Summer.
released from a fucking box the rest of us were, Cam, for being fucking abused for all.
Girl, you've had money sent to you right and left. Where is it? Why didn't you do something with it? Okay? You've been milking the internet now for how many months? Where's all that money gone, Jody Sue Brown? Why haven't you improved your life for yourself and your child? You grown-ass adult. Nobody's boxing you in nowhere. There is nothing keeping you from getting a job. You've made YouTube your job, sitting on your ass talking about people for hours and hours and hours. Get you a nighttime job since you can't fucking function in the daytime. Ain't no damn reason why you can't go sit your ass somewhere for a living and make money the way everybody else has to in the real world. Jody Sue. Instead of abusing people and lying about being terrorized and boxed and all the other crap that you continuously throw out into the ether.
All of our lives. My son and I were abused for his entire fucking life. He wasn't even.
And it's not our business. Sit the fuck down.
Fucking driving, Cam, and all of you put that rumor out. The red truck wasn't even fucking near the property, and you all put that shit out.
I didn't put the rumor.
Girl, you're the one that was putting this shit out. You're the one that said that you're the one that told Polly about the fucking scream. You're the one who told the Wells about the scream. Okay? You're the one who told everybody about the fucking scream. You're the one who's told everybody about everything. Jody Sue, stop. You've gone beyond the point of people believing. Okay? It's pitiful now.
This was going to law enforcement. It wasn't a rumor. These were 6 witnesses that Candace did not go take it to the cops. So they ended up calling the cops themselves in December.
Yeah, in December. Don't that seem a little weird to you?
Take it up with the Wells. Okay? Why are you in Cam's face? Take it up with Wells. Take it up with Dawn when he gets out. It's going to be out in a few days. Excuse me. You got questions? Ask him. I'm sure he'll oblige you, Jody Sue. Just give him some time to catch up before you go running your mouth like you did on June 15th, okay?
It is weird because Candace did
Yeah.
not call. Like this
All right,
what
that
really
Victor
started
dude
us.
can go
You know how
bye-bye.
many pick-me's we've seen by this point doing shit just to get
Dump 'em
themselves
out.
inserted, like, oh,
Bye-bye,
the stalker
Victor.
lady, like the Michelle bitch on fucking AB's panel. That
See you later, Victor. It's nice to see you. Out. Out. Damn spot.
one and the rest who are doing foul shit just to be part of some shit and doing fucked up shit.
Now, listen, this is what. Now, Squad Tip was not. I didn't expect them to bring out any of that about your son potentially or allegedly.
I love that he put the potentially or allegedly, because that's exactly what Jody Sue did. When she accused Andy of sedating the children over there, it was potentially sedating. And then she denied saying that too. But we've all got it recorded, so she can say whatever the fuck she wants to say.
Yep, but I wasn't there, didn't see it. So she was not supposed to speak about it, but they did. So when it came out, I said, yes, I did hear that. Back in the early months, which turned out to be August 1st.
And Jody Sue, explain why you're so upset with the statements you made and gave to Private Eyes. Want to talk to us about that a little bit more, honey? Do you want to do that? Because you're really upset about that, aren't you, Jody Sue Brown? Want to tell us a little bit more about it? I'm waiting. I've been waiting a long time. Let's talk about what your statements were to those Private Eyes, Jody Sue. Come on, baby. You can do it.
And August 15th, we didn't hear about this. We didn't get involved until.
And you do realize that there are many times after Summer vanished that my dogs, my black and white one and my brown and white one.
Good. Go on. Go on, baby. Go on.
That they were over there when.
saw your dogs.
What?
Because we never went up on your property because we
Okay.
had the project.
Oh, but Kim, you don't understand. She needs to tell you about the dogs. So let her tell you about the dogs, Kim.
Investigators, the very first time we went to Wells, if you would like to speak, and they said that you would not because you two were celebrating your life at that time. And that's when Don and then asked about their film.
Now what? Repeat.
You see, she wanted to talk about dogs, but he went on and told her more information. Did y'all just catch that? Look at what she wants to hear. Okay? Now we're going to back that up a second.
And I were abused for his entire fucking life. He wasn't even fucking driving, Cam, and all of you put that rumor out. The red truck wasn't even fucking near the property, and you all put that shit out.
I didn't put the rumor out. This was going to.
The red truck wasn't even near that property. And they put that shit out. Remember that statement, y'all. Well, let's continue because I want you to see what she does when she starts talking about her dogs. And he tries to tell her he don't know about the dogs, but then he just keeps going. Okay? And he should have just answered because he forgets he's speaking to a suspect. Sorry, Cam. Love you, buddy. But you do. You forget who you're speaking to.
Law enforcement, it wasn't a rumor. These were 6 witnesses that Candace did not go take it to the cops. So they ended up calling the cops themselves instead of.
Yeah, and he's simple.
There was only one person that Candace saw when she came down that hill that day on June 15th when she couldn't find her daughter. And the first person she saw was who? Who would be the first person that you wouldn't give any information to? What so freaking ever? Eric Ballers goes bye-bye too, guys. Just block him. Like I said, I'm not even going to play 3 times. I mean, somebody has a problem with what they've blocked you for, you can contact me. And I'll find out. But right now, you start any shit in my chat, you're gone. Bye. I don't care who you are. I'm not in the mood today, as everybody can see.
Don't that seem a little weird to you?
It is weird because Candace did
Yeah.
not call. But this is what really started us.
Do you know how many pick-me's we've seen by this point doing shit just to get themselves inserted? Like, oh, the stalker lady, like the Michelle bitch on fucking AB's panel. That one and the rest who are doing foul shit just to be part of some shit and doing fucked up shit.
Here she goes with her complaints, her long list of complaints. People like these have these long-ass lists of complaints with a long-ass list of people's names that they have complaints towards. They're unable to have a conversation because they can't move past their complaints. When Lawson spoke about her, he said that he found nothing, that it was unfounded in her complaints and information. Play it back and listen to exactly what he says. And if you have any experience with law enforcement, you will know what he was saying. That everything, not just the scream, her complaints as well, have been deemed unfounded. Just saying. And he said it in a tone that said it even more so.
Shit.
Now, this is what. Now, Squall Tip was not. I didn't expect them to bring out any of that about your son potentially or allegedly being up there. I wasn't there, didn't see it, so she was not supposed to speak about it, but they did. So when it came out,
Now, see, when he said Squall wasn't supposed to speak about it, Jody Sue's eyebrow raised. She's like, right? Okay, now listen on. Look at her eyes. Watch her face.
I said, yes, I did hear that back in the early months, which turned out to be August 1st and August 15th. We didn't hear about this. We didn't get involved until.
And you do realize that there are many times after Summer vanished that my dogs.
Now, see, he wasn't even talking about the dogs. She pops in the dogs. She starts to try to change the subject because she's not interested in what he had to say. She's not interested in it. He was boring her. She had already gone ahead of him in her mind as to what she was going to abuse him with next. Right? Now listen. He's going to answer her about the dogs, but then he's going to continue. And this is what I'm upset. I'm not upset with you, Cam. I'm using it as a teaching lesson. Okay? Now listen.
My black and white one and my brown and white one. That they were over there when.
I saw your dogs. Because we never went up on your.
I never saw your dogs. Yeah. Look. Now listen. Okay? What Cam says. She's done with the conversation because she's getting information. So she's not even going to discuss the dogs anymore. She's getting information. Okay, so she's done moved on past the dogs. Now she's going to be interested in what Cam has to say.
Property, because we had the private investigators the very first time we went to the wells. If you would like to speak, and they said that you would not, because you two were never in your life at that time. And that's when Don and then Aziz went out there to film.
Now what? Repeat that.
Okay, the first time we ever stepped foot on the Wells property.
He's saying the first time we ever stepped foot on the Wells property.
When we were invited. September the 4th. So
September the 4th.
First time ever being
there.
Now we asked. What the private investigators. I said.
What the private investigators? I'm not sure, but he's talking about the private investigators. And watch your face. Okay.
The neighbor across that heard
the neighbor across that heard the scream.
And she said, yeah.
They're talking about her. Cam and Allie asked the private investigators about the lady across the street that turned out to be Jody Sue, right? Now look at her face. He hasn't said anything else yet, just that he asked about the lady across the street that heard the scream. Look at her face. Look at her reaction already. Okay? Because it pertains to the private eyes. And she's waiting.
Yes. And I said, well, would she like to speak? And they said no.
He asked, would she like to speak? And the private eyes said no.
She said that YouTubers had already ruined her.
And that she said that YouTubers had already ruined her life. This is in August. Okay? This is August, he's saying. Jody Sue didn't come on YouTube till when? February? With her channel. She started hopping on panels before the end of 2020. I think it was September, I want to say, was the first time. I know she was definitely very active in October. September and October, I believe, is when she first started hopping on panels. But she was active on her Facebook page from the first night. Okay, so let's continue.
And I said, well, I'm not trying to, I just wanted to ask some questions about that. So that was that about it. That was all that was ever said.
Well, that can't be true, Cam, because my first videos weren't even made then, and I hadn't even spoken to fucking YouTube.
That's bullshit, Jody Sue Brown. Your videos were made then, and they were on Facebook. No, you had not been on YouTube. So why in the hell were you saying that to the PIs? It was Facebook you were bitching about back then. Maybe he's got it confused, but it was Facebook. It was Facebook you were bitching about, not YouTube. You wanted to go to YouTube, remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers Jody Sue Brown.
They told us. And that's why, like, I can't help what the private investigator told us. That's what they told us. I put my hand on a Bible.
See how quiet she is? She ain't got nothing to say right now. She's all fucking ears. All ears. Because she knows that Cam is being truthful to her. She knows it. She knew it all along. She threw that fucking fishing pole out and started reeling it on in. Now she's sitting back, watching the catch come in. Watch her. And you tell me no, this ain't a spider. She talks about spiders. Whoa, people.
Right now, I tell you that that's what she said. I had a falling out with Trudy and Chris. Right, that's it. They did.
There he goes, talking about how he had a falling out. He just told her he's not in communication with these people. He's told her a whole lot of information. She's loving it. Look at her face. She's chewing on her lip. She's just taking it all in, buddy.
That's fucking dirtier than anything.
How so, Cam?
How so,
Would
Cam?
you like to
Tell me more, Cam.
hear house? Oh, tell her.
I'm sorry. If that had been in my house, it wouldn't have went that far. I would have shut that shit down real quick. Told you to go fucking bed, Jody Sue.
Tell her.
Well, I mean, they pretty much told us to go out there on freaking December 10th, whenever Molly Go Lightly and all of them were there. They told us to go out there. They said that Candace and Grandma were the only two people on the hill and that they needed to be checked on. So then we get out there and freaking Molly Go Lightly and Andra, Bullhorn, Betty, and
Yeah.
Now, this was back in December, and so towards the end of it, when the Hills on the Ground crew went out there. This is when Don Scherfy Sr. came out and accused, said that Don and Andy had shot at each other before, and that Fred was going to kill Don if Don said Fred's name again. And then Don Scherfy said that he had to pull a gun on Jody Sue to get her off his fucking property. She denies the getting her off his property and pulling a gun on. I've done a live on it, well, not a live, but a video on it earlier. 2 of them, in fact, maybe 3. He was standing in the middle of the road. She was gone by then, and he called her crazy. There's been multiple locals who have referred to her in that manner. Multiple people that don't even get along with one another, y'all. People that don't even speak to one another all agree on that fact when they speak about her. All of them. She's sitting there. But see, that's the thing. There's people that are crazy. Have you ever heard the term crazy like a fox?
Right behind us.
And then everybody said, oh, well, we can't work with you all anymore. You're too much drama. When it,
No, they just told Jody Sue Brown that they don't have an inside ear anymore to the private eyes. Okay? She didn't need to have that information. Nothing of this conversation was ever going to help Summer. It never was. It was never intended to by the woman sitting there you're looking at. It was intended to. None. She had already started trashing him before she did this live. So it was never intended. She's never helped Summer, ever. Not one time. She's helped improve her own life. She's helped to destroy other people's lives, in my opinion.
it was not even our plan to go out there that day.
We were talking to a person on Lone Star Road, and
See, as soon as he said Lone Star Road, watch your face.
They told us to go out there. They said that Candace and Grandma were the only two people on the hill and that they needed to be checked on. So then we get out there and freaking Molly Golightly and Andra, Bullhorn, Betty,
Yeah.
are all pulling
they
right behind.
ambushed us. And then everybody said, oh, well, we can't work with you all anymore. You're too much drama. When it was not even our plan to go out there that day.
We were talking to a person on Lone Star Road, and she's actually one of my mods, and she lives out there.
And that shouldn't have been given out either, because she just recorded that information into her head. Look at her face.
And we were looking at a property for her, and we were called by the private investigators to go out.
Look at her face. She's not even listening to him at this point. She's still stuck on Lone Star and who that mod is. Look at her face. See, the behavior panel ain't got shit on me, guys. I'm just saying, I'm going to toot my own horn here because I've done this for years. All right, let's continue, because I'm going to go have a cigarette again, because I can only take her for a few minutes. I can't, y'all. I'm sorry. I apologize, but I can't. I have to get away from looking at her.
Out there and check on. Oh, supposedly Candace and her mother were by herself. Come to find out, Robin, Lane, Benny, all of them were out there that day. And the private investigators knew that. So the drone guy told us.
Well, now while I'm talking about Cam, I also said the same thing about Andy. And there were a lot of people that told Andy things. Okay, and if Andy really didn't have any memory, he now has memories of other people's opinions and thoughts and things. You see what I'm saying? When you're going to be in a YouTube thing and you start communicating real life with people, you have to be very careful. Very careful. You have to be careful what you say, because you can put thoughts and things into their head that helps them evade. When you watch law enforcement interrogate, and a lot of y'all really need to watch some of that. You know what I mean? Because they don't offer out things unless they have a really difficult person who isn't communicating. Then they will start playing, not like Chris McDonough, y'all. He's the worst interviewer I've ever seen. I'm just going to put it out there. I hate to say it and hate to call him out, but he is. He's the worst. I've never seen anything like it. Okay? But they don't. They don't speak for them. They don't give examples. And the only time that they do is when they have someone who isn't communicating and they're trying to wheedle it out, right? But in the case of doing that, it can be broken down in the court of law that that information was inserted via the interviewer. It's just like when you're speaking to children who have had things happen to them, you have to be very, very careful about how you communicate with them, because it can be said that you put the information in. And lawyers will do that very same thing to get their defendants off. True crime is a great place, but we all need to learn, and we need to learn from one another. Okay? Because a lot of these people out here have such great talents, have the great ability to reach out to people and everything. But we all have to be careful. We have to be so careful. Don't ever show your cards to anyone. To anyone, not even some other YouTuber that you think is your best friend, because you don't know if they're going to turn around and show your cards for you. Okay? So if you have cards, keep them to yourself. If you've communicated privately with people, don't talk about it to people that might be suspects. And if you talk about it in a way. Okay, perfect example. Benny has, excuse me, Benny's given out information, but Benny has also held back information concerning Candace and Dawn. And I picked up on it. I knew exactly when, every single time. Rightfully so. I don't know what his information was, but I know the fact that he hasn't divulged everything. Okay? And he's had lots of communications. And that's the thing to do. So, but anyway, I'm going to go check on my grandson. I know he's fine, but I'm a grandma and I need to go see for myself. I'm going to hit my cigarette 1 or 2 times. I'm going to come back. It's 2 o'clock. My God. Sorry, y'all. I understand if you have to leave. It's been a while. You know, this is why I don't do lives, guys. Because when I come on, I'm going to come on. All right. See y'all in a few minutes. Y'all have a break. All right, guys, I'm back. Now I want to make it clear. I am not trashing Cam or any YouTuber when I'm offering out suggestions and trying to give advice as to interview. I haven't interviewed anybody publicly here on YouTube. So, who's to say that I'm going to do any better than anyone else? But I am seeing what I'm seeing. And this is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Watching a suspect pump for information 16 months into a case, just days before the father of the missing child gets out. Oh, Lord. So, is Squall in? Hi, Squall. How you doing, love? Hi, BB Dunn. Oh, I already said hi to you. Hi, McBro. And hi to everybody that I haven't said hi to. I'm sorry. I can't do it, guys. Not when I get on a roll. Hi, funny face, Brenda. My back is screaming already. And that makes me irritable too. So, and I told y'all when I came in, I was in a bad mood. So I had listened to that live. And I probably should have waited some time like I normally do. And I didn't. And I'm really pissed that this woman can get this kind of reaction out of me, but I'm going to give this reaction from this day forward. And I personally believe that everybody should. I think from this day forward, every bit should be called out, gloves off. Enough of watching her abuse people every single night. She abused Cam. She knows that Cam is an honest person who is honest. I'm not saying that he's completely honest. There is no solidly honest person alive. Okay? But he tries with every single person he speaks with to give what he has in hopes to find this child. He and his wife have done that. He gets too involved in trying to get wrapped up in what people think about him, but that comes from that life. He reminds me so much of me, far younger than he is. This is why I see what I see. Okay? People need to realize that he's got a good soul. And he's sitting there talking to a black heart who has no intentions of working with him to do anything. The only thing that Jody Sue is looking for is a channel who will kiss her ass. That's it. That's it. Plain and simple. She can't keep people coming to her own channel because she's not going to let anybody on the channel that's going to talk to her and not ask her questions. So she's got to find places that she can go, that she can bullshit some more of her 16 months bullshit. That's it. She needs more subscribers. She needs more money. She's just playing everyone. She's real good at it. She's not good enough at it to fool me. Not at all. She played Ernie as far as she could. It was the damsel in distress, Ernie. Ernie, you don't understand, Ernie. Don't you remember Ernie? Rap, she looked at him as he was young and, he didn't really know much, but he knew he was playing that shit too. I don't know Rap personally. I don't know him much. I don't follow him. I just joined his channel the other day. Okay. But I was able to determine that that was an interview that was symbiotic. Okay. There's a difference in being interviewed and being asked hard questions and whatever comes of it, and a soft core interview. She's looking for those channels that she can get that, because she's trying to find subscribers, because she's trying to get money, and she's trying to steer the narrative with new people that haven't followed her all this time and know all of her bullshit. So let's listen to some more of her bullshit.
So my birthday's the 11th. That's when they come at us with the whole, it's too much drama. We got to stay in the chat. I said, we didn't bring this on. Y'all told us to be. And he does a lot more shit here.
I mean, just look at her. She's quiet as a mouse, man, like a church mouse, just sucking on that cigarette, all kicked back, listening. Tell me some more.
And I called them all out. I took up for them, tried to talk how good they were, how thorough they were being. Yeah, but and they shit on us.
And you're saying what? You said September the 4th?
See? She didn't care about anything that Cam just said about how they were treated. She was looking. Okay, listen.
But they told,
because she's still trying to fit the pieces and parts that connect to her. Not anything else, not to Summer, nothing to her. Everything about Jody Sue. Jody Sue's puzzle has always been Jody Sue's face on that puzzle. It's never been Summer's face. So all those pieces and parts that she talks about is Jody Sue's pieces and parts. Pieces over here, people have said about her, dates, times, pieces over here, dates, times. She could put it together concerning her. Listen on.
told you.
September 4th was the first day that allowed and invited to be on Wells program.
And that's when you were told that, no, I didn't want to speak, that YouTube.
See, right back to her. Nothing about why is these people not wanting to talk to you, Cam? That would have been my question. My question would have been, why were the PIs shutting down people from talking to anybody? You know, why did they consider you drama? I would have asked those questions if that had been me sitting in Jody Sue's seat. It's not. It's all about Jody Sue. Look at her eyes. Look at her fingers. Look at her rolling them fingernails around. All of her behavior tells you everything. You don't even need to hit the audio. I don't need to anyway. But let's continue.
David ruined my life.
That's what she said to us. We filmed the trail that goes by the gravestone. We filmed the dog trail. We filmed the bus area there.
Now, she already knows all this. She's watched his live. She knows exactly what he's filmed and everything. She's not even listening to him at this point. She's half listening just so that she can find something that he might say that might not be correct, so she can look like the smart ass that's going to correct him and school him. But it's really not what she's here for. I have seen so many people in my lifetime like this. She's so freaking transparent to me.
And we filmed the bottom of the road where dogs had parked, and that's when I asked, I said, is this the bottom shed down on Beach Street? So we filmed all that in one day.
But you all didn't come in until after I'd already moved out of there, correct?
See? And let's just rewind what he just said again and see what her statement was to what he said.
And that's when you were told that, no, I didn't want to speak, that YouTube had ruined my life.
That's what she said to us. We filmed the trail that goes by the gravestone. We filmed the dog trail. We filmed the bus area there, and we filmed the bottom of the road where dogs had parked. And that's when I asked, I said, is this the bottom shed down on Beach Street? So we filmed all that in one day.
But you all didn't come in until after I'd already moved out of there, correct?
Look at the mouth. Look at her. Ready to pounce. Okay. He's sitting there telling her what all they had done. He's given her all this information because he wants to work with her. She was there. Out of everyone around, if you look at this woman as an innocent person, she would be the person you would want to communicate with outside of the Wells, correct? Why is it impossible for Jody Sue Brown to work with anyone? He's still trying. After all this time, count the minutes, that he has continued to try to work with someone who's only speaking about herself. All right, Night Owl can go bye-bye. Bye, Night Owl. Woo-hoo. See you later, alligator.
You they said your eviction was the 6th, September the 6th, and they said that, what did she say? She said she was in and out.
All right, wait a minute. I've got messages being deleted and then unhidden. What's going on with Night Owl, guys? Let me see. Hold on. Cam works for Don. Cam signed a non-disclosure. Cam wouldn't talk to her so horribly if she was a man. Cam twists stuff and creates distraction. Oh, please, get the fuck out of here, Night Owl. If you think him talking to her just then in any of this is so horribly, you need to get off YouTube, period. Seriously. Let's just speak about it real life here. If that is the way you interpreted anything that Cam just had to say to Jody Sue up to this point, you need to get off of YouTube, true crime, social media, because you're far too fragile. Now, bye-bye.
Moving out on the 4th.
It wasn't an eviction, it was just part of the shit we did in court with the protection order, but yeah.
Well, I'm telling you what they, I'll say it under oath. That's what the woman said. That's just the thing that gets on my nerves.
Cam, do you know the dates? Do you know?
Here she goes with the dates. Can you give me some more information, Cam? Here we go.
The date that my videos were put out on Facebook before YouTube took them?
Trap.
No, I remember when you did the first videos on Facebook. There was like how many parts? 3 or 4. I remember when you put those out, and that's why it didn't make sense to us when she said that you had told them that YouTuber, and you're like, I said she has been on. And so we just didn't say anything because that was the day we first met from this. They were like our chaperone for the property when we came.
I don't know if y'all can understand what he's saying, but I'm going to back it up and read it to you as best as I can. Okay, hold on.
Well, I'm telling you what they, I'll say it under oath. That's what the woman said.
Yeah.
3 or 4. I remember when you put those out.
I remember when you put those out.
And that's why it didn't make sense to us.
And that's why it didn't make sense to us.
What she said.
What she said.
That you had told them the YouTuber.
That you had told them, the YouTubers.
You're like, I said she has been on.
Didn't make that out, guys.
And so we didn't.
But if you also remember, who else was speaking about YouTubers at that time frame? Okay. And where was he getting that information from? Jody Sue Brown. right? Because Jody Sue Brown told Tiffany Marie in the deep dive Summer Wells timeline video on Tiffany Marie's channel that from the very first night, Jody Sue gave out misinformation to Don concerning the search dogs, and he went running to YouTube with it. So, was it June 15th that Jody Sue was given information and Don was running to YouTube with it? Because I don't think Don was on YouTube on June 15th at all. Let's continue.
Just did the same thing because that was the day we first met from this.
That was the first day that they had met the private investigators. Now watch your eyes. She's all about those private investigators, guys, and you want to know why? It has to do with the statement she made and her children. But let's continue.
They were like our chaperone of property when we came.
They were their chaperone when they came. So in other words, the private eyes were hovering around Cam and Allie. Okay. Now watch Jody Sue. Keep watching her.
So this is how
It's in that cigarette like a freaking joint, man. She's so into it. She's even not sitting there in that seat anymore. Let me back it up again. Watch.
parts of 3 or 4. I remember when you put those out, and that's why it didn't make sense to us when she said that you had told them that YouTuber in your life. I said she has a film. And so we just did the same thing because that was the day we first met from this. They were like our chaperone of property when we came. So it was this is how bad
God.
it came.
Jesus.
It was like they wanted to hold on.
Finger to the lips, honey. Don't say anything. This is important. I'm getting information about the PIs. Shh. Right, Jody Sue? The kid that doesn't hear anything. The kid that you wanted us to believe wore headphones. The kid that spoke up. The one that's terrorized. And all the other crap you hand out. I'm not playing it no more, Jody Sue.
Onto all this information, didn't want to work with Equisearch, didn't want to work with it. I'm like, why is everybody acting like it's a what's it called when they no, when they have different groups that are doing like Area 51 on the sides. They're what's
He's trying to talk about different agencies here.
it called? Shit. Anyway, they all have their little secret projects they work on that adds to one big project.
How they all work, separately, but end up, putting their stuff together to come to a conclusion.
It's like that's how y'all are acting when y'all should be sharing information with each other as you are search and rescue.
See, there's a difference. Private eyes work for themselves. They don't work for other people. They're working for that reward most often than not. And I'm probably going to have a private eye come at me and tell me, no, that's not right. But it is. Okay. It's whoever solves the case gets the money. They get paid to do the case. And they get paid if they solve the case. That's the whole goal. Else they don't make any money. See what I mean? Of course, the private eyes wouldn't want anybody else messing around up there because they want it all flowing into them. Okay? But watch Jody Sue. Look at her right now. Look where this thing froze at. She is so freaking paranoid. And she was when the reward money was still in, active, and it was $70-something thousand. She was really upset over it, over the PIs and what she had given them. And then when it was out that Tim Mullins was thinking about, doing something with the whole story, she again flipped out because of her statements, and then threatened that if anybody used her statements, blah, 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 blah. Let's continue.
Chief Resources in Rome guy, EquiSearch, private investigator.
EquiSearch, that particular group of it.
No, this dude's gonna go. I don't even like his freaking name. Oh, no, somebody was already on it. You go, girl. Thank you, TT. I didn't like his freaking name.
It's fucking shit. Nobody
They
changed
were
my
all
mind,
acting
Kim.
like they all had to hold them to beats. Well, they got mad at me as I was like, no.
Well, yeah, look at Hawkins County. Look at the actual newspaper article.
Oh, let's trash these people together. Side with me, because that's what she's looking for. She's looking for someone to side with her, to trash the others that has slighted her in some manner.
Full about EquiSearch.
That's the one.
And she doesn't like EquiSearch. Why, Jody Sue? Why? Because they didn't agree with you, Jody Sue? Isn't that right, Jody Sue? That's why you don't like them? Let's continue. How many kids have you found, Jody Sue Brown? How many kids have you gone out and looked for in all kinds of weather and all kinds of environments? You hag.
One that I talked to, we all need to talk about all this in a whole, but it needs to be, I don't know if you know this, Jody Sue, but we didn't talk about a lot that we were doing till after we got into it with him in December. We didn't talk about shit, because we didn't want to.
See, Cam's just going on and on and on and on and on and on. She's just taking it all in. She's not working with him. She's not offering anything. She's just sitting there getting information. The suspect is getting information. It's just rolling right on into her ear right now. Everything. All the things. She will turn around and use it to her advantage. And she will do hour-long lives and pretend the shit came from her. Or opposite. And trash him and his wife and say, look, they didn't even want to work with them and blah, 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 blah. Watch.
I've heard Summer's case ever. But now it's got to the point that we see the law enforcement and all that, they don't want to do shit anymore. Not at least local.
Are you talking specifically just about Hawkins County?
Yeah. She's been sitting there licking Lawson's butt the last couple days. Okay, before that, she couldn't stand Lawson. All of a sudden, now she's on this gravy train of, high and mighty and, oh, look what they've done to us kind of bullshit. Not, oh, I made myself a fucking spectacle on the internet for 16 months. But she wants to find out what he's got to say about TBI. So let's continue. She doesn't give a shit about Hawkins County. She never has. Or she wouldn't have ran her mouth all this time. Shame on you, Hawkins County. Shame on you.
County, or are you talking about other surrounding agencies?
I'm talking about Hawkins County, and I'm talking about my experience with TBI as well. Because TBI, when I turned in, and I'll tell them this, I let them messages, let them emails saying the same thing. When I turned in Brad with Sean, or to Chase, when he
Cam.
asked about Summer's shoe, They said, this is good information. We'll have the investigator call you back. They never called me back since shit. And this dude's talking about going and grabbing his shoe.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's so hard for me to sit here and watch her do this to him. But I have no other way to show you a prime example of a suspect playing people.
So, I don't know what you're supposed to do when you're trying, and then they're saying, we don't want any tips from social media, from Facebook leads. I'm like, well, then that's all that's really down there was Facebook, YouTube. And so what are you just going to pass them and buy them a tip and so they decide to talk to one of these people?
This bitch reached out to him to help Summer, to talk to him about Summer. She hasn't talked at all. She is sitting there not talking because that was not her intention. He has sat here all this time trying to work with someone who had no intentions of working. Her main desire was to beat his ass up publicly. And then she found out what she could get. So now she's sitting there. Okay? Watch her. And you tell me this person's not capable of multiple things, multitude of things? This woman who has sat here and trashed Andy, multiple creators, her neighbors, everyone in Beach Creek, pretty much. Everyone that's ever spoken about Summer. Everyone. This person right here. This person right here. She has begged for money for lie detector tests she didn't take. Had an excuse. She's begged for money for a cabin she never fixed. Had an excuse. Calls everybody else tragedy pimps. She hasn't said a fucking word yet to try to find out anything about Summer or to work with him on Summer. He is steadily pouring out information to try to help Summer. She's just sitting there.
I don't know. I'm burnt out. I'm fed up with the way that they're dealing with her case. She deserves better. But like I said, as far we have never said anything about your daughter, and she is mine, and I will. Like I said, we did not mean to cause it.
Still sitting quiet. Anybody else at any other time that would have said anything like that concerning her daughter, she would have just jumped all over them. But she's still waiting. She's still waiting for more information. She's going to keep it. She's got her hands pressed against her mouth so she can keep quiet and just bring that information in.
For your life personally, we did not talk to Andy. He hates us from the get-go. Gets
Did not talk to Andy. She's like, yeah.
Triggered by me like a mofo.
There you go. Got a reaction. Spoke about Andy. She came the fuck alive.
And that's y'all's personal business.
But yet you made it a point when the channel first went live to go over there and pretend like I must have deserved it.
Speak like a grown woman, not a baby. Let's back this up.
personally. We did not talk to Andy. He hates us from the get-go, gets triggered by me like a mofo. And I text y'all's personal business.
But yet you made it a point when the channel first went live to go over there and pretend like I must have deserved. I mean, I still got the.
Oh, Cam, feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me now, Cam. Be my buddy. Oh, Cam, Ernie, you too. You know, cause I'm gonna put my head down, be a little girl, and you know, you just abused me. Carry on, Jody Sue.
Screenshot of your comments,
I
Cam.
have never said anything about you and his conflicts, and that has nothing to do with
You have, and I have the screenshots to prove it, dude.
I got the screenshots to prove it. We do too, honey. Multiple screenshots. You can't say anything anymore without it being proven, honey. It's just, that's over.
And other things. But the point is that you acted like, you know, I mean, I have the screenshots to prove you were talking shit about me.
I would like to see them.
And
you got the screenshots. You got the receipts. Where's your fucking receipts? You never show them. You're always talking about them here. This person, I got receipts. I got receipts on this person over here. I got receipts. I got receipts. Never show them, honey. But you want everybody else to pop out those receipts. Where's your fucking receipts? The blurry shit you show your screen ain't receipts, honey. The crap you talked about your ex is not receipts, honey. You're getting ready to make him go hunt down fucking receipts for you. Show yours, bitch. You can't, because you're too fucking lazy.
And that, you know, it was literally left in the comments section of his videos. Hell's probably still up.
Especially to Andy.
And
We sent Andy a look before we could get an answer for anything we had to say. Fucking cash that.
I just gotta stay here for a second, guys. I'm gonna rewind you. Here we go again. I want to see that face one more time. Look at it. Y'all see that? Look at those eyes. Look at the mouth. Look at her. This person is the one who's fucking around in Summerwell's case. There's no and ifs and buts about it anymore. I don't know if she's innocent. I don't know if she's guilty. But there's something seriously fucking wrong with her, in my opinion.
You have, and I have the screenshots to prove it, dude. And other things. But the point is that you acted like, you know.
And Jody Sue Brown, I'm gonna tell you, your shit wouldn't fly around here. It wouldn't fly at all, honey. None. No. You wouldn't even speak like that around here. At all. And you damn well would not abuse a friend of mine like you're doing now to Cam. Nope. You better be glad it's a screen, love. Because that shit don't fly where I come from. You talk your big Beach Creek, Sullivan County, badass bullshit. You need to broaden your surroundings, honey. You don't know what the real world is like. You think you're the baddest fucking shit in town? In the world? In the state? You ain't nothing but a mouth. That's it. You're a mouth who sat in a fucking box running her mouth.
I mean, I have the screenshots to prove you were talking shit about me.
I would like to see that.
And that, you know, it was literally left in the comments section of his videos. Hell's probably still up.
Especially the
And
we sent Andy a look before we could get an answer for anything we had to send him fucking cash at.
you what?
He had the cash. Oh, she took it off. No shit. Did you really? Let's try this. That's okay, Jody Sue. If you take it off, I've got it all screen recorded. Don't you remember who I am? Let's try. Nope.
He was on.
Sorry.
On,
I
Crime
apologize,
Stories.
Jody Sue. I seriously thought you took it off. See, I do apologize. I just had to check something out. Hang on a minute.
Says they were able
Crime
to
Stories are illuminated.
the first time he ever went on a panel.
Oh, that was on Illuminated, was it not?
Do what?
That was when he.
She has a name too, and you know it. You know it, Jody Sue. You want people to respect you? Act like a grown-ass woman. Grown-ass a woman? Act like a grown-ass woman. Not a 12-year-old in middle school who never grew up. She's got a name. You say it when you want to say it, you jealous bitch.
He was on Illuminated with his handler, was it not?
Crime Story CSI.
Yeah, that's Illuminated. That's Piper.
Yeah, they went.
That's the.
Yeah, see, she's got a name. Say it. There's no sense in you saying all your little nicknames. They ain't saving you out of court or anything else. It just shows you're an immature bitch.
One that's held him in the background since Jen roped him in by.
Hi,
Like,
Scott
looking
H.
over text.
I saw him, honey.
And then
I'm
they
busy
tried
running
to
my
have
mouth.
her-
About dogs.
Hi, Scott. Sorry I didn't say hi. I'm busy running my mouth over here. I'm going to continue for a long time.
He would not answer my question until I sent the super chat.
God damn.
God
Yeah,
damn. God damn.
That's what we sent, $15. Yeah, that's the only thing.
You waste that $15, Cam. Bet she didn't even buy toilet paper with it. Just saying. Guarantee you she didn't.
That we ever asked Nick came into whose chat was it that night? From Mama's chat, and I asked him another question, and he disappeared.
Yeah.
And then he got triggered on Tiffany Marie's other night when I asked him. He got mad at me.
Yeah, well, it looks like they were charging $15 per head for the membership life, trying to drive views away from rats too the other night.
Nobody was trying to drive anything away from raps, Jody Sue. I was in raps. So you can sit there and talk all your shit you want. Not everybody is in memberships on his channel. Not everyone is concerned about Rap and Benny's issues. Or yours. I have the entire live recorded. Every word out of your mouth has been recorded. Every comment made in the chat recorded. Just like I've been doing for a long time with you and your chat. Where your chat wants to dox people, talks about hacking people, talks about sending out fucking fake checks on fake bank accounts, and God damn, can't even imagine. So carry on talking your bullshit. The people that went into that channel were already members. Okay, some may have joined. Why the fuck does it matter to you? Because everybody wasn't running over there to watch Jody Sue say the same shit. Maybe one or two fucking changes that suddenly come out of your mouth after 16 months. That's probably not true, in my opinion. You're not all that in a bag of chips. And I don't know whoever the fuck told you you were.
Go in there and talk and be part of that whole thing. $15 person.
For what?
Last night.
Yours is 6, bitch, and you don't even say nothing but repeat yourself every fucking day. Jesus Christ, at least Benny gives out shit that's important, that makes sense, that's a coherent fucking thought. I'm done. Well, I'm not done with the live, y'all. Gotta go smoke. Gotta calm down. Hang on. I shall be back. I'm back, guys. I took my phone with me that time. I don't even know why I bothered to go all the way. This is when I wish I still smoked in the house, but I don't because of other people that I care about, unlike somebody else I know. But anyway, I took my phone with me this time, and I usually don't, and I'm out of breath, and I don't really care, and I've got a BC powder I'm going to have to take in a minute because I've already gave myself a freaking headache talking about this witch. But while I was down there, I saw a comment that I'm fully in agreement with, and I'm trying to find it. Damn it, where'd it go? It was by somebody that I'm not familiar with the name, and they were talking about Jody Sue and hearing the scream when she was in the cabin. I agree. I totally agree. Where the heck did that go? And I hope it wasn't deleted because I am in full agreement with that person. Well, now I can't find it. Ah, dang it. There it is. Okay, so JSB says she was at the end of her driveway and heard the hell in her cabin, meaning yell, not hell. Did she hear the yell in her cabin because her son was S.A. Summer, then they harmed Summer, so she couldn't tell? Well, I'm not in agreement with the S.A. thing and the son because I really don't know. And that's not a subject I like to touch on today. But I'm in agreement with the first part of what you wrote about Jody Sue hearing it in the cabin, right? I'm also going to go a little bit further and say that Jody Sue heard them yelling for Summer while she was in her cabin. Because how else didn't she hear it? She said she heard every fucking thing else that went on that hill. Why would she have to get to the bottom of her hill before she could hear anything, y'all? Nobody has ever asked that. That was the first glaring red flag for me. The first one. Way back when she kept insisting how much she could freaking hear from the top of her hill. So I want to know how she didn't hear that shit inside her cabin. Let's start this back and let that one sink in, because that will tell you everything that came after is bullshit from Jody Sue Brown, in my opinion.
Or not. For whenever I was on Raps, Floppy did a membership only
I just
hidden
found out
one.
she was on Raps like freaking an hour.
But anyway, so they were charging $15 per person too, which I'm sure was split. But yeah, I mean, we were screamed at very early last year.
Sure, it was split. Why does it matter to you so much? Why are you so obsessed? Girl, you're making money. Are you so jealous that you can't leave other people alone with the money that they're making? You're doing the same shit. You tragedy pimp.
September, October by monsters screamed about how they wanted to make money on Summer. But that's what y'all are stuck with, is monsters who don't know shit, not going to admit shit, and are lying.
Oh, we only got to listen to this monster who knows every fucking thing about everything and everybody and has the receipts to prove it.
Everybody hide their own shit, so supplies don't figure out what the fuck they've lied about, and you know, and everybody else don't figure it the fuck out. That's what y'all are stuck with now.
I really do want to.
So
there ain't nobody stuck with nothing but you and your repetitive nonsense.
you cozy up to that all you want.
You say anything about you ate, because I've never spoken to that.
I'm talking about comment sections, Cam, and I've heard.
Yeah, she's talking about comment sections. Can you want to know why? Because that's all she does all day long is read comment sections. That's how she gets all her information. She is more concerned what everybody is saying about her in the comment section. She don't click on nothing. She reads those comment sections, you guys. Explain that one too.
Well, go look at it. If I had said anything, please send them to me. Because I don't recall ever getting. Did we ever say about their personal matter?
Yeah.
That's not our place.
You did in the comment section. You were like, "Well, I can imagine why you left Jazz." Or what.
Now watch this. Watch this. Roping him in. He's saying that he's not interested in her personal business. Da 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 da. She's like, "Oh yeah, you did in the comment section. In the comment section, you did."
Why this and the abuse was kind of justified type of comment. I mean, I literally still have the shit. Cam.
I would never say that. I do not believe in a man land.
She still has the shit. Go dig it out, Jody Sue, because you're getting ready to tell him go dig out his shit. You get up off your lazy ass and go dig out your shit. Show it. Show it. You got all day today. You ain't got nothing to do. You're always so busy with so many things going on in the background. Get off your ass and find your receipts. Show them. I dare you.
Yeah.
As I would never. How long we've been together? Almost 11 years. If I ever put my hand. You've not about knocked my ass out before, but that's not. I know. I've been an asshole, through my stupid years. And I fully admit that.
Yeah, she was one too. She still is. Let's carry on.
But I don't believe in man hitting on a woman. And I would not say that. So I know for a fact that I never said that was justified. I know that I've been angry. Shit, you said, Jody, so I'll be very honest.
Shit.
I don't really give a shit what the fuck I've said that's made you feel it.
So she don't give a shit, Cam. She don't care about anything. She don't care about your feelings. She don't care about what you think. She only cares about what you know, what you can do for her. This is what people like this is like.
Some type of way.
When I was teaching classes, I got very angry.
She doesn't want to be your friend. She's never going to be your friend. She's not going to be anyone's friend. She's not even friend with the mods that are on her own channel. She uses them. Let's be for real. Like I said, symbiotic relationships. Okay? She's incapable.
I don't really care what you've gotten angry about that I've said, quite frankly, after what all of you have done.
You just turned into a straight bitch for no reason.
Get her, Cam. Get her. You just sat there and wasted all your time trying to communicate with somebody that is not able to communicate. She's able to talk at people. Don't ask her any questions. Damn sure don't question her on anything she has said.
I'm not being a bitch. Did you just call me a bitch?
Yeah, he did. You bitch.
Have I called you any names?
Yeah, you did. And you're going to again. Go on.
I think
You've accused him of a great number of things. Huh. Or don't you remember? Maybe that was someone else.
just turned into oh my God, or really if you're going to be paid like this, I've been nothing but respect. This come at me and said, I don't care what you think.
I really don't. I said I don't care what you feel about what I've said about you after what you've done.
See? I don't care what you feel after what you've done to me. No, honey, you always throw the first stone. You've always thrown the first stone. And if you haven't, then show the receipt. Because I've been watching for an awfully long fucking time. I'm so sick of watching you. But I want to be there the day it ends. I want to see it go down. I've invested all of this time listening to you and your nonsense. And I want to be there when it goes down. And I want to witness it on screen happen. And it can't happen soon enough in my book, in my opinion. But you show where someone threw the first stone. Ziggy didn't throw the first stone. Doug didn't either. If asking you some hard questions is so bad, then go on with that. Show me. Show me the receipts. Might be able to throw that shit my way. But I don't think anywhere else. You threw it at Piper. You threw it at who else? Let's think. That didn't throw a first stone. I can't think of anybody that threw the first stone at you, Jody Sue. I can't. I'm really racking my brain right now. Wasn't even Benny. Damn, Jody Sue. Can you really do me a favor and show me who really threw the first stone at you before you threw it first? I'm going to wait. I'm going to give you plenty of time. I'd like to see that receipt.
And my family and my children.
That hurts you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings toward each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For
Summer matters, yeah. And
Summer matters, yeah, right. You sounded really invested in that statement. Summer matters, yeah, right. Let's rewind it and listen again. Listen to what Cam said first.
Respect and said, I don't care what you think.
I really don't. I said I don't care what you feel about what I've said about you after what you've done to my family and my children.
That hurts you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings toward each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For Summer
Summer matters, yeah. And
she does, 100%.
Yeah. And so do the other wives, all of you.
See? There you go. This is the bitch that reached out to him to talk about Summer. And all she can say is, yeah, Summer matters. That's it. If you listen to the rest of the stream, that's the extent of it. Right there. Let's listen to it again like Jody Sue does. Okay? Let's listen to it. I'm not going to make everybody listen to it 25 fucking times like you do, Jody Sue, but we're going to listen to it a couple times. Let's back this bitch up.
I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings toward each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For Summer
Summer matters, yeah. And
she does, 100%.
Yeah. And so do the other wives all of y'all are fucking with.
We're going to rewind it.
I said I don't care what you feel about what I've said about you after what you've done to my family and my children.
That hurts you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings toward each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For Summer
Summer matters, yeah. And
she does, 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Cam. And that's why you just tormented the fuck out of yourself to talk to this crazy ass bitch who had no intentions of ever fucking talking to you about Summer Wells. Let's back this bitch up again.
And said, I don't care what you think.
I really don't. I said I don't care what you feel about what.
Dump southbound train. No, that's okay. I'm gonna fucking do it. Bye, bitch. Come in here and tell me that Summer's gone. Get the fuck out.
I've said about you after what you've done to my family and my children.
That hurts you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings towards each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For
Kim.
Summer well.
Summer matters, yeah, and
She does, 100%.
yeah.
Flip channels, go for it. Because this is much energy she can put into saying Summer's name and that she matters.
And said, I don't care what you think.
I really don't. I said I don't care what you feel about what I've said about you after what you've done to my family and my children.
That hurts you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings towards each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For
Kim.
Summer well.
Summer matters, yeah, and
She does, 100%.
yeah.
Hurt you. So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings towards each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For
Kim.
Summer well.
Summer matters, yeah, and
She does, 100%.
yeah, and so do the other lives all of y'all are fucking with, in and around
I'm
her
not fucking
case.
with anybody's love.
Yeah,
And I'm not involved in.
Even when she was on the other lives the other night, when she spoke about Summer, it was same thing. Yeah, Summer matters. Because she can't. Because she doesn't matter, does she, Jody Sue? It's only your life. You use everyone else's lives around. If anybody mentions a name around or whatever, you're like, oh, don't dox them, blah, 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 don't this, don't that. But you've doxed quite a number of Beach Creek local people. Haven't you, Jody Sue Brown? Haven't you? It's okay when you do it, right? Everything is okay when it's you doing it. No one else. You are so into your own self that you can't even see reality, honey. You sit in a dark camper all night long and you tell me you're healthy mentally? Right. Let's carry on.
Any other case.
I mean, the thing is that
We've actually found 2 children. Let's see any other YouTube channels say that. Yeah, we have just 2. Sorry. Thanks, Dice and Tegan Dowry.
anyway.
So,
Let's back
yeah,
this up.
we did.
Fuck.
I want to hear this again because I want to hear her at the end say, anyway. Let's back it up.
Made you feel any type of way.
When I was in class, I got very angry about that.
I don't really care what you've gotten angry about that I've said, quite frankly, after what all of you have
Wow,
done
you
to
just
my
turned
life.
into a straight bitch for no reason.
Ooh, I
I'm not
love
a
you,
bitch.
Kim.
You just call me a bitch.
Hell,
Have I
fucking
called
yeah.
you any names?
I think you just turned into a, oh my God, or really, if you're going to be petty like
She
this,
didn't
I
just
think
turn,
that's
honey.
respect.
She's been that way a long time.
And said, I don't care what you think.
I really don't. I said I don't care what you feel about what I've said about
We
you.
don't
after
give a
you've done
shit
to my
what you
family
fucking
and
feel
my
either
children.
anymore. Those days are gone.
So I don't believe anybody else has went that far to say any of that, because it's not about us. It's not about our little petty feelings towards each other. It's about getting to the truth for that child. For
Kim.
Summer well.
Summer matters, yeah, and
She does, 100%.
yeah, and so do the other lives all of y'all are fucking with, in and around
I'm
her
not fucking
case.
with anybody's love.
Yeah,
And I'm
well,
not involved in any other case.
I mean, the thing is that
We've actually found 2 children. Let's see any other YouTube channels say that. Yeah, we have just 2. Sorry. Thanks.
Can't give no credit nowhere, can you, bitch? Huh? Can't. Because that's not your narrative, is it? Is it, Jody Sue Brown? That's not your narrative, is it, honey? You can have it smack dab in the middle of your face. shining fucking neon lights. And you still can't give credit.
Stites and Tegan Dower.
Anyway.
So
Anyway, let's just dismiss that. What the fuck have you done? Huh? What the fuck have you done? You haven't done shit but run your mouth. Screw up an investigation in a missing child's case while you sit and accuse others of having done so. It's you, Jody Sue. It's you, Jody Sue, who L.E. was talking about. No one else. You. Because the misinformation and the bullshit that was being shared came from you, Jody Sue Brown. All the people's tips, Don's. You allowed that man to look like a complete idiot. The bullshit you fed him. Shame on you, Jody Sue Brown.
yeah, well, we did. I'm not going to argue about it because we had done that. Now I want to ask.
I mean, I can get her family on the phone and we can talk about it. I mean,
Yeah, please stay out of other people's families. You done enough damage to the Wells and their children. The boys, don't you remember all the horrible things you said about them? What about Marlena Crawford and the horrible things you said about her kid too? Huh? Stay out of other people's shit, Jody Sue. You have no business in it.
Here.
Yes. Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, what was the question that you were wanting to ask?
There you go. See, that's spoken just like a goddamn woman right there. Excuse my expression. I don't normally use those two words. And yes, when you know that I'm really mad, because I don't use them. But that woman just popped out the fucking question that should have been asked of you from the very start and nothing else. It should have been repeated to you over and over throughout all of this fucking time until you hung up the damn phone because you had no intentions. Did you, Jody Sue? You're bored. Get a fucking life.
I mean, I wasn't. He just went hand the phone, said something. I don't know. I guess he wants you to speak for him again. Which I notice he does a lot when he's somewhere he doesn't want.
There goes the terrorized woman, see her? She's going to trash that man. She's going to trash that man. I've noticed, he does this. He has to call his wife. He has to call his wife, stand up for him. No, he's a smart man and knows that you're a bitch that will twist and turn and make him look any sort of way, any fucking way he goes. Because you're a bitch that uses the woman's card that Don Wells speaks about and spoke about. You called you out by name, honey. He called you out by name. You can kiss his ass all you want. That ain't going to retract the things he said about you. It's out there. I made sure of it. So go on with your damn narcissistic bullshit. Everybody sees through it. We've all done our homework. The ones that didn't know about psychology have done theirs by now. So you go on it with all of your gaslighting, your word salad, all of your fucking bullshit. It's weak. It's been weak for months, honey. You've been weak for months. At this point, it's pathetic. Go on. Let's listen to some more of your pathetic fucking ass.
Talk about it. He's getting too upset. He always asks you to speak for him. It's weird.
Right here, I thought you said that, Alex. Is that what's going on?
Which I don't mind. It's just I find it weird.
I want to know how Allie didn't come in with both guns blazing and just tear a fucking hole in your ass. Is that my man? Oh, you wouldn't even got this far in the conversation. I'd have snatched that phone from him and told you the hell off. And you would have better hoped that we never crossed paths. And I'm just saying that. Thank God Cam's not my man.
Weird, it's a trait of Cam's to always deflect to you or to say, hey, tell him this or tell him that or call for
I'm
you.
actually
Allie's a better woman than I am. That's all I got to say about that. And I'm a pretty damn good woman, Jody Sue Brown. And everybody knows it. Let's carry on.
That is strange.
damn close. My God, listen, you said that we bullshit about the footprints. We are the ones that came out and spoke about it and got our asses chewed out about it.
Cam, you tried for forever in my inbox. Everybody else did. That's the thing, Cam.
You tried forever. Everybody else did. That's the thing. Everybody was all up in her inbox, man. Everybody wanted in Jody Sue's inbox. That's the thing.
I did what your inbox?
Oh, Jesus. Okay, good.
I had every single message saved that we've ever
Show your receipts, Jody Sue. You're so fucking boring.
responded.
Cam,
What did I ever say?
Cam,
You brought it to us.
Cam, it looks real weird that every time I try to speak, you just speak over it and do what.
Okay. You were quiet for quite a while because you were getting information. But let's watch what you do when you're not getting the information. Now you're playing that narcissistic bullshit here, trying to manipulate when he can and cannot speak. But let's see how well you do what you're fucking preaching. Miss Brown.
Whatever it is.
I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Well, I'm not asking to be entirely quiet, but, being adults taking
Bitch, he didn't ask you to give him fucking permission to speak.
turns here.
Well, I'm trying, Jesse, but you come at me like straight.
I'm trying, but you know how much of my life I've lived with motherfuckers going, well, but.
You need therapy. All these motherfuckers who's been fucking with you your whole fucking life have really fucked you up, in my opinion.
I'm sick of butt, okay? So here's the deal, Cam.
But it's this when you're going through, I'm gonna stand up for myself.
Wore me off about what, Connie?
Okay, can we take turns? That way then, you're...
Can we take turns? Well, let's watch you take turns, Jody Sue. Let's watch how well you adult.
response can be you taking up yourself or whatever it is you
After you get done abusing him some more, bitch, let's see how well you adult.
think you need to do
So,
there.
I guess we can take turns on that. Go ahead.
Okay. But I mean, you literally caught me on pen on how to ask me about it. You're like, because in the inbox, you're like, we talk to us, we interview, we do this, and never really did. And then I'm like, oh,
Never really did. You avoided him, said in multiple lives that you didn't want to talk to Cam. They tried. Back it the fuck up. Want proof of that too, Jody Sue? Because I've got the receipts.
and then we're up on bones, right? And then you're like, well, where was it, Jody says there, and asking me about the footprints. So it's not something you did on your own, Cam, but you...
Asking you questions doesn't mean shit, girl. It was early on, and he was asking you things because he was trying to find out things because he was trying to find a missing child. What part of that don't you fucking understand? Literally. What part of that don't you understand?
Try to take credit for.
Josh. We already talked to Josh.
Can you not put out his name? Do you have to dox everybody again? I understand some stuff still on the internet, but at this point,
He didn't dox him, Jody Sue.
I understand that, but at this point, Cam, it's a year plus
Oh, it's the year plus. Yeah. You gonna go wipe out the internet now and remove everything, Jody Sue? Yeah. You know, why are you so concerned about everybody? Like I said, you've doxed just about everybody that you can. You've doxed children, talking about them getting drugs. You've even mentioned children's names that got drugs. You've mentioned men that had nothing to do with the Wells, but had something to do with Andy. You're the queen of doxing, honey. So shut up.
Later, and what you have are a lot of people who couldn't find that shit with both hands, available. So
I didn't say his last name just now. I just said his first
I know, but it makes it easier.
Oh, it shut the fuck up.
It does. We both know who Footprint Guy is. We don't.
Oh, you had to go and say who the fuck it was. It wasn't bad enough that he said the name. You had to go put the connotation with it. Yeah, dumbass. You super genius. Carry on. Super genius.
Okay, so all names aside, I will say this to make so that does not make you angry.
I'm not angry. I'm not the one melting down or having a fucking fit, Cam.
No, I am right now, but let's carry on.
On that Facebook store, we were following that. My wife was actually following.
I don't care who was following it.
And she screenshot off. She knew it was.
You don't care about anything, but you're gonna run your mouth about it, right?
And then we found out about the other problem. And where we never said.
But you didn't have it. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. You dismissive bitch.
It's all fine.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just saying.
You shut up, and
that
it will
you
be
still had
fine.
to come on the panel and be like, "Hey, where were those again?" Because all you had was verbal. You knew they existed.
Please answer. Which panel did we do that?
It was on Ziggy's, if I recall correctly, and you were up on the panel, and you're like, "Hey, Joseph, where were the
I
princes?"
never talked to you on any panel but 15 Marie.
Show the receipts, Jody Sue. If you're gonna sit there and say something about somebody, you need to show the receipts.
No.
Yes.
Wrong. There's literally an entire.
Saying it's wrong don't make it right. You've been saying that shit for 16 months about everything.
That's real funny that you're a liar, Cam.
Look at the pot calling the kettle.
No, Jody Sue, I'm sorry. You are. You want to be
Just because you say shit don't make it true, but.
Yeah, bitch, I just told you that fucking shit, didn't I? Let's carry on.
You go look at. Please go on your search and find any other live I've spoken to you on besides 15 Marines, because there's not one. We spoke to you on Messenger in October of 2020.
Oh my God, Jody Sue. Are you ever going to tell him what the hell you need to talk to him about over summer? I mean, Jesus. How many fucking hours does it take to get to the center of the fucking Tootsie Roll Pop? Because we can just fast forward to that part from now on. You can just do a live and put down in your description box at 55 minutes, 8 hours and 25 minutes and 12 seconds, I finally get to the fucking point. Oh, maybe never, which is usual.
And if you go back and look at
you just don't want to admit that you were on a panel with me where I had to hold your goddamn hand and tell you about the footprints because
you're melting down, Jody Sue. You're melting down. Come on, baby. Calm the fuck down. Are you okay? Do you need to take a nap? Are you on something? Oh, I think I just heard you sniff. Let's carry on.
You still want to act like you own it. You know what, Cam?
Oh, you know what, Cam?
You're of no help this summer.
You haven't even asked him what the fuck you wanted to ask him. Jesus.
And that's a fact. So you laugh and then you go look for teenagers where
Oh my God, teenagers. That was Andy, remember? You're so used to saying the fucking shit that you can't even remember which man you're talking to when you go to throw that shit out. How fucking sad is that? Because you just fucked up. It was the wrong man, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Andy? Haven't you heard that shit before, Andy? You don't have to answer because we all know. Uh-huh. Yeah, fucked up. Let's listen to it again. You and your teenager obsession shit. Now I'm gonna go have another fucking cigarette, which is only like 2 drags because I gotta walk a fucking mile, unlike somebody else that sits on her ass and smokes it up in a fucking camper in front of her kid.
2021. And if you'll go back and look at
You just don't want to admit that you were on a panel with me where I had to hold your goddamn hand and tell you about the footprints because you still want to act like you own it. You know what, Cam? You're of no help this summer, and that's a fact. So you laugh, and then you go look for teenagers where everybody else know where the fuck they're at and take credit for that shit too. But it's not.
Now, what the fuck did teenagers have anything to do with that statement? Unless it was just a sentence that's used to flying out of her mouth. And it is. We've heard it. We've heard it. We've read it in text messages. She fucked up. She just lost her shit. And she just accused another man of what she was accusing her former man of all the time. And with that, I'm going to pause and I'm going to go enjoy a cigarette. And this time, I think I earned to have more than 2 puffs. And I will be back in a minute, y'all. Thank you for hanging in with me. Okay, I'm back. Oh my God, I cannot believe the time, y'all. I did not intend to do a live this long at all. I haven't eaten. I got a headache. I walked by my daughter and I was like, man, I got a headache. She said, I ain't never seen you so mad, Mom, for so long in my entire life. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. But it's got to be said. It's got to be said. It's to the point now where it's gone beyond anything that's even classified as abnormal. When a woman starts bringing out stuff that she's yelled at another man, at the man she's speaking to, shows you she's got a problem. She's got a problem with men. She's got a problem with women too, but that's beside the point. The point is that came out so freely out of her mouth, which shows that there's been a pattern. Well, we already have the receipts for that. We've already seen the receipts that Jody Sue Brown herself posted because she thought she was trashing her ex at the time. She was actually making herself look bad the whole time, but she's so narcissistic, she can't see that. Then she's like twisting and turning it and going, oh, everybody's taking up for my abuser, you know, and I'm a DV survivor and I can't look at these women. I can't believe these women are doing it because the women see through you. That's why. We've said it 100 times and still here you are proving the case in the Jody Sue / Andy ordeal that nobody really wants to be a part in, not even him. You've pulled him here. No one else. You. You can't even communicate without sliding out the crap you said to him, to another man. That sentence made no sense whatsoever unless you put it in the category of you got pissed. It's what normally would run out of your mouth when speaking to Andy. But you said it to another man. A man who wasn't even really doing anything to you to get talked to like that. A man that you reached out and asked for help from, but never said what the help was that you needed. So go figure, Jody Sue. You're sitting there thinking that, you know, you're just all of that. But that's not what the public sees, honey. And I don't understand why you continue. So let's continue for a few more minutes.
Not even the point. You are literally. Yeah, right, Kim. Okay. Anybody want to go ask Ziggy to come over here, please?
Oh, like when you were screaming for Tiffany Marie. Tiffany, somebody go get Tiffany Marie. Somebody go get Tiffany Marie. I need somebody to go get Tiffany Marie. She didn't come running either, did she? And when she came, she didn't really help all that much at that moment neither because she was already seeing through your shit. But she was smart enough to play along. And I love that. That is a perfect screenshot right now, y'all. I swear to God. See, this is the photography in me. Yeah. Too bad I've already uploaded one. But everybody else is welcome to it. Let me move my cursor. There you go. Uh-huh. There's the hand. Right? While you peer around the side of it at yourself. Because that's really who you're warring with, isn't it, Jody Sue? yourself. You put yourself here. You made yourself a fool. You've been made full of. People have pointed out all of your inconsistencies, pointed out your lies, pointed out the stuff that you omit debating, and all this behavior in a missing child's case. And you wonder why people think you're suspect. You say, wouldn't it be something if what I'm accused of really did happen from across the street from Summer Wells? Yeah, would be something, huh? You said statements like that many times recently, Jody Sue. That causes me concern. Who even says something like that? That's innocent. They would not compare themselves in any form in that way. They wouldn't want the unwanted attention. They wouldn't be online talking and talking and talking and talking. They would avoid it. Just like the guy that was just mentioned a few minutes ago that you said don't mention his name. They don't want the attention. What are they doing? They removed themselves. But you didn't, have you? And you still haven't. And you'll be on tonight too. Like I said, there's been times that I hope that, you finally listened and got the fuck off and shut up and did the right thing for yourself and your family and all of your extended family members and all of your neighbors, because you are the reason all of your neighbors were looked at. But you didn't, because every single damn time, pop, might be in the middle of the night, because you think you're fooling everyone. So you go, force everybody to stay up all night. Girl, I sit there, record you, and go to sleep. It makes no difference to me. None. None whatsoever. Everybody else, too. There's a reason why people are recording you, Jody Sue. It's not for our fun. It's not fun. There's nothing fun about talking about you. There's nothing fun sitting here right now talking about you. I am not enjoying myself whatsoever. I am not having a blast. I would rather be downstairs cooking food for my family than wasting my entire damn day talking about Jody Sue Brown and looking at your face. Let's continue. I don't know when you're ever going to learn, girl. You're your own worst enemy.
What?
Anybody?
Anybody?
I want to go back.
Anybody? Is there anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
Anybody?
There's the 12-year-old. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
To get actors and shit to fucking reenact that don't exist.
It does exist, Cam.
Here, I'm gonna pull up.
Cam, I'm sorry. I laugh like mad too. I'm serious. I mean, I just did a video the other day and I had to put up images in it because I couldn't even speak. It was so hilarious. The whole live that she did was like that. And I don't even want to put up anything that doesn't pertain to Summer. But that's why she's here. It's supposed to be for Summer. And when you got to put up images of cars and everything else because she's so freaking hilarious, And you're rolling your eyes and laughing at the same time because it's the damnedest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. And you've seen some things in your lifetime. Jody Sue, you're a different breed, honey. You're different.
Exactly. No, it's not. I'll read this to you. If you wanna to really debate this, then this is what was said.
What are you reading to me? Reading messages have not shit to do.
Messages.
What the fuck does that have to do with a panel? You and your
Because you were speaking about messages earlier, Jody Sue. That's why. He's trying to show his receipts of his communications with you. But you're stuck on a panel now.
your word salad or shit.
Because we weren't on a panel. This ain't no word. What is a word salad? I legitimately.
Word salad, Cam, is what she does when she talks in fucking circles and never makes a coherent thought. That's what word salad is. A whole lot of bullshit. It also means a whole lot of talking that makes you feel crazy in the end. And you're like, wait a minute, 9 times out of 10, word salad is something that you've already said that they're playing back as if it's their own thought. That's Jody Sue. Because Jody Sue does take everything from everyone and plays it off as if it's her. She's not that intelligent, in my opinion. Crafty, but not intelligent, in my opinion.
Like said, let me read back a message to you from me.
Right, Jody Sue. When they do, if they do come to arrest you, make sure that your hands are seen. You know, that's what everybody gives advice, you know, for when cops come to arrest people. If you're guilty, make sure, after all the things you've said and done, and the fact that you requested a gun and made sure that everybody on the internet knew that you requested a gun in a house with a man who couldn't have guns. So were you setting him up? Because you were telling him to get the gun, basically, right? Were you setting him up then too, Jody Sue, like you've been setting him up for years? Or were you getting the gun for a different reason? Can you tell us what multiple reasons you may need on June 15th to have a gun so that your son could go hunting? It wasn't, you know, because Summer wasn't missing yet, according to you, when you were asking for the gun. So it couldn't have been, oh, I need a gun for protection because the little girl across the street just went missing. Instead, you've told us all along about how dangerous your ex-partner was, the children of your father, and that he would harm and kill you and your kids. But yet there you were, asking him for a gun. I find that odd, Jody Sue. That's been one of the biggest things that stood out to me in that June 15th, 2021 message, besides the fact of you going down in 25 minutes. So let's discuss the gun that you needed, Jody Sue, and why you were so hell-bent to get a gun in the house around the man that you said was terrorizing you and you had to get away from for the safety of yourself and your children, and you took out protection order after and want to continue it. But you were willing. You said out of your own mouth that Monster, aka Andy's parents, were pushing guns at him. But there you are in print asking for him to get a gun. Explain that one away, Jody Sue Brown.
It ain't facts. And I do actually enjoy facts, but you have none, and you hold none. And just like you hold.
Yeah, come on with the abuse. You don't know what the fuck he's got. You only know what he told you just now. You don't know. You don't know what I got. You damn well don't know what I got. Did you go on and tell everybody? Go on and tell everybody what they ain't got. Okay? Like you got some kind of secret. What's your secret, Miss Brown? Huh? What facts do you know, Miss Brown? Because the only fucking fact is Summer's missing. You call yourself a witness, you're a witness to a search. Unless you want to be a witness to the abduction or the disappearance. Which one is it, Jody Sue? Let's continue.
I know they keep regurgitating drunk and poor kids' pics every week or two, and are currently back on it today because of share last night. My inbox is full of the nonsense. It's not even the right year. This is over.
What isn't the right year?
Kid from North Carolina, 16-year-old, definitely was not. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm saying that was 100% had nothing to do with something. And we called Sheriff for bullshit about that. Sheriff lied about a lot.
Look at her face.
I have not spoken to Sheriff.
No, watch. She don't know what in the hell he's talking about. Watch this. Let's back it up.
Because of Sheriff last night. My inbox is full of the nonsense. It's not even the right year. This is over.
What isn't the right year?
From North.
Now, remember what happens in the other years? Y'all. This is why she's so interested in what year Cam's talking about, because her mind's not where. Let's just continue.
Carolina, 16-year-old, definitely was not. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm saying that was 100% had nothing to do with something. And we called Sheriff for bullshit about that. Sheriff lied about a lot. I have not spoken to Sheriff since we first talked on her panel since the very beginning.
Did you just change whole ass subjects back to share in a red truck?
I was reading that message.
What the fuck do Facebook messages have to do with a panel where I literally told you where the footprints were and you still got it wrong?
I literally told you where the footprints were and you still got it wrong. How the fuck do you know exactly where those footprints are? All of them, Jody Sue. Because Ellie wouldn't tell you anything like that. And I know that to be a fact. But let's carry on, honey.
Here's your messages about the prints, JC. You ready?
Hey, Cam.
Yeah.
Hey, Jody Sue.
Yes.
We were literally on a panel together when you asked.
Which one? Tiffany.
Also recall you being in Facebook groups, doing the same thing, telling everybody that their information about the footprints were wrong. And you even said that the people who reported it that lived on the properties were wrong. Everybody was wrong. Only you knew it. Remember that, Jody Sue? Because I got screenshots. Let's just carry on.
I'm pretty sure that it was Bones. Ziggy, Cam. I'm pretty sure it was Ziggy's.
You worried about a panel, honey.
I never went on Ziggy's.
You were saying that shit longer before that.
When was that? It was 2022. I went up there and they all hated us, and they just solved that panel first time.
First time we talked was whenever she was down here and she saw them out throwing.
Yeah, because she tried to say that it was Sherfy Jr. And I said, no, it's not. It's first to deploy. And she argued. I said, that's not who that was. So that's whenever that was. That was January.
You see what she's doing there? She's pumping him again. Notice how quiet her mouth is? She ain't got nothing to say. She's sitting there taking in everything that he knows. It's not because she's working with him, because she's not speaking back. Conversations are two ways.
Okay, here's what was said about the friends. I think you said something about sitting here. Let's see.
This is not about the message. I don't give a fuck about the messages.
McBro, she lost her shit when Cam came on my live. That's where it all started. Cam came on my live and we were talking, and she came in my chat and she lost her shit. We were talking about the footprints. We were talking about Fields Row. We were talking about Mount Carmel. And we had just put up the June 15th text messages and was showing problems with her so-called timeline. That to me isn't a timeline. So she came in my chat, and she hadn't been in anybody's chat speaking out, at least where she was wearing her real clothes. So it started in my chat. And I had to go back and look at that live and see exactly the moment that she came up, because I wasn't reading my chat at the time at all. I was trying to keep a train of thought, and it was the first time I had someone on my panel, and he would talk about something that, I was trying to make a point. He would say his point, and then I was trying to still finish my point, remember where I was going, and I wasn't used to that kind of thing, and he wasn't messing me up, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I'm new to all of that. So I wanted Cam's opinion and had asked Cam several times, and he was always kind about it, to come on my panel whenever I did a live where I wanted a guest. And so he was my first guest at my request. And so I owe him big time for that live. Big time. He has no idea how much he helped me with that live. And from that moment on is when Jody Sue Brown started hopping all into everybody else's chats, trying to disrupt them, as she called it. She did it in prayer gardens, and then started hopping on other people's panels. It all began in my chat, on my live with Cam. There's a reason she keeps fucking with Cam over the footprints. Just saying. There's a reason, guys.
You don't care about the footprints. You're telling me that you had.
She said she wanted to talk to Cam, right? Now, all this time, now we finally got into the footprints. Look at her. Look at her face. Okay? But you tell me she's not got concerns about those footprints, because I've been watching her from early Facebook time, and she was bashing people about footprints. Sad thing about it is she's gone off of some of those and been blocked, and you can't pull up those messages. So people can't find them. You see what I mean? They're gone. She's deactivated her Facebook page. That also reduces the ability to find them, to show. But many have them. And I'm pretty sure, without a shadow of a doubt, law enforcement does as well. So while she sits there and tries to make herself look like she's got the inside ear to law enforcement, she doesn't. She wouldn't look like that right now. Everybody look at her face. She would not look like that. She wouldn't be so keen on finding out. She wouldn't be so keen on trashing him every time he talks about it, but look like that when he does talk about it. So Cam, you keep on going, buddy. That's all I'm going to say to you about that. Keep on going, buddy. Because look at that face. Look at it, y'all. It's something right there. And I didn't stop this at this particular point on purpose. I'm not even looking at her anymore because every time I look at her, I'm looking at my phone and I can't make her out from where I'm at, sitting, looking at my phone. I can see the chat, but I can't make her out. I cannot look at my tablet without getting upset. So I stopped looking at her until I went, turned to hit, the play key. But right there, you look at her face. All right, let's continue.
To hold my hand. And that's not.
There goes the glasses. Okay.
True.
Yeah, I really did, and it's on a fucking live, Cam.
She's still concerned about the live. She's going to see, this is what I'm saying about people like that. They will argue to the death about shit that has no substance. And the stuff that has substance, they can't communicate about because they can't make a coherent thought. Their whole lives are bent around trying to tear apart everything else that somebody else comes up with because they can't form that thought. What has she done from day one? She's destroyed or tried or attempted to destroy everything everyone else has done or said. Everything. Within minutes, she's on live, picking it to pieces like a vulture in the middle of the road with some roadkill, right, Jody Sue?
Never have walked me through anything.
Right, Cam, right.
To be honest. They're
Right,
not.
Cam. Your word salad, your gaslighting, your...
Exactly, BB Diamond. To earn credit by discrediting. But she's bullshit. All the way. I can sit here all day long and pick everybody's shit apart everywhere, even my own. I can sit here and pull up one of my commentaries where I did the paintings and I just talked to myself into the phone. And I could pick everything apart that I had just said, play devil's advocate with it. I'm really good at it. So it's not a talent or a skill that she has, because she doesn't have the skill. She doesn't catch things. She just has the ability to sit there and tear people down because that's what she's done to the man that she's lived with for 26 years. And probably everybody else that's ever been in her life. And according to what all the locals say that's ever had any relationship or known her, have all said. All of them. Let's continue.
Yeah, laugh about it. That's what abusers do. It's why you're good at what you do on YouTube, isn't it, Cam?
See, there she goes, abusing him by saying he's an abuser. He hasn't sat here and trashed her. She enticed her chat to call CPS on him and then later denied it. But of course, I have the receipts, right, Jody Sue? You know that I've got them. That's why you've left my name out of your mouth all this time, right? Didn't have any problem picking on days. The days was new. I've been here for all this time. There's a reason. And I know it. And you know I know it, don't you, Jody Sue? I know. Let's continue.
Okay, so
Deflection,
I'm going to read what he says on this
evasion.
wrist because he's trying to tell me that law enforcement was trying to.
I'm sure she'll make one up tonight. Doesn't matter. I saw somebody talk about Saga in her chat the other day, and that was pitiful too. And I'm just going to say, y'all start with me, and I'm going to make your day, every single one of you. And that's a promise. So just go for it.
What's your exact words?
Probably laughed about it and called those unfounded too, because they did.
But there's definitely something wrong here, and there has been. So help me every sentence, not getting.
Yeah, there is something wrong here, and there has been.
There is
what?
something wrong. There is something wrong, Jody Sue. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit further about her chat. I've touched on the subject as she speaks and says about the icon situation. Go look at her chat. Almost every person in her chat is hiding behind an icon. Almost every person is hiding behind a fake name. However, some of them, we already know their names. You know, just saying. People slip up. People do it on purpose. People email. And so on. So while they're sitting in her chat, taking up for a person they don't even know, I don't even ask my chat to do that. If my chat started that crap, trying to dox them, they would be removed. If they started anything, like talking about fake bank accounts, hacking, all the other kind of crap that's gone down in Jody Sue's chat, she's not called them down. She's done nothing. Threatening to call CPS on people. I dotted my I's and crossed my T's before I ever started talking. So, and guess who now hides behind an icon? Miss Jody Sue Brown, when she's not wanting to be front and center. She can lay in her bed behind that icon. We all can tell. We've all listened to her enough times in bed to know when she's laying in bed. Okay? She can hide her manager meetings now behind an icon. She can hide whatever she's doing behind an icon while she accuses Cam and others of doing nefarious things behind an icon every single time. If anybody's ever watched Cam smoke, he sounds like he just put something up his nose every single time because he's talking and trying to hold the smoke in while he's talking, because he's a conscientious person who is worried about what other people think instead of just blowing out his damn cigarette smoke. He's not snorting shit behind the camera, guys. He's smoking. And he finally got smart and started just smoking on camera. And that's what he should continue to do so that people can see it real time and hear it. So when she calls it out and says he's doing something behind the screen, we all know it's bullshit. We know what real drugged up looks like. We've witnessed it many times. Just saying. Let's continue.
Okay, so
Deflection.
I'm going to read.
And beside the point, if he's smoking weed or he's doing anything like that, it's his business. It's his and his wife's. It's no one else's. Okay? It's not our place to police YouTube. It's not our place to police any creator's private life. We are not suspects. None of us are suspects. None of us are people of interest in a missing child's case. This woman is, according to Sheriff Lawson of Hawkins County, Tennessee. And if he was worried about her not being considered that, he would have made this statement to clear her.
Evasion.
Because you tried to tell me that Bob.
And while I'm going there, you really pissed me off when you messed with Ernie, Jody Sue, and that's what brought this out. Don't go messing with people because I will take up for an underdog faster than you can even think, girl. Ernie can hold his own, but we all know that Ernie has times where he has some problems. And there's nothing funny about mental illness. And for you to go fuck with somebody that you have blatantly said is mentally ill is fucked up. It's beyond fucked up.
Enforcement was trying to, what's your exact words?
Probably laughed about it and called those unfounded too because they did.
But there's definitely something wrong here, and there has been some helping ever since. It's not.
No, I don't think he does either, Kim, but it's his right to be anywhere, just like it's her right to do what she's doing. But Jody Sue hasn't never admitted to having a mental illness or anything. Okay? If she had, and let's say Ernie didn't, and Ernie came in and started messing with her, it would be the same thing. It would be beyond fucked up. You don't mess with people in that way. And nothing fires me up more than anything than somebody to mess with someone who's not on the same level mentally. My stomach's growling, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm hungry.
Yeah, there is something wrong here, and there has been. A what?
This is what you said.
And I'm going to say this too. Had it not been for Ernie and Benny, we wouldn't have had the inside look at Candace. Because Candace stayed away like a smart girl until she got emotionally involved with these two men. Because she hasn't had that in her life much, that kind of attention. And I'm not saying anything wrong about Benny or Ernie. If I was a man, I would have damn well done it too. I would have been right on in there talking to that woman. I would have gave her as much attention as she needed. Just saying. To see if I could find somewhere else. I've said before, summer is what is important, not the drama, not the crama, not the Jody Sue Browns, not the drugs, not the drunken states of mind. It's summer. And had Benny and Ernie not interacted with Candace, we wouldn't have had much more than images of Candace looking like she was comatose in chairs, or the occasional tears. And I'm not dissing Candace. I'm just saying, that's all we had to judge her by in Jody Sue's words that Jody Sue said about Candace. It's all we had early on. And we did judge her, y'all. We did. I hope that they're both sober. I really wish they wouldn't get back together. And I hate to say that, but I think they both create one another's problems. And it's very hard to stay clean when there's two people trying to stay clean. We all know that. And for anyone that's hoping that he's going to get out and they're going to go right back to it so that we can have a drama show, needs to check themselves, because it's wrong. No matter what, they still are human beings. Even if they're guilty, they're still human beings. And that's why I tried for so long to be careful with Jody Sue Brown, because she's still a human being too. But with time passing and watching her attack this person and that person, I never, ever, ever have seen her do anything nice. Never. Not for no one. No one. You can write out on a piece of paper, Jody Sue, pros and cons. And the only thing that I think that you could put down on the pro is that she's a fast, smooth talker that has the ability to use words to her advantage if she finishes a sentence. I do think that Jody Sue has some talents writing scripts, and I'm not joking when I say that. You know why I'm saying it. But I think she's got talent. I do. I have said when I thought Jody Sue has spoken truth. I've called it out. If I find truth, I'm going to call it out for what it is. She just said something truthful, y'all. You know? But I'm not going to sit here anymore and watch her attack every creator out here. I'm not going to sit here and watch her attack any more people and treat her with kid gloves. If she doesn't want her child talked about, she needs to stop talking about her child. If she doesn't want her health talked about, she needs to stop. She needs to stop all the shit that she does. Maybe she needs a rewind and start all over again, like all of us YouTubers have done. We've all changed who we are. We've had some of the hardcore ones suddenly become, completely different. People change. People move forward. People learn. People learn by trial and error, make mistakes and learn. Jody Sue, you're making mistakes and not learning. And Andy, I keep warning you. Please, be careful. I know how difficult it is to have someone speak about you and not be able to defend yourself. I cannot freaking imagine. I don't think that I would have the fortitude to do that. In fact, I know I wouldn't. And it wouldn't matter to me if I went to jail. Because I'm not going to let somebody control me like that. And that's exactly what she's done to you, sir, for a long time. In many aspects. But it's your life, your business. And I'm very sorry that she puts your business out on the street and causes people to view you in a way that you can't even defend yourself or have the opportunity to defend yourself, to even make people look at you another way other than a suspect. She had that opportunity. She had it for a long damn time. She still has it with some people that like to create drama. There's people that's going to come into this case now from other channels who just like to stir up shit. They have no morals, in my opinion, to do that in a missing child's case. Anyone that would do that in a missing child's case needs mental health, in my opinion. Anyone who finds it funny to send Snapchats to people with the names and titles and nasty comments in a missing child's case is mentally unstable, in my opinion. And I don't care what their real names are. I don't care who they are. They're not well. It's simply not done. There are limits. And anyone that thinks it's okay for people to behave like I saw in the chat the other day, anyone that promotes it, anyone that claps their hands about it is sick, in my opinion. And I'm telling you right now, I don't care about subs. I don't care if they all drop off. I'm going to call it out. If you're sitting there clapping your hands in glee because someone sent a nasty Snapchat to someone, and if you're going to follow a creator and think they're God, then there's something wrong. I'm not God. There's nothing special about me. There's nothing special about any of us. We're all people. Some of us have more training than others. Some of us have more skills than others. Some of us have more talent than others. But we're not special. We're not celebrities. We're people. She is not a celebrity. There's nothing special about Jody Sue Brown. If you remove Summer, there's nothing left. Nobody would even be speaking her name. Now let's be real. Nobody. And I can't wait for the day that nobody does. Yes, she's a forgotten memory. Because she has made the Summer Wells case a laughing stock for 16 months in one form or another. And there's no end in sight, y'all, until everyone starts calling her out, unsubscribes from her channel. If you are so desperate to watch her, you don't have to be a subscriber. Go incognito, figure out how to do it. If you don't, search it on YouTube. It'll explain to you how. Stop feeding her. Stop feeding her with attention. As soon as I am done with the videos that I have, I will not be speaking on Jody Sue Brown anymore unless she comes up with something extraordinary. And it's going to take a whole hell of a lot because she's old news. She's so yesterday news, it's pathetic. I am fucking done watching repeats of Jody Sue Brown. I'm done with it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm done with it. The reason why I'm going to put my videos up is for Don Wells, the father of Summer Wells, the missing child. That is the center of this whole case, not Jody Sue Brown. I want him to see every single thing that has ever been said that she has removed that I can put out, so that he has the ability to make decisions as to what he needs to think about this person that we've all had 7 months to think about. He's been locked up. Last we knew, his wife wasn't even talking to him. Didn't even want to have a relationship with him anymore. Wasn't taking his calls, and then was taking his calls. Who the fuck knows? Point is this man doesn't know anything other than what he might have gotten via mail. He has every right to know everything that she has said about him, his wife, his daughter, his sons. And hopefully he starts from the bottom up instead of reading just the beginning here, the last video. I hope, and it's in no order because I go through whatever I come to first on my phone, my tablet, my USB sticks, my hard drives. Whatever I feel like dealing with, how much time do I want to invest in on Jody Sue that day? But my prayer is that everybody allows him and points him in the right direction to see the videos that started from the moment he went in until the time he got out. And I hope that everybody gives him a breather so that he can assimilate that and make his mind up as to what he needs to believe, not somebody telling him what to believe. He's going to come out of there, and God knows, y'all. And we don't need to fan the flames. He is welcome on my channel at any time. Anytime. He is welcome on my panel at any time. And I will control my chat when he does, if he does, and make it so that he's allowed to speak without being peppered with questions. Jody Sue Brown is not going to run this show anymore. Everybody's waiting on Dawn. I'm not waiting on Dawn to stop Jody Sue because that's not going to stop. She's just going to use him some more like she did before. It's not. The only thing that's going to stop Jody Sue Brown is everybody stopping Jody Sue Brown. The only way someone said a comment the other day about, I think it was Luda, about 5 years from now, Jody Sue Brown will probably still be sitting somewhere babbling the same bullshit. And people that stumble across her at that point, everybody else will have tired of her and moved on. Long moved on. But every once in a while, some young person or somebody that, is new to true crime will stumble across her and listen to her shit and get sucked in to that vacuum head of hers. Call her out. She wants the attention, give it to her. Call her out every single time. Don't play games no more. Call her out every single time. Every single time. Like I said, my gloves are off. I would play the rest of this video, but it's really not worth it because at some point she's just going to start replaying the video. Okay? It's just going to be replayed. You're going to see what we've already seen replayed. She's not going to ask any questions that's going to help Summer's case. He's going to spend a lot of time hurrying his wife and himself trying to find receipts that she really doesn't give a shit about. while she sits there and sucks her drinks down, smokes her cigarettes. I'm not going to let her control people no more. Not at all. It's a whole new world today, Jody Sue Brown. I hope you enjoy it, honey. So, with that, let me see what's going on in my chat. The reason Beach Creek is the way it is, her stories are the ones she tells her grandkids, and they believe it generation after generation. Yeah, that's it. I mean, we've got the old man, Jody Sue, that we've heard from the start. Oh, y'all need to do this and you need to do that. We need to remember about our ancestors, and they would just roll over in their graves. All these young crowds doing this, selling off property and blah, blah, blah. Jody Sue don't know shit. She don't know nothing. 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 If she was given something, I would be a betting person and say that it'd eventually be lost. Used in some manner, in some way, or fall down around her. This woman sits there and allows her cats to tear up blinds, and has for how many months, and she doesn't even get off her butt and stop it. I have watched her sit right beside a window with the blind, not the one behind her. And the cat is tearing the blinds up. She don't even bother. She's just, oh God, heck all. Yeah, because she didn't pay for it. She didn't work for it. She doesn't give a shit about it. And that's the way she's always going to be her life. That's what happens when people have been taken care of in some form or fashion, or are predators on other people in some form or fashion, in my opinion. By her sitting there and telling her chat some of the things that she tells in order to receive money, makes her that in my eyes, in my opinion. Yeah, locals are ashamed of JSB, and they've been speaking out for a long time, and they're not all afraid. They just don't want to be on camera. They don't want their voices out there, so they have to deal with her talking about them, or other extended family members, or their children, or whatever. Has to deal with that. They've been speaking out for a long time, long before JLR started going around there. They were speaking out. They were reaching out. Jody Sue wants to make it sound like all YouTubers were reaching out and bothering the community, but no, honey. They were reaching out. And they're real, because some of us know how to do our homework to find out if they're real or not. And the bullshit you said about Squaw needs to stop, because it's bullshit and you know it. You know it. You are twisting words, trying to make it sound like she went out there and was looking at you and following you around and all that shit before Summer disappeared. And then you follow it up with the marathon. If she had the idea of a marathon, starting a marathon, there's nothing nefarious about that, you dumb ass. You invited her to interview you. You invited her to look at your page by inserting yourself into her life. and asking her to interview you. Of course, she's going to take a look at you and check you out, just like everyone else. Every time you wrote in a Facebook group, what the hell do you think they all did? They all ran to your channel, honey, and then your numbers on your channel on Facebook started climbing. What the hell do you think they were doing while they were doing that? They were going through every fucking thing you had. Super genius. You can twist it and turn it however you want. That only works with people who are ignorant. Yeah, she did basically beg Squall. She sure did. She's abused Squall. She's abused Squall before Squall came back out and started talking. Definitely know that to be a fact, too. I've had people send me messages, Jody Sue, where you spoke about Squall, Del Terry, and others. Just because people don't come out with everything they've got doesn't mean shit, honey. There's a whole lot. That's why you sit on pins and needles anytime anyone comes out to talk about Summer Wells. Anyone that says they're from the area. Why would you behave that way if you were not worried? I'm not going to put it out there. Not yet. Maybe never. But like you, it's still sitting there just in case it's needed. Because I think that law enforcement is going to do their job eventually, Jody Sue Brown. Some people are just being given enough rope in the meantime. But eventually it'll happen. And it'll be quiet like until it happens. Just like went down with Lawson's son. Well, I'm going to close this, guys. This has been a very long live. I've got a major headache. Sorry that you see me lose it, but I said yesterday in a chat that I was accused in Rap's chat of being rude when I was not rude. Today, I was rude. There's a difference. This is not who I normally am. And this ain't as bad as it can get. Ain't nowhere near it. This is not who I like to be. But I ain't playing this shit no more. I'm not stepping on eggshells. You can't continue talking about your child, and I'm going to continue to point out the fact that you do. Because you're exploiting her. And I don't care what you think. Y'all have a great day. Love to all. Be safe. And I'll see you probably in about 30 minutes in some other stream somewhere. Y'all be good. Be safe. Bye-bye.